A little boy was reborn in a fantasy world. He was a white, blonde young man with blue round eyes. And when he first opened his eyes, he began to look around and saw a very modest ceiling with a wooden chandelier with many candles in it. So he concluded that this world had specifically stopped developing from the earth. All this time, the boy was in the arms of a woman who was looking at him carefully and also had blonde hair. As for an orphan who did not have a personal home and who died from overwork, this is a very good place for rebirth. And then a young lady took him by the hand and held him in her arms. And after that, the child noticed the second reason why he realized that he was in a rich family. The woman with a sweet expression turned to the child and quietly said, "My baby." 3 years have passed since that incident. The boy has grown up quite a bit and was moving around on his own. And one day he climbed on a wooden chair, which began to sway from side to side. It turned out that he was looking through the window through which he first saw the world around him from his room. He still had his light blonde hair and big blue eyes. The young man was staring with admiration in front of him, even opening his mouth a little, where small snow-white teeth could be seen. In front of him stretched a settlement with many beautiful houses, so the boy said that it was a very beautiful view. A maid who was passing by at that time noticed a young man looking through the open door, and she was very frightened and said, "Young sir." She quickly approached the young man, grabbed him in her arms, and turning to face the exit, told him that it was very dangerous to climb like that, because His Majesty was a Grand Duke. At this time, the boy looked up at his interlocutor and thought about how he knew that his family was part of a large duchy that was widely known in the kingdom. It turns out that the young man was the son of the Grand Duke of Dragogia in the Kingdom of Lionheart, that is, an heir. And it was during this period that he began to learn fencing, because in the future he would become a knight of the kingdom, a fantasy knight, and he will use these swords and his aura. The young man's teacher was a knight sent here from the court, whose name was Sir Gothic. The child looked at this man with admiration, because he expected to get a lot of useful things from their lessons. The boy was sure that they were brought together by the will of the goddess herself. With a slight smile, the man told the parents that it would be a great honor for him to teach their son. The joyful young man, smiling broadly, told the gentleman to take care of him. Several years have passed since then, and the boy is now 14. And during his next training session, he was carrying a large stone and gritting his teeth because he had to exert a lot of strength. The holy knight turned out to be a real monster in a human body, and this is logical because it is incredibly difficult to earn such a title. To complete the training, one had to fulfill certain orders to become a knight of the kingdom. One of them was fencing with the master who was in charge of its development. After the initiation ceremony with holy water and the Holy Grail. During one of the training sessions, the boy managed to strike his coach with his sword very hard, and he was sidetracked. And because the boy is the son of Dragonius, however, the man was already experienced in this business, and when he turned back to face the teenager, he raised his sword up. After all, the young man was required to learn everything necessary to become a great duke. The lessons of a duke's pleaser and the training of a holy knight. The child fell to the ground but remained holding the sword firmly in his hand. Looking up at the blue sky, the young man said that if God really existed, he would simply pray for mercy. However, the young man is not religious. Again, several years have passed and the son is now 16. The teenager carefully examined everything around him, saying to himself that what he was looking for must be here. And it was in this beautiful adolescence that the young man began to travel the world, even earning the blessing of the goddess and becoming a holy knight after accepting his commission. And when he had walked a few meters, he noticed that something was burning behind the bushes because he could see smoke. And then a logical question arises: how to earn this recognition? Surprisingly, it's very simple. You need to become famous throughout the kingdom for your good deeds. It turns out that the houses in one of the small settlements were burning. At that time, a group of men with weapons were carefully examining the scene, and one of them said that there were a lot of orcs. So they raised their heads up in panic and appealed to the goddess and asked her to look down on them. But when he approached the place of the battle, he loudly addressed the attackers, calling them bastards and asking how they could pollute the territory of the kingdom with their presence. And having finished the last phrase, the young man began to move quickly towards these bastards, raising his sword in front of him, first to protect himself and then to strike his opponent. As he traveled to various places, the son realized that the kingdom had many enemies, and it was at this age that he met the goddess. She was very fragile, had long blonde hair and blue eyes. The young lady folded her hands as if in prayer and quietly addressed the young man, saying, "Son of Wulfric Dragonia, Leon Dragonia." And when the young man saw her so close, he realized that all those who had told him about her were not lying. The woman went on to say that she would give him a commission to prove his faith and honor. The boy knelt down on his left knee, bowed his head, and replied that he accepted the task from the goddess. Waiting for the next phrase, the young man thought that the goddess really existed, and after several years of continuous work, he became a holy knight who had his own new armor and a new big sword. And after that, he was killing and slaughtering orcs. He had enough strength and morale for this. He also cut goblins into small pieces. It was just that when he met them, there was no other option. And the young man managed to slaughter several hundred evil occultists who were also a threat to the kingdom where he and his family lived and built their future. And finally, he was named a Knight of War, which gave him the right to call other knights to his side. As he stood there and looked around, he realized that they were all green sons of bitches. And when he was 35 years old, we see him wearing beautiful green clothes, white long gloves, and a sword lying on top of him, because the orcs were still a pain in the ass, but now the demons started running amok. That's why people had to believe in the gods and live righteously. He was a rather nice young man with big blue eyes. He was thinking with a serious expression that he had had enough of these fucking magicians of the empire. The goddess decided to choose this young man, who had been preparing for this all his life. The lady floated in the air, and with her hands in the air addressed the interlocutor by name, saying that he was a very faithful knight who served her faithfully. The young man slowly bent his fair head down, and looking at something on the ground, calmly replied, "Yes, Ariana." However, during this solemn initiation, the goddess implanted the sacred treasure, the heart of a lion, into him, and entrusted the young man to protect the Holy Grail. And so it brought a small golden crown with 2 large blue stones into the young man's hands, which the new owner carefully lifted up and put on his head. The young man became the Grand Duke of Dragonia and the ruler of the Kingdom of Lionheart. At that time, winter had already come, and he was dressed in a large white fur coat, because this was the most fierce season for them. And that's when he was 80 years old, and a lot has happened since then. The knight had a big white horse on which he traveled everywhere with his companions. It was during this period of time that 3 major wars took place with the orcs, who were constantly grouping, preparing and attacking them, testing the strength of the kingdom's workers. And the empire brought even more troubles to their lands. And suddenly the chief froze in place, thinking about all this. Then a subordinate who was dressed in metal armor approached him. And he broke away from his thoughts and slowly turned his head to his interlocutor and calmly said that the Imperial School of Dark Magic was up to something again, and all because they had taken in the damned northern occultists. And a logical question arose: how dare they turn away from the gods? This is what happens when human rights are given to those who do not deserve to be even slaves, and it was decided to invade and seize their territories. Again, several years passed, and it was already the 96th year, and it was at this time that the imperial bastards finally got their way, and among them, one with a very old face and a few teeth in his mouth shouted loudly that they were giving him 1,000,000 lives. After all, the emperor had crossed the line. The bastard who didn't want to die went to the next world along with 3 million inhabitants of the imperial capital. After that, the leader gathered the knights and took his sword, the blade of which was still smeared with orc blood, and moving forward with confident steps, he told his colleagues that they were now heading to the territory of the empire. Several years have passed since then, and the year 121 has already come. The knight did what he could, but the world still continued to collapse despite his efforts. The man tried very hard to overcome evil, to gather all his workers of the gods who were on the continent. However, he failed to stop all the criminals. While the blond man was sitting on his knees and looking at the toy, his partner quietly approached him from behind and called him by name. Without turning his head, the Lord calmly addressed him by his name, Sir Aron, and said that he could be proud that his father, and he did not finish. He was quiet for a moment to find the right words. But after 3 minutes he said that the boy's father had died with honor and joined the gods in heaven. The young man froze in his tracks, surprised by these words, and quietly replied, "Yes." When they returned, they came to meet the goddess, and the saddened knight with a serious expression said that his army was gone, but she could still see for herself by looking ahead. And in a second, it was concluded that all the subordinates were shaking with fear. The commander asked the next question, whether they had heard the sounds of criminals who had already settled in these lands. The women calmed their children, who were drowning in their tears. The knight added that they were all guilty of the deaths of our brothers. The man shouted loudly and asked his subordinates if they had heard the cries of those who had taken the lives of their loved ones. But the goddess is theirs, the owner of her sword, holy spear, and holy grail. A blond man sitting on a white great horse asked the people if they had heard the cries of those who tried to destroy everything in sight. So he carefully looked at everyone with his serious gaze and told them that they should drop their anger on them. And he added that people are forced to unleash their anger on them, on the fools who think that victory is already in their hands. But despite all this, they must remember that as long as they have their honor with them, They will not lose. All the soldiers were dressed in their protective clothing. Raising his weapon up, the blond man looked intently in front of him with a concentrated look and calmly said, "Goddess, my goddess." In this way, he inspired a lot of confidence in his subordinates. And then he asked the question, what should a foolish knight do with her? However, without waiting for an answer, he began to ride his horse forward on his adventure, followed by his remaining army. However, after riding a few meters, the man heard the voice of the goddess, who addressed him with the following words, "My knight, my dear, honorable knight." The man replied, "For the sake of honor." And the woman's voice continued to say that she would be with the man in charge to the very end, because he was her knight. The flag of the army was red with a large golden lion on it. The blond gentleman opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly that they should attack with the whole army. That way they would suffer fewer losses and be able to defend each other from different attackers. And that winter, the last battle took place against the countless army of demons that had invaded their land. It was quite a devastating and brutal battle with a lot of hatred and anger at those who could just come and restore order here. After all, the barbarian slaves were used as human shields. When they approached them, wild beasts immediately attacked, grabbing them with their big mouths and tearing them apart. At that time, ordinary knights with spears and shields died with honor during a fight with famous knights who had already fought many similar battles, and this was not a new experience for them. And the main one among them was chosen by all the existing gods and sacred temple. He alone was able to fight the demon to the very end because he had enough experience, skills, and abilities that he had acquired as a child. He gave it his all in the fight. He was very angry that his neighbors had been treated so cruelly. He could not understand why and for what purpose all this was happening. He managed to kill countless demon lords and archdemons who were coming at him from all sides. Fortunately, the man was good with the weapons he was holding. Therefore, he showed these freaks his knight. During the fight, he opened his mouth so wide and began to shout loudly to release the emotions that had accumulated over the years. It was already the year 127, and winter was not yet over, and the main man with white hair continued to destroy the demons that came to his land, where he spent his entire childhood. And now it was the year 256. The knight was still destroying the last demonic aortas, which were blue in color and quite large in size. Because of this, these beasts had nowhere to retreat, and so he could deal with them faster, because they were constantly using them and then disappearing and reappearing with new powers. But when he managed to destroy this portal, the man turned to his rivals and called them servants of evil and said that from now on they were stuck in this world with him. And in an angry tone he told them that he would kill each of them one by one. The master was very pleased with this development, because he was not locked with them, they were locked with him. And after a few days he got to one of the main beasts. It was very large and had very huge horns, and its eyes were glowing red. Suddenly, a man's voice was heard in the darkness, saying Gary's name. This was immediately followed by a question asking if he was okay. A group of people stood there and looked at the animal, which was lying on the ground and showed no signs of life. And then one of the men said that their leader had defeated the archdemon in just one blow. If you got close to the animal that was constantly harming them, you could see that it had large, sharp teeth and horns. The blonde stood confidently in front of his men, who were still surprised by what had just happened. The knight ordered those who still had strength to stand up, because now was not the time to lose heart. The exhausted people with wide-open eyes and mouths asked the man who stood in front of them who he was. They were also surprised that this blond stranger was standing in the mouth of a large dead animal, completely naked. However, in his right hand was his big metal sword, and he is a member of the Order of Righteous Knights, and he carries the will of the sacred temple. The blond man said all this while slightly turning his head to the people, who continued to wait for at least some kind of response. Then he turned his whole body to them and said that his name was Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Those who were sitting closest to him were shocked by what they saw. 300 years have passed since that moment, and the man came across the inhabitants of the earth. The young lady in the picture had red hair. This message appeared on a blue background where it was written that all the demons were defeated, and there were 0 of them left, and the knight, the king, had returned. The Korean World Association of Hunters asked the major guilds of the countries to take part in the raid. One of them rejected the request because the level of danger was unknown. However, several people stood in surprise and carefully examined the gate, which was located a few meters away. Among these people was the woman with red hair. And in the end, the government ordered the local hunting association to go in first, which was essentially an order to go to certain death. And what the red-haired lady saw there, it was a man with blonde hair and blue eyes. Because of this, the lady froze in place, because in their world it is simply impossible to see such a person in the middle of the street, because it is somehow, in her opinion, simply indecent to walk around like that among strangers. Then the woman turned her gaze a little further and noticed that behind this gentleman were many different parts of animals that he was able to defeat on his own. This red-haired lady turned out to be a junior manager named Han Hari, who worked for the Korean Hunters Association. The man put a cup of coffee on the table in front of his colleague and asked her if she was tired. The lady calmly thanked him for his concern. The woman was sitting in a very short t-shirt and shorts that didn't even look like shorts. She slowly turned her head to the right to her other colleague and said that no one believed her. It was a black-ranked demonic gate in which the archdemon himself was present. After all, to come back alive without the help of other guilds is a miracle, but to clear it. And all of this happened with the help of just one person who met them there right away and looked quite stunning, because when they started to communicate with him, they realized that he was a brave gentleman. After a certain period of time, this man was already dressed and sitting at the table with a serious expression on his face. With both arms folded across his chest, he sat silently and waited for some explanation. It turned out that two people were watching him behind the glass. They were a red-haired woman and a black-haired man. The lady said to her colleague that it was the same survivor from the middle of the gate. The man replied, "Yes, the survivor from the other world." And it happened that people from other worlds managed to survive inside the gates of the kingdom. The blond man continued to stare in front of him with a blank, serious look, his eyebrows slightly drawn together. After all, the gates that have appeared around the world over the past 30 years have common features. The truth is that those gates were on the way to destruction, or had already been completely destroyed. The houses and various buildings were simply bright red from the fire that engulfed. Sometimes survivors managed to get to the ground, and through this blue light, 3 people were moving. The first one was dressed in some ancient clothes. And these creatures could keep the incredible power they had gained in the demon realm. The gentleman who was walking in the middle had a metal helmet on his head that completely covered his entire face. That is why the government tried its best to meet the needs of the survivors. That's why as soon as they showed up, they were met by government officials with a nice, friendly smile, telling them about further actions. And plans for reconnaissance were also developed. Because of this, the government workers not only smiled, but also extended their hand to shake and show them that they were happy to see them here. A man and a woman who worked as hunters sat next to each other on chairs. The woman said to her colleague that they had to find out everything about this survivor no matter what. The man put his hand on his head with a sad expression and said that even a hunter of A morning had to risk his life fighting high-ranking demons. This was a monster that even the most experienced S-rank hunters were afraid of, because it was very large in size. It had enough strength to deal with several attackers at once. However, he managed to kill it on his own. One of the capabilities of this beast was that it could fly, because it had 2 large wings on its back that allowed it to move in the air. And when the newcomers came through the portal, they were shocked by what they saw in front of them at that very second. For some reason, they thought they would have to search for the monsters themselves, but here, it was right in front of them. And the blond man defeated it right before their eyes, leaving no chance for the animal to escape. So they just froze in their seats in amazement. And after that, they noticed that this unknown hunter was in a rather interesting way. And to be more precise, the gentleman was completely without clothes and stood shining his naked body without shame. The black-haired hunter said that he was most concerned about the difference in culture, the way he talked about himself. He must be from a royal family or something. The red-haired colleague listened attentively and said that she thought everything was very good. The colleague asked her why she thought so. The young lady, looking fascinated at the blonde through the glass, added that she heard it in his voice. That's why she thinks he's a good person, because even if you look at him now, he looks quite attractive. As soon as the woman stopped talking, a loud scream began to sound. As it turned out, it was the same survivor they had just been talking about screaming. And after that, he sat back down on the chair. He was begging for mercy, and the glass just cracked and small particles began to fly around at people who were not far away. The huntress quickly got to her feet and shouted loudly that it was glass that stopped even the most fierce monsters, and he just took it and destroyed it with his scream. Then the blond man got back to his feet, and an orange light appeared around him, and his eyes turned orange. At this time, the black-haired colleague rolled his eyes up and said that he was a very good man, to which the lady calmly replied, "Difference in culture, I guess." To understand what made this gentleman so angry, we decided to review the CCTV footage. They started watching what happened 15 minutes ago. It turned out that a blond and bald man was present in the cell, dressed in a classic black suit and wearing glasses. The survivor was sitting calmly with his arms folded across his chest and his head down, and in his head there were a lot of thoughts that were just raging there, but one of them was that he felt like a stranger here. And then a memory came to mind of when he was an orphan, who worked very hard until he was 20 years old and then died of exhaustion. And then he was reincarnated in a completely different world and became a night king for more than a century. And during his coronation, he was given a golden crown to emphasize his status. However, when he became an adult, an independent young man, the world was taken over by demons. He had been hunting them for about 200 years, and when one of them caught his eye, he simply did not leave him alive. The blonde continued to sit with his arms folded across his chest. He began to think that if he took everything into account, he had lived like this for 300 years. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a bald gentleman sitting opposite him wearing dark glasses that completely covered his eyes. A sweet smile appeared on his face, and he opened his mouth wide and said, Then he moved closer to the table and put his two hands on it, faced the interlocutor, and then said, Leon Dragomania. Leonhard, is it? While he was listening attentively, the thought occurred to him that in any case it would not be beneficial for him to reveal the fact that he had once been an earthling. After all, a night king who lived for 300 years in the afterlife is not much better than a 20-year-old boy who died of overwork. The employee of the cantor's office was very surprised by this request because he had never in his experience met such survivors who were from the royal family and who should be treated with such respect. The bald man raised his right hand and began to scratch his head. Then he smiled sweetly and said, yes, Your Majesty. The onlooker realized that he was being played. Then the question arose whether he was a good person or whether the government was just being cautious about survivors like him. The interlocutor calmly continued, yes, he didn't even show that he was surprised. However, the employee said that the Black Gate, that is, the world of His Majesty, and he emphasized that the gentleman had made contact with their hunters. The man started writing something down on the sheets that were in a folder on the table. Then he asked whether he had really killed all the demons himself. The blond man listened attentively and looked up at the bald man, and with a serious expression answered shortly and clearly, yes. However, he suddenly decided to ask the question, have you forgotten? The employee of the hunting bureau apologized in surprise and asked what he meant. After all, it didn't mean anything to him yet. The surviving blond man folded his arms across his chest and confidently said that he had killed all those evil animals and thus defended the honor of the knights. Therefore, he ordered the Lord to become his temporary thank you. He added that he would give him the privilege of recording this glorious incident. The bald man, who still did not understand what was happening, said in confusion, yes. Then he regained control of his thoughts and emotions and lowered his head and looked down and began to write something down, thinking that it was just a difference in culture and should not be taken seriously. While the bald man was slowly trying to document their entire conversation, the surviving blonde continued to say that in any case. This made the gentleman stop for a moment and look up at his interlocutor. With a serious expression, the survivor asked that there were no rules of etiquette for dealing with royalty. This already infuriated the bureau worker, and taking his smartphone in hand, he shouted that he was probably hungry. Therefore, he would order food right now. Instead, the blond man looked at him attentively and asked him to tell him in detail about this world. At the same time, the thought flashed through his mind that he needed to find out what had happened to the earth while he was away. The interlocutor carefully adjusted his dark glasses, which were creeping a little from nervousness, and when he did, he calmly said, "Oh yes, I'll explain everything to you now, because this is a very important issue that has been bothering everyone for a long time." Straightening his back, the man began to tell us that this horror happened to them suddenly 30 years ago. Nervously, he fumbled with the pen in his hands and added that the gates began to open. They were blue in color, and through them, various monsters and demons began to appear in their world, bringing great harm to their daily lives, and thus preventing everyone from living their lives normally. That's why, after the first incident, all the inhabitants were constantly in a state of emergency because many animals were too big and difficult to deal with, and some had some other superpowers. And when there were a lot of losses, people realized that each gate has its own theme and a clear task. But when the gates were left unattended, the dungeon would break through and monsters would come to the ground. Then the bald gentleman suddenly got to his feet quickly and leaned his hands on the table and said that he thought the food had already arrived at the cantor's office. The survivor said in surprise, and he did not react to the food, but to what he had heard for several minutes. Then he raised his right hand to his chin and rubbed it and began to think about how everything was a little different. After all, in his world, these animals and demons appeared as games in the rain, and there were a very large number of them at the same time, so he had to spend a lot of his energy on them and use his skills with cold steel. However, today, he learned that there are gates on the ground with themes and tasks. A certain group of people who specialize in this are sent to fulfill them, and the people of this group take weapons with them, which they are quite good at. The blonde survivor still couldn't understand what it was and why everything was so different from the world he had lived in for many years and what he saw at home, because they did not have any similar tasks. And it was as if it was to teach him something through trials. And a large man with a brown beard and hair on his head was shown. He was lifting a large metal hammer near the ground. These thoughts of the blond man were interrupted by his bald interlocutor, who was just returning to the room, addressing him sweetly, saying, "Your Majesty." After all, he had left for a certain period of time. It turned out that he was going out to get food that had already been brought for the survivor. A gentleman in a classic suit came in and happily announced that the food was ready. All the blond man said was, When the bald bureau worker put the dish on the table in front of their guest, the dish was steaming because it was just cooked, so he opened his eyes wide in surprise. He sat there for a few seconds and did not move. The man carefully examined the contents of the plate and the steam that was quickly rising. Then he said quietly, "This is," because it reminded him of something from the past. There were several plates on the table with various fillings, and the gentleman who brought them said that it was bone broth that had been cooked for several hours with pepper and salt and some crispy kimchi. And again, a memory flashed before his eyes when he was a quinoa farmer in the land of Solontan, and for him, it was the food of his soul. He had a similar plate on his table and enjoyed this dish at dinner. After all, people tend to enjoy the food they know and love more than new foods. However, Leon forced himself to swallow the saliva that had accumulated in his mouth, and in his head he started to hear the objection, "No, no." So he slowly turned his head a little to the bald man and asked him a rather short question. "What is it?" The man calmly replied that this dish is called Solontan, Your Majesty. And finally he added that it is known as the food of the Christian soul. After these words, the blond man's eyes began to glow bright orange, and he froze without moving or even blinking. Then he was overwhelmed with emotion and rose to his feet and began to shout loudly, "You are a beggar! How dare you defame the glorious name of the Lionhearts?" It sounded quite loud, and an orange light appeared near the survivor and around him. A second later, he continued to shout, "How dare a Christian serve a royal person a dish?" He asked if their kingdom was like that with the royals of other kingdoms. After all, he is Leon Draconius Leonhart, a royal representative from the other world, a trusted face of the gods, the guardian of the Holy Grail, the owner of the Holy Blade and the Holy Spear. So he angrily threw the plates on the floor and all the food flew around, and the blond man said, "Oh no, get out of here, you beggarly Christian." He could no longer control himself. Malice, the Lord of Chaos and master of 23 great devils, the archdemon who could kill 1,000,000 demons, and it was the embodiment of a 300-year war, and finally a returnee who used to be an earthling. And standing there, a very angry survivor who had returned after 300 years began to think that there was a complete mess going on here, although it hadn't been like this before when he lived here. And he made a certain conclusion from this, that it is all because there is no correct religious faith, because enlightening stupid Christians is the duty of the royal family, which he now represents here. And even though he was back on Earth, he was still a king, a knight. The blonde stood for a few minutes and carefully examined the plates lying on the floor. However, a few hours later, a new dish was brought to him, namely a medium rare steak, and using a skillful knife and fork, the man was happy to taste this dish which he liked. At this time, the dark-haired hunter asked his colleague how he recognized their food, chicken and vermicelli with black beans. The red-haired lady smiled sweetly and replied that it was good that he was eating steak with red wine, which was made in 1993. Then the man addressed the woman by name and said that she would go first. The lady angrily clarified that she was bad at the historical dialect. The gentleman replied, with his arms folded across his chest, that the blonde was more interested in her. After all, she had been complimented on her courage, saying that she was very brave, so he would definitely not kick her out. The red-haired woman calmed down and said, did he just say I was brave?" Because she was very interested in that. Then the woman walked over to the door and began to open it carefully and slowly. Looking through the small crack, she put one hand on his chest and said that she was very sorry for disturbing him during his meal. The blonde turned his gaze to her and began to wipe his mouth with a large white napkin, clarifying that she was the swordswoman from the event that had happened not long ago. He liked her, so he invited her to sit down across from him. The huntress was very pleased by these words, so a wide smile appeared on her face, showing her attitude towards him. When the red-haired woman was seated at the table, she leaned a little towards her interlocutor and asked if he liked the food. The blonde answered with a lowered head that it was quite good, and he even felt the sincerity and sophistication of the cook. And the reason why he was causing them all so much inconvenience was not because the food was modest, it was because of their attitude towards the king. The man said this and folded both his arms across his chest. That is why when they meet royalty from other countries, they should be treated properly. And he clarified that wasn't this due to their status in their nation? The young lady, barely able to contain her negative emotions, said that due to her lack of knowledge, she had been disrespectful. The survivor said that everything was fine then and asked if her name was Khan. The woman quickly confirmed this and added that her full name was Khan Hari. The blonde man told her that he had already been told about their world. Then he began to look his interlocutor closely in the eyes and asked her a question about whether demons, these evil animals, really appear on their land. He sat silently and waited for an answer. The lady listened attentively, folded her hands in her lap, and calmly replied, "Yes, it is true." However, Hari had only one mission at that moment, and she was trying to fulfill it. And it was to get this blonde man to join the Hunters Association. So she sat there, and the thought flashed through her mind that she needed him to at least stay in their country. That's why she asked the gentleman if he would give them his royal permission, and the South Korean authorities would be able to take care of him from that point on. After all, the motive of the 21st century intelligence war is to find the embroiderers. No matter what support they promise them, all countries want the survivors. The blonde man slowly lowered his head and gazed to the floor and began to look at something, saying sadly, "I see," because he still did not understand how to react to this and what to do next. Then he put his foot down and confidently added that since he had settled in this world, he had to go to the battlefield. Since he was a noble knight, it was only right that he should fight. The red-haired woman was very happy to hear these words and, smiling broadly, decided to ask him immediately if he wanted to join their association of hunters. The man answered like this, but he added that he could not be a soldier in the army of another kingdom. So he decided to create a new knightly order here, in this new world. He said this in a slightly raised tone. The young lady froze in her seat upon hearing his last words and did not even blink. She clearly did not expect to hear this because, in her opinion, he had already agreed to join them and help them. For several minutes she sat there thinking about what to say, and all she could do was nod. Then she asked what the higher-ups had said. A black-haired colleague leaning on the lockers answered what they could say. They decided that they would support it, so it's a good thing the blonde man didn't go to another country and join a big guild. The young lady put her head down in relief, and said that to think that only an association associated with the government would favor him. And this is the fault of the bastards from the big guilds who flaunt their money and power. These thoughts made the lady boil. Seeing this, her colleague replied, yeah, since you brought it up, the Phoenix Guild." Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a loud signal that echoed throughout the room. They looked at each other in confusion and looked around to see what was happening. A second later, they received an orange-colored message on their phone saying that a dungeon had been breached on the plains of Konam, so they had to go to the scene quickly. The black-haired man gritted his teeth and said angrily that if the dungeon breakthrough occurred in the location of the granary, the demons would stop food production, and that would make him angry. Red Hair asked, "That isn't the S-ranked hunter Li Yun Wangxi in the Phoenix Guild? Therefore there was no way that he could not close this gate. After all, he was quite a large and skillful man." The furious gentleman said that he was just sure that these bastards had another plan, and it was bothering him, so they had to go quickly and solve the problem. The woman was very surprised by this decision. After all, the Phoenix Guild are sons of bitches. The blonde survivor, who was still sitting in his cell, heard all this conversation and began to think about what he had heard. It seemed to him an interesting way to use his skills. And he realized that there was a rather big problem for this world, and he can offer his help, of course, if they are ready to accept it, because he could help in this matter. Then the phrase, "If the dungeon breaks through, will the land become infected and the crops fail?" was heard behind the door. The blonde man raised his hand up and examined it carefully, and said that, as expected, there was no such thing in this place. Then he brought the same hand to his chest and began to look ahead of him, thinking about something in detail. However, suddenly a question came out of nowhere. "Are you okay?" And the gentleman froze in his tracks. In his mind, he was transported to a large white palace, and he quietly said, "Dimera." It was a very beautiful and majestic building where important people lived. A few meters away stood a woman with medium-length brown hair. She was dressed in a long green cloak. She had a hood over her head which covered her eyes. Next, the pit is shown, which was red in color and growing larger by the minute. It was located in the middle of a field with many hectares of wheat and barley. The first group of hunters living nearby arrived at this place. One of the young men asked the leader, named Li Yongwan, what was going on. The man was surprised to find out if this young man was from the association. Without waiting for an answer, he went on to say that the newcomer Hanhari was also here. At this time, the red-haired man and his black-haired colleague were standing a few steps away and heard all this, and did not like it very much. However, The black-haired man began to show it on his face with gritted teeth. He said that this bastard had deliberately allowed the dungeon to break through. As he said this, he looked at his opponent carefully. The gentleman with the pink hair was smiling sarcastically in response. However, the black-haired hunter continued that he had done all this because they hadn't accepted his request, so they had done it. It turns out that the Phoenix Guild had been asking for gate tax exemption all along. After all, they had a lot of profits from the magical crystals and materials they got in the funnels, and they want to be exempt from paying these taxes in the amount of 1 trillion. The black-haired man thought that they already had enough benefits as a large guild, but to think that they only did so because their request was rejected, so this hunter continued to stare at this insufferable man for several minutes. The red-haired woman leaned forward a little and loudly shouted to Li Yunwang that they should close this gate right now. After all, there is only 1 week left from today if they leave things as they are. The gentleman with pink hair smilingly replied that he knew about it, because the power over this funnel is up for auction and will be transferred. And pointing to the people standing behind him, he said what he should do, because the members of his guild were very seriously injured. Therefore, it will be difficult for them to conduct raids in this condition. The guy standing a few steps away smiled sarcastically, and turning his head to the side, he told his interlocutors that they would try until tomorrow. But he did not know what would happen. The angry young lady shouted furiously, You! Don't you have any patriotism? They know perfectly well what will happen if the Honami plains are infected. After these words, the gentleman from the Phoenix Guild began to smile very evilly and teased that maybe he did not know. This was done on purpose to further provoke his rivals, who were already boiling over. Then he asked a question to find out why they were behaving so childishly, and turning to the woman by name, he reminded her that he had told her about it last year. Had she forgotten? The blonde man, who had only been here for 1 day, had come to a certain conclusion that justice in this world is money and power, so when he was approaching this showdown, he addressed the head of the guild, Fenice, saying that he was rather superficial and old-fashioned. The red-haired woman turned her head to the right side in surprise and addressed the survivor by name, and finally added, His Majesty. The gentleman who had been addressed a few seconds earlier turned his head toward the man who was moving toward them. The survivor stopped in his tracks and said with a serious expression that the king's name should not be spoken so lightly. He added that he had given her permission to call him by his title only. A man with pink hair shouted a question in anger which read, Who are you? You look like a Westerner. All the blond man said was that he wanted the insolent man to shut up. Then he turned his head to the gentleman. His eyes shone with blue light, and gritting his teeth, the gentleman asked how such a worthless man could speak at all, and even so cruelly. The gentleman to whom these questions were posed began to think quickly in his head, What is wrong with this bastard? After all, he had called him one of the 20 S-ranked hunters in the world, and a guild master of one of the top 10 guilds a lowlife. So he decided to show him what he could do, and at that very moment, a bright orange fire appeared around his hand, and he asked the blonde if he wanted to die. The red-haired woman intervened by shouting at him to stop and finally calmly said Li Yunwang's name. This had no effect, so the young lady decided to announce that this man was a survivor. This made the hunter stop in his tracks and ask in surprise, Survivor? He did not expect them to behave like that in a new world. After a second of careful consideration, the gentleman slowly began to bow and said with a sweet smile that he had been quite cruel. He went on to say that his name was Li Yongwan, and he was a representative of the Phoenix Guild. Then he began to smile sarcastically and walked over to the blond man on his right side and suggested that he might be from the Grey Guild. The survivor did not understand the joke, so he replied that the king does not repeat himself several times. Then he went to the people he knew and asked the black-haired gentleman to tell him about the problem, because he does not know the details about the gate. Therefore, he should tell him everything very briefly. Hearing this request, the hunter raised his hands and happily told his partner that he would help them. The lady smiled sincerely and said, Yes, yes. Finally, they waited for this agreement. Suddenly, the red-haired huntress said that there was a breakthrough in the ground. Therefore, a large amount of demonic energy comes to the surface and infects a lot of land around. And it turns out that crops do not grow on the infected land. Then the lady added that the Honama plains are an important breadbasket, so this is very important. Right now, the demonic energy that is spreading is infecting the land. Having listened carefully, the blond man began to think about everything he had heard. However, he decided to ask the woman what solution to the problem she offered, and what would he have to do to achieve it. The young lady replied that they needed to clear the infection and clean the dungeon as quickly as possible, and they had to get rid of the dungeon completely. She said this without hesitation. The gentleman began to walk slowly in a circle and answered briefly and clearly, Understood. and he emphasized that the contaminated ground and the growth of the gate were the problem, so he would help as much as he could. Then he froze in place and looked at the huntress, who was standing next to him in surprise, and told them to summon their powers right now and not to rush into it, because they would need her. After all, tomorrow, as soon as the 3 years of raids on these little fry are over or whatever, this king will personally intervene. Everyone who was present looked closely at the red funnel in the sky. A red-haired young lady cautiously approached the blond man and asked him happily, "Really?" The man replied with a serious expression, looking in front of him. But before that, the king of a foreign country cannot conduct military operations on foreign territory at his own discretion. He must first obtain permission from the king of that country, and only then can he begin his assistance. The woman apologized and said that she thought everything would be fine. The blond man replied that there was a legal process and certain rules for everything, and he angrily asked her how she could call herself a noble knight if she did not follow the laws of her country. So he asked her to send the news to her king as soon as possible. The gentleman, who had pink hair, opened his mouth wide in surprise and thought that this bastard was worse than he was. Eventually, they asked the president, who was on a business flight to another country. After receiving a certain answer, the huntress cautiously approached the blond man and addressed him formally, saying that he had told her to get ready, so she had already done so. And demonstrating the homemade doll, the young lady decided to clarify how exactly he was going to use them. After all, she still couldn't combine this object with fighting demons. The survivor turned his head back a little and looked at his interlocutor with an oblique gaze and said that their land was infected. Therefore, they need to cleanse it of this evil spirits that attack. The woman, wide-eyed, had to clarify, "Cleanse?" with the help of this straw doll? However, Leon asked for 2 things, one of which the lady had already demonstrated. Then they moved to the same office, and looking through the open door, the blonde asked if these were the same women who made the dolls. The huntress put her hands behind her back and happily answered, "Yes. The condition is that the people who make these toys must be women who gave birth." The survivor put his hands on his chest and said that this was very good. Then he turned to all those present and asked them to show him their dolls. That's how the toy-making contest opened in the middle of the plain. The man took the first one in his hands and carefully examined the product, because it was a very important thing for him that could not be neglected. He stood there for a minute and said in surprise that this could not be possible. The woman who made this toy was very scared that she had done something wrong, so she sincerely began to apologize. To think that she calls this metaphysical eccentric body a doll. It turns out that he didn't like this, not that she had done her work incorrectly. And finally he added that it was very shameful. After saying that, he just threw the toy aside to demonstrate his attitude to the rest of the people in the room. However, it was simply impossible to stop the blonde boy, because he was quite angry. So he shouted, "Didn't she say she was giving birth?" and called the lady a stupid creature. He emphasized that her head was made of bricks. Kanhari failed, after touching so many toys. The blonde was just disappointed with what he saw. So he shouted again loudly, "Failure! It's just a failure." How could he fail at such an easy task? But then a person came up who caught Leon's attention. She was an 89-year-old woman who had been married for quite some time. The lady approached calmly and smiled sweetly. When she carefully demonstrated her toy, the man said, "This is incredible." After all, the doll looked very beautiful. It looked very much like a real child, a girl. Blondie gently took the lady's hands and asked her how many children she had given birth to. The woman looked carefully into the eyes of her interlocutor and smiled sweetly and answered that she had 12. The gentleman said that this was the beginning of the life of a true patriot. He also said that he usually personally sends knights with a medal and gifts, but because of the current situation, he could not do so, so he asked for forgiveness. Then he raised the lady's hand to his mustache and kissed her gently. Then in the evening he went to the place where the gate was located. He took with him the same toy, which he placed on a large wooden rack, and next to it he put long candles. The next thing the man did was to put his hand through a blue frame that appeared in the air right in front of him, and he told the people who came with him that the conditions were fulfilled. The gentleman took out a golden glass and tried to put it carefully and slowly through the frame. After all, this was also a very important event that he had to fulfill next. Then he said with a serious expression that he was the mother of this fertile land, and he took out a glass that was already filled with a certain liquid that he would need in the future to complete this rite. Then he informed the earth that the people of this area offered it this doll of the harvest. The young man with pink hair stood in one place in surprise and waited for the further development of events. The blond man sincerely asked that the earth accept her. At that moment, it began to dawn, and the sun's rays began to break through the ears of grain and reflect off the golden goblet that stood on the board in front of the survivor. The light touched the water that was poured into the cup, It began to spin, and then drops began to fall on the makeshift table. The survivor sat silently and waited for a certain moment. The red-haired woman was very surprised by what she saw in front of her. Therefore, she slowly raised her right hand to her face to cover her mouth, which opened wide in surprise. Then the vessel was completely filled with water, which began to pour out. The people who gathered to watch this event noticed that the sun was rising higher and higher. This meant that it was already morning. And this made the clouds in the sky turn red. The blond boy closed his eyes and enjoyed this moment. Many drops of clear water fell on his face. However, the sun rising today would be a special beginning of this world. It began to flow from the bowl to the doll, which was lying on the table for this very purpose. It was like a gift for Mother Earth. The people who came to see this began to voice out loud what was happening, namely that drops of water got inside the doll, and after that it stood on its own. They were surprised by what was happening. The toy began to smile and quietly addressed the blond man, calling him Leonhard. And then she added, "My child." Everyone who heard this was very touched. They certainly did not expect to hear this. The survivor behaved very seriously during this event because it was important to him. He bowed and said that he welcomed Mother Earth here with his best wishes. Then he turned to face his new friends and said that he was Dimeria, the goddess of life and fertility. Meanwhile, the doll stood on the table and smiled sincerely. She went on to say that they hadn't seen each other for quite some time. It turned out that the deity had come to this earth. The gentleman with the red hair came a few steps closer to get a closer look and hear the conversation between the doll and the newcomer. The toy emphasized that evil had also come to this new land, and that was why it had become dirty. The young lady had little information about what was happening here, so she was waiting for someone to ask her for help. The blond man, bowing his head, sadly confirmed that there is also great evil on this earth. However, here, there are no deities that were on his previous land, and this causes considerable trouble. He turned his eyes to the red-haired man standing behind him, and said that because of this, he was worried that the low and vulgar pigs would be able to muddy her eyes. The puppet emphasized that ignorance and greed cannot always be regarded as sins, because they are inherent in all mortals. She said this with her head held high, because she was small and the person she was talking to was quite tall. Then she asked a very logical question. What should the gentleman do next? He was quiet for a few minutes, just raised his left hand up and put it on his chest, and his mind was racing, a big pile of thoughts. And after thinking it over, he said that it was not difficult to unite with the swordsman, but the authority of the conqueror is divine. After saying this, he closed his eyes, for he was already overwhelmed by the decisions he had to make. Opening his blue eyes, he bowed to the doll and said that he would make sure that duty and power were equal here. Therefore, he will teach the ignorant and guide them to the right path. And he will do this until a new pantheon appears on this earth. The toy was sitting on a small log with both hands in her lap, smiling sincerely because what she heard made her very happy. Then she raised her index finger up and called the blond man a child and asked if he had any requests for her because they were always ready. The knight said that the free citizens of this land are suffering because of evil energy, and he was sure that this was not something she wanted to do, but he asked to heal the land. After listening carefully to this request, the doll continued to smile and hold her right hand outstretched in front of her, and said that he was the head of her temple and called him a champion. Because the lands of this world do not have her body, she will spread her divinity here and thus replace this thirsty land with her flesh. Then everything that walks on this land will become an ally of the blonde. The people from the various guilds who were watching from the outside froze in their seats, for they had never seen anything like this in their lives. After that, the blond man quickly turned his head to his new neighbors and with a serious expression ordered them to watch and learn because they were uneducated, unable to learn, and unable to know. A minute later, he said that this world is blessed, and if you look closely at the harvest in the fields, you will notice small yellow lights falling on it, illuminating the grains. Then they began to grow and prosper. This is the righteous duty of living beings. The red-haired young lady covered her mouth with both hands to hide her surprise on her face. At this time, the survivor stood confidently by the doll and with his arms outstretched to the sides and his head still turned back, said that this fertile land would be proof of the eternal promise. The gentleman with pink hair quickly grabbed a few ears of grain in his hands and squeezed them tightly. He didn't like what had just happened because he was used to his guild taking all the glory. So he angrily shouted loudly for everyone to stop and not be deceived. That is, not to believe in this nonsense, because the harvest with the help of magic would be considered poisonous and they would not be able to use it for cooking anyway. And when everyone turned their attention to him, he added that he was just sure that they all knew about it. The blond man wondered what kind of fool he was, So he replied that this crop was blessed by a deity and asked how dare he think it was poison. The hunter gritted his teeth and said that this stupid straw doll. However, he did not have time to finish because the survivor interrupted him and said that he could forgive ignorance only once. So he suggested that he shouldn't disgrace the goddess with his shitty tongue. The gentleman with the pink hair froze in place with the same expression he had a few seconds ago because what he saw next made him not even blink, let alone move. All he could manage to get out was a "ah." And at the same time, the thought flashed through his mind that this simply could not be happening. Could his plan be ruined because of this impudent person? All the guild members turned to face their leader and tried to find out what had happened. However, he did not pay attention to them, but continued to think that this could not be allowed. Therefore, he would try to expose his blatant lie. After this conclusion, looking carefully ahead of him, he began to smile slyly. Then he began to move confidently toward the blonde, saying that all this needed to be proven, and he added that he hoped for cooperation, for the sake of people who would eat it. And the thought came back to me that he would accuse this noble gentleman of fraud. After this speech, one of his workers came up to the head of the guild, and with his hands behind his back, smiled mysteriously, and the gentleman pointed to him and said that he wanted to introduce the appraiser. The man approached the first ears, raised his hands to their level, and said that if everyone was okay with it, he would start doing his work, because it also took a little time. When everyone just kept silent, the gentleman turned his head straight and put his right hand forward, and a blue light began to pour out of it, falling on the crops and spinning in a circle, conducting a certain study. And what he saw a few seconds later surprised him. After all, he wanted to believe his boss, but the conclusion was that the rice was blessed, the wound was rare, and the description said that third-level diseases would be cured with frequent consumption of this rice. When he told the audience about this, they were very happy, because they did not expect such qualities. So they were surprised to find out if it was true or if he was joking. The black-haired man with a serious expression on his face, looking in front of him, turned to the audience and ordered one of them to bring a pot from the chief's house, because he already wanted to see this harvest in use. After all, barbarian slaves. A few minutes later, the pot was delivered to the scene. It was quite large, and if it was completely filled with grain, it would be possible to feed everyone who was there. There was also some wood for the fire near the pot. When an hour passed, this man was already standing with a bowl of cooked porridge, which he had already tasted a few spoons of, and was saying that this simply could not be. At the same time, he was looking at something on the blue screen that appeared in front of him. The message from the system read, "Rice prepared from a blessed rice plant. Resilience recovery rate will increase by 100 every minute. Mana increase rate will increase by 50 every minute. The duration of the effect is 8 hours. After reading this carefully, the gentleman sat down on the log and calmly said, "How can a simple rice be a booster eucalyptus that costs 3,000,001 per bottle?" A red-haired woman standing a few meters behind him turned to her colleague. However, he was not paying attention to her, so she quickly ran up to him and bent down to eye level and said that it was just a sensation. However, the man didn't like the fact that she hadn't finished chewing and had already started talking, so he made a remark about it. What happened next made the gentleman tear himself away from his meal because his colleague said that she was very curious and picked up and ate the bug. Watching her reactions closely, he asked her, "A bug?" The young lady replied that she had a buff. Everyone who stood nearby opened their mouths wide because they could not even imagine such a thing. And the black-haired man asked again, "What?" And if this blessing is really all over the earth, then it would not be surprising if all living beings are also blessed. After all, it would be considered a free source of power. They obviously did not expect such a development. Therefore, an order was given to collect as much as possible, and they would enter the gate with full buffs. After that, the motivation of the raiding team of the Hunters Association increased. At this time, a doll addressed the blonde man, saying quietly, "Child," and the man replied, "Yes, dear goddess Dimera." The young lady said that it seemed that her business here was over. Therefore, she should immediately return to her home because she had many unfinished tasks waiting for her there. The survivor knelt down in front of the toy, bowed his head and put his hand on his heart, saying that he would never forget the divine love she had given them, for it would be of great benefit to them. The gentle hand of the lady approached the bright head of the gentleman, and in a sweet voice she asked him to let her give him another piece of advice that would be useful to him in the future, at a certain time. And bringing both of her limbs to her chest, she said that he should not forget to eat well, because it will bring him a lot of new strength that he can use in the fight against evil and demons. When the doll finished the last sentence, she walked over and jumped down to the edge of the makeshift table. After that, she found herself on the ground, lying face up, her arms spread wide. At this time, a red-haired huntress approached the blond man from behind and addressed him as "Your Majesty," and asked what had happened. The gentleman turned his head slightly in her direction and answered, "Divine power." And a second later he asked the question, "Is there really no God in this world?" The young lady froze in her tracks, and you could see the confusion on her face. However, she answered that she was not really sure. The blond man, looking forward with a concentrated gaze, said that the right life and the world are created with the help of divine power, so emphasized that they earthlings had better remember this. And now that all the soldiers were assembled, they could enter the gate, which was increasing in size every day and became bright red, and it showed that there was very little time left. The man with pink hair was approached by his subordinate and asked him if he would be okay. After all, at this rate, their planet was facing a complete fiasco. The boss angrily replied that this damn survivor bastard, it's not clear where he came from and why he behaves so confidently in an alien world without any allies. Because if it weren't for him, the government would have no choice but to listen to their request. Therefore, the thought flashed through my mind that it would be better if he died right at the gate and no longer bothered them with his presence. Watching carefully as everyone on the field began to line up and slowly move toward the red gate, the man stopped in his tracks and began to think about what he needed to do. And when a certain course of action came to mind, the boss began to smile sarcastically, putting his right hand to his chin and saying that it was a pretty good idea. The employee standing next to him asked if he was okay. He replied that there was no need to worry. And then he added that this gate had already been raided several times. The subordinate looked forward to where the portal was located and confirmed this, and emphasized that the middle was a little heavy. "But there is only one Hanhari A rank here." The boss said with a mysterious smile that this surviving bastard must be a blessed type buffer, and he said that in his opinion he was full of shit when it came to fighting. And that means they will definitely fail, and they would not be able to complete their task, which made the gentleman with the pink hair very happy, because this development would be to his advantage. When several people were already in the middle of the gate, they saw a giant monster that could not be defeated in the usual way. After all, it had already adapted to such conditions. Suddenly, a new message appeared on a pink, transparent screen, which read a warning, but it was that the Earth was about to break through. Therefore, death is possible, and all the lives of living beings in the gate are now on the countdown. After passing through the narrow white tunnel, everyone found themselves in a strange world. The black-haired hunter walked first, holding a metal shield in front of him, and in the center, looking around, was a blond man. Stopping on the spot, he said, "In other words, most gates will close if they don't complete the quest or defeat the boss." He said this with his arms folded across his chest. Then he put his hand to his chin and said that he really liked the duel with the boss. Hari couldn't tell him that they usually gather in a group, so she just smiled mysteriously. When they had walked a few meters, they saw a man's body on the ground in front of them, but only a skeleton remained. The survivor looked at him carefully and said, and put his hands behind his back. A second later, he added that he was told that they had already tried to defend the dungeon, but it seems there are actually more monsters than he thought. It turns out that this is a feature of this area. The red-haired huntress then said that although the number of monsters usually decreases as they are defeated with most gates, saying this demonstrated the statistics that appeared on the right side. In the case of skeletons and zombies, or even demons in special cases, as long as the main one is alive, they will spread endlessly. After all, he decides when it's enough, and he's the kind of guy who just won't stop. The blonde turned to face her and became very interested in the story, so he said that it meant that it would only end when they defeated the boss. And without waiting for an answer, he added, "I see." And then he began to walk quickly forward, saying that this must be one of those dungeons with a boss. The red-haired woman added that it was most likely so, and maybe it's a necromancer who controls the skeleton. A second later, the young lady stopped in her tracks and began to carefully examine the new message on the pink screen. It read, "Warning, a dungeon breakout has begun. Death alert, all living beings within the gate will now have a time limit. The Knight Commander Dullahan is advancing with his army. 3 hours left." Then a picture unfolds of a man bravely fighting several opponents at the same time, and he was doing quite well, because each of them was seriously wounded. Suddenly, the black-haired gentleman turned angrily to Li Yongwan and called him a bastard. He should have warned them before they got here. Everyone had the right to know the truth, whatever it was. The blonde and red-haired colleague listened attentively to this speech. They had not expected such a reaction. Therefore, they did not know how they should react to it. For a few minutes, they just stood there silently, blinking. Then a large metal monster was shown, with a bright blue light shining around it. It also had a glint in its eyes. First of all, it was the most important of all the animals and demons. He was riding on a large black horse, which had a very strong body. It was capable of carrying several hundred tons. He also had a very lush, thick, and long tail. Again, a new message appeared on the red screen. It said that there were 2 hours and 50 minutes left to kill the Knight Commander. After walking a few kilometers, the hunters noticed a group of monsters and began to talk among themselves that there were a lot of them. So one of them turned to the black-haired man and asked him if he could distribute the potion. The man replied that he should focus on distributing them to the higher-ups. In the battle, the following dialogue took place, where the first question was how many archers and magicians were there. A young man with brown hair replied that he could see 30 archers and 2 mages right now. So, those who have sniper skills should take up the rifle, and whoever has a shield has to stop their movement, and they have to do it simultaneously to avoid casualties among them. The army of skeletons was rushing at the hunters. They were led by a black-haired gentleman who, seeing this, loudly shouted, "Fuck you, bastards!" This demonstrated that they were very brave. A few seconds later, the first fight took place between the one who went first and one monster who wanted to attack immediately, but he failed because the hunter covered himself with a large metal shield. And after the first strike, the gentleman concluded that they were stronger than he thought. So the orange gate is really different. Because of this, they will have to sweat a lot to deal with everyone. He got to his feet and struck the demon again with his shield, which made him throw his head back and try to stay on his feet because it was very powerful and with such a weapon. Striking the next blow with a large hammer, the man began to think that they were very strong for people of B rank like him. Of course, they did not expect this to happen, and came here with different ranks. Then his attention was drawn to what was happening behind him, so he cautiously turned his head and gazed there, and noticed something he hadn't seen in his experience as an evil hunter. It turned out that several skeletons stood in a circle and raised their hands up, saying something quietly. The black-haired man realized that these simple skeletons had an advanced new spell that they were just now trying to use. So he decided that he had to get their attention so that they wouldn't be able to do it to the end, because it could really hurt them. So he began to shout loudly, "Here! Here!" One of the skeletons, smiling slyly, created a small blue ball in his hand and threw it at the crowd of hunters standing a few meters away. He did this because they had interrupted their spell, so they would have to start all over again. When it got to the hunter, it hurt him a little bit. So afterwards, he immediately informed his colleagues that he was fine, because it was just a small scratch. He added that they should know that this weapon is very expensive. As soon as he finished the last words, he was too close to the main one among these monsters, who was sitting on his big horse. For a few seconds they stood there and looked at each other to guess each other's thoughts. The black-haired gentleman was very angry, so it was difficult for him to contain his anger even for such a short period of time. However, he managed to say, "Dullahan." After that, he moved his metal shield forward, for a sword with a blue light shining around it was already moving toward him. It was the weapon of a rider who decided that he needed to act right now and not put it off for a while. It was a very powerful blow, because the hunter was simply lifted off the ground and carried back like a light feather. The chief among these beasts remained standing in his place. The man landed hitting a large stone wall and his weapons scattered around him. Lowering his head down, he began to cough loudly, because the saliva had nowhere to go. The red-haired woman was very frightened, so she froze in place and shouted loudly to the head of the department, "Kim!" The blonde stood with his arms folded across his chest and looked calmly in front of him. Another huntress approached the woman with red hair and said that they had to save him. She asked if they should ask for the reserve forces. After all, that's what they are needed for. That's why they have to help right now. Because they didn't understand how one could use such a big sword so quickly. They need to stop it immediately. Then the young lady turned her head to the blonde man and thought even if he was the king of Leonhardt who had defeated the archdemon. So she quietly addressed him saying, "Your Majesty." When the man turned his head to her, the young lady asked him for help with a disappointed and desperate expression, for they had already realized that they would not be able to cope with this task alone. For a few seconds the survivor stood there thinking about what he should say and how to act. After all, he had not yet decided whether he would use his strength here. After all, he didn't have much of them left anyway. After thinking it over carefully, the gentleman said that the king should not take part in such a small battle. The woman did not expect such an answer, so she decided to ask what he meant. The blonde man asked the next question, asking why she was looking for ways to strengthen her honor. The woman froze in her tracks and opened her mouth and eyes wide in surprise. But this did not stop the blonde man, and he added that he could not believe she was trying to force him to help on these damn bones. It seems very rude to the goddess, so he can't bring himself to look at it. The red-haired woman's mind flashes back to what is this man saying? Her colleague, who also heard this answer, asked what they should do next. However, the assistant did not give any answer, only concentrated her thoughts on the fact that she had no time to waste. This man was simply not going to help them. He doesn't seem to care about anything but Dullahan. The blonde stood with his hand to his chin and carefully considered how the undead could move so quickly and maneuverably. Therefore, the red-haired woman concluded that she had to get rid of Dullahan first. Taking a few steps forward, she told her colleagues that she would take care of the boss, and they should support the head of the department, Kim, and their allies. After saying the last words, the woman picked up the pace and began to move quickly forward towards her goal because there was no time to postpone it. In fact, it was getting less and less. All the skeletons turned their heads in her direction because they did not expect that there would be such a brave woman who would attack them to sort things out. So they watched her movements carefully. When the young lady ran up to one of them, she pushed off from the ground, jumped high up, and with her right foot stepped right on the face of the skeleton, which bent backwards in its back. Then she pushed off from the face and flew even higher up the mountain and approached the main one. In the moment of flight, the lady swung her sword to strike the big bastard. However, the blow fell right into a giant metal sword, which the leader quickly put in front of him to protect himself and his horse, which he uses to move around. The woman concentrated her eyes on the place of the blow and began to think that he had blocked it. And then the realization came that it was not as simple as it seemed. She needed more strength and a better weapon than she had. The next thought that came to mind was that it was necessary to separate this beast from the crowd, which was protecting it with all its might and not allowing it to approach properly. Then it would be possible to deal with it. Then the huntress looked directly into the eyes, which were glowing with blue light. What happened next surprised the woman quite a bit, because she did not yet understand why it was done. A second later, she realized that he had tilted his head back to block her view, and a logical question arose. What kind of undead beats like that? Because it is not clear what it should do. Then the young lady landed on one knee with her head down, coughing, because she did not have enough air in her lungs from such exertion. She stayed in this position for several seconds, and when the huntress gained a little strength and raised her head up, she saw the leader of the horses in front of her, and she realized that she had managed to separate him from the others. This beast was dressed in metal armor all over his body, and the animal on top of him was also wearing quite reliable protection. When he was right next to his opponent, he raised his sword high up. At this time, I then asked her to forgive me, because the range of her skills is simply too great. After saying this, she began to move her sword a little to the side to gain a normal swing for a strike. The blow fell on the ground, and from this, a yellow and orange light began to glow brightly, which surrounded the beast from all sides, which began to fuss, because it did not understand what had just happened. The red-haired woman stood a few meters away and calmly observed the behavior of the main one, and she realized that she had succeeded in her plan. After all, this fuss was giving her great pleasure. However, after a few minutes, she raised her weapon over her right shoulder and, looking carefully at her opponent, thought that this should finish him off, because he was already quite out of it. And when she struck again, everything went wrong. The sword passed by the beast, who had noticed it and dodged to gain a little advantage, because a few minutes ago his luck had run out. Then it passed within a few centimeters of the woman's face, who was already surprised that she couldn't hit the target, and now this giant animal was so close. It turns out that he managed to block it with just a blunt blade, which was also large in size, almost as big as a sword. Until that moment, the young lady did not know that such a thing could be. Kneeling down, she began to carefully pick up her weapon, but at the same time kept her eyes on her opponent so as not to miss a possible attack from him, because she could not stop controlling the situation. Suddenly, the leader of the skeletons gave an order to his horse, and it raised its front legs and roared loudly. The huntress emphasized that this stance showed his confidence in his abilities. Then he swung his sword, and it flew a few centimeters away from the face of the red-haired woman, who squeezed her eyes shut to avoid seeing what might happen to her right now. However, this fight was interrupted by the sound of claps made by the blond man with his hands, and when he drew everyone's attention to himself, he said that the demon master was very skilled with a sword, even using one hand, and he began to assure them that he was simply sure that this gentleman had been a noble knight before. Then he apologized for the fact that he could have mistaken such a great knight as he was for a mere undead. A second later, he called the rider a nameless knight. Then he introduced himself, saying that he was the king of Leonhardt, so he granted him the right to challenge him. The red-haired girl knelt down, listening attentively, and did not understand what the survivor meant. The blond man put his hand down and clenched his palms into fists, looking intently at the chief, who, still not having given any answer, said again that there was no need for wounded soldiers. Again, without hearing a single word, he decided to propose to end the battle with a noble duel between the two knights. The survivor said this with a serious expression on his face, so that he would be perceived in the same way. Hearing these words, the huntress opened her mouth and eyes wide. The black-haired commander turned his head to run, and the skeletons froze in their tracks in surprise because he had challenged the boss to a duel. They thought it was crazy, because it could not be possible. However, the rider ordered his horse to stop so that he could respond to such an invitation with dignity, because he did not want to appear to be a weakling. Then he slowly began to lift up a metal mask, which he kept in his right hand, symbolizing that the whole proposal had worked, and now the decisive fight would take place. The skeletons continued to stand still in their places, because they had not expected such a development, so they did not know what to do and how best to teach, because they had never discussed such things at a general meeting. The blond man walked closer to the rider and folded both arms across his chest, and in his rough, low voice he said, "A knight with a conscience." Everyone lined up around him so that they could see what was going to happen. The blond man put his hand down and a certain weapon appeared near it, around which a bright blue light began to glow. The gentleman looked carefully at his opponent and said that he could just put his neck on the line. After all, he was sure that the rider was using a two-handed sword, because there could not be a normal fight with only a one-handed sword. At this time, the leader of the beasts got down from his horse and stood next to him. Suddenly, a red-haired lady approached the survivor and quietly addressed him, saying, "Your Majesty." The man angrily asked what she wanted, because this is just a historic moment. The huntress began to slowly raise her hands up to her face and said that Dullahan would not die until he beheaded him. Only then will the powerful forces leave him. The survivor listened attentively and asked in surprise, "Is it really that important?" After all, he did not understand the importance of what the master had to do. The young lady did not know that he did not know, so she froze in place, opened her eyes wide and answered clearly and briefly, "Of course." At the same time, a thought flashed through her mind about how he would defeat this beast if he did not deprive it of its head. Then the blonde turned his head to his interlocutor and replied that it was not important, because the winner was determined by the conscience of the knight. One of the skeletons was already standing near the head with his head bowed. After that, the two participants in the duel began to move toward each other, looking carefully into each other's eyes to read their thoughts and guess what their opponent is going to do and warn them against it. The first knight is a representative of the goddess of light and justice, Archduke Dragnia and King Leonhardt with the heart of a lion. Everyone was focused on the development of events because it was an important matter for everyone. Suddenly, the phrase was heard that this knight in metal armor could accept the challenge. He stood silently in his place for a few seconds. Everyone was also waiting for him to make at least one reaction. The blond man put his left hand behind his back, and in his right hand he held his weapon tightly. The leader of the demons began to move objects around him. The survivor, with a serious expression, pointed to his opponent and touched one side of his body with the tip. For him, this was a very serious matter that needed to be resolved immediately. Then he caught hold of something there and began to slowly scroll in the opposite direction. For some reason, he was not looking at his opponent, but to the right, staring intently at something. Then the man took out his weapon and raised it to the level of his face, and covered his left eye, and turned his gaze to the main criminal of the area, because they had to keep up and act quickly and sensibly. They stood very close to each other. The giant in metal armor lowered his weapon to the ground on his right side, and the blond man held his sword on the chest of the gentleman, who had a blue light glowing near his head. The next action the survivor took was to raise the tip of his sharp sword to the level of his opponent's face and, looking at the light, said, "First!" With this, he tried to lure out at least one word from the man. However, he did not hear anything in response, but he did see that the opponent began to raise his weapon high up, which looked quite bulky and could cause very serious injuries if used skillfully. He stood there for a few minutes studying the blond man and his mannerisms, as this was also an important element that could help him in the fight that was about to take place. So then he swung his huge sledgehammer, which flew a few centimeters above the blond head. However, this did not frighten the knight, who did not even stir from such an action in his direction. The red-haired girl watching from the side said out loud, frightened, "What if he doesn't block this?" And everyone present was quite frightened because you can't lose in this battle. At this time, the blond man stood there thinking about what he should do, so all he could say was that his footsteps were too light and quiet, barely audible. And just a second later, there was a new blow that sent various parts of his opponent flying in different directions, and the survivor stood in a very confident pose and a bright orange light appeared in his eyes. The dark-haired man saw this and opened his mouth and eyes wide and shouted a loud question about whether he hadn't taken the whole blow. They did not expect to see this because they thought it was over. However, the red-haired young lady stood joyful and a wide, satisfied smile could be seen on her face. And looking forward, she said that it was amazing. Her colleague was surprised by this reaction, so he asked her if it surprised her. It turns out that Hari was the only one who really understood what happened in the fight. After all, the blonde changed the balance of weight, taking the swords between them at the moment the attack touched the sword. To top it all off, he managed to deliver a cross stroke. No one else even had the courage to try to do this, because not everyone is able to make such a quick decision and successfully use their weapon in such a fight and with such a large opponent. At the moment when the blonde touched one metal part of the main demon, a blue light appeared at the place of touch, which he had already seen before. The knight stood and looked down at his opponent who was lying on the ground, and with a serious tone he said the next word, "second," which symbolized something unknown to the monster, because he did not know what it was about. Then the blonde man ordered the man to return to his position, because if he stayed like that, the fight would not be fair. At the same time, the thought came to mind that this was only possible because he was so strong. It had been a long time since he had met someone who treated him like a knight and properly asked for a duel. He hadn't met anyone like that in years. Most likely this is a trick to avoid difficulties. Anyone would think so if they heard an order to dismount. However, for the beasts and demons, it was all just nonsense, and that was that. If you look closely at this knight, you can see the straight posture and look of a veteran who has survived many fights. That's why he's already quite an experienced fighter. You could also see his eyes shining and demanding honor and glory. The survivor continued to look forward and said that he would try to repel this blow with his sword, which he wields very well. Because of this, the monster's leader did not delay his attack for long and let his weapon go forward to hit at least a little bit of this self-confident man. However, he managed to fight back. This happened very magically because from the outside it seemed that the blonde man was using a small amount of his strength while his opponent was using a lot of it to win this fight. After that, the survivor walked a few steps closer to the gentleman in the metal armor, gently touched the tip of his sword to his chest, and calmly said, "Third." This again surprised the chief, for he had not yet figured out what this counting was all about. He is the pinnacle of a highly respected knight who is respected and challenged. With a serious expression on his face, the blonde asked if the gentleman wanted to continue, or perhaps he wants to suggest a different course of action. The animal did not give any answer yet, but thought that he did not want to use his necromancy abilities because he wanted to fight this man a large number of times. And this should happen as a knight should, without any use of force, just his sword against my sword. And at that moment, several lines of bright orange color began to move towards him. And then the next question arose in the beast's mind, how he had fought with famous knights before, when he was proudly traveling the world, looking at and exploring other places. Has he really forgotten how to do everything? The blonde man struck again, stripping the main man of his weapon, which fell a few meters behind them. The survivor said, 10! And then he added that his opponent's sword skills were becoming precise to a fault, and he asked if he was able to bring back his memories of the old days, when he was a young man, interested in everything around him, and therefore skillfully trained with a sword. Finally, the first answer to the question was given, and it was, "Ah, honorable knight, you have brought back the glorious days of the past." The blonde man listened attentively. However, this did not give him the full picture. So he decided to clarify whether he would continue the fight, or maybe the fight would end a little differently. The main man again gave an answer that was not clear to everyone, because it was grrrr. However, the skeletons lined up behind him began to smile happily and rub their hands together, and a bright blue light appeared in their eyes, which symbolized something for them. The giant approached his ward and took his mask, which was also made of metal, from his hands. Blue light also shone through the holes where the eyes should be located. Holding it right in front of him, he loudly asked the question. How long had he been organizing the massacre? How long had he been fighting without dignity? And behind him were the corpses of people who had fought him before. Then he slowly knelt down on his right knee and stretched out his mask and said, if he could end his cursed path in this way, there would be no great joy for him. The rest of the hunters watching from the side were quite surprised by what was happening right before their eyes. The blonde man, in turn, stood silently in his place without moving, because he wanted to listen carefully to everything in order to give a proper answer that would be quite accurate and not have any subtext. So he began to smile sweetly, but continued to look at his opponent, who was standing opposite him, and said to him that he was really happy for him because he was able to regain his dignity. Then he put his right hand on the mask worn by the leader of the demons and skeletons and touched it, adding that he would pray for this gentleman constantly because he has made the right choice now. And if he has a God in whom he believes, The blonde man wants him to give this beast's soul peace, and if not, he wants the goddess to see him to the end of the garden. While the man was saying this with his eyes closed, an orange light began to appear around them. Slowly opening his blue eyes, the survivor smiled sincerely and said that he wished to meet him again whenever he could, namely, in the hall where the gods and he will feast together. After that, the blonde man said the final phrase, "Let there be light," and right at that moment, a bright, blinding white light appeared from his right side. It made everyone present close their eyes for a few seconds. Suddenly, a black latex suit began to disappear from the arm and other parts of the beast's body, and a little bit of the arm and a small part of the face could be seen. The knight joyfully said, "Let the glory be to Leon Drahonia Leonhardt." Then the events unfolded on the ground, where several hunters were fussing near a large van, carrying gray small boxes from one place to another. A black-haired gentleman approached his partner. Then they froze in place, looking in front of them. The woman calmly said that he had kept his promise, and the man emphasized that he had done it even without having to cut off his head. A memory came to mind, where I heard the following phrase, "What kind of light was that?" I think he said it was light. Perhaps it was the same god's power that he had spoken about earlier. Probably because of this, the undead disappeared later. She closed her eyes with a red-haired smile and said with satisfaction, "Then he must have just done it before." Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a blonde man who said, "If he had done it?" The survivor added that then this honorable knight would have met his end as a necromancer. The young lady turned her head to the right side, listening attentively to everything, and quietly addressed the newcomer, saying, "Your Majesty, after all, a knight lives for the sake of dignity, and it comes from actions, and they, in turn, from the will." Dullahan got what he deserved as a noble knight. The interlocutor, having heard everything, began to move. He walked forward, putting his roar behind his back, and said that in any case he was going after his prey. The hunters looked at him in surprise. Only the red-haired one could say, "Ah, eh?" To this the blonde man replied that where there is a battle, there is prey. A few minutes later, the man showed a metal sword with a beautiful blue stone in it, and next to it, on a black pillow, there was a ball that glowed purple. When the black-haired man saw it, he told his colleague to look at it. It looked like it contained great magic. The young lady with the wide-open mouth said that Dullahan's cloak and sword were also here. The small ball suddenly began to glow, even brighter, and it could symbolize something. However, they don't know about it. The blonde man was looking at all these objects with a kind of twisted face, because he had noticed the changes in the ball, but he did not understand why it happened, and what could have caused them, and what they could signal. And the black-haired man, looking at this gem, happily said that it could be sold for a lot of money. The survivor was a little angry with this reaction, so he said irritably that it was garbage. And after he said that, I took it and broke it into small pieces. Even the bright purple light disappeared. Only the last small smoke rose up and disappeared into the air. Everyone who saw this was very upset, because they had completely different plans for this ball, so they leaned over it in the hope that it could still be saved. It turned out that the survivor had broken it with his right foot. And watching the reaction of his new friends, he raised his eyebrows and sadly said that such things cause only chaos and destruction because people are ready to do anything for them, no matter what. Then everyone moved to the hotel. A red-haired lady stood in the corridor holding the handle of a cart with a large platter on it and several bottles of red wine underneath. The lady said out loud, "Inhale." The young lady had raw circles under her eyes. It turned out that 4 days had passed since Leon returned to Earth, and the huntress didn't look very good, to be honest. A lot had happened in such a short period of time. For the first time, there was a problem with taxes. The red-haired lady was very tired from everything that had happened in the last few days. While they were still on the field, the blonde man began to say how dare she ask the king of another country to pay taxes. The woman said that he could pay with mana stones. The survivor added that it was inappropriate for a king to count his coins. He asked why they were discussing matters that should be handled by his employees. Hearing this, the lady froze in her tracks and sadly plunged into her thoughts that she should stop worrying about money, because it was not her concern. It should be left to specially trained people. Then there were followers on the divine earth, so they came to the cantor and asked the question, "How will we be paid the tithe?" They were people of different ages. A blond man with a serious expression and raised his eyebrows said that 19 trillion. It turns out that they need to pay 90% of their income as tithes, and finally he asked how generous this offer was. One old man furrowed his brow in sadness and quietly replied that taxes and living expenses were quite high, so 90% of income sounds like a lot. The survivor was dressed in a classic suit and tie. He folded his arms across his chest and said in a serious tone that, as the heir to the goddess, could he think about going hungry? After all, his guild will take care of social security, accommodation, food, and other things. The red-haired woman, holding a gray sheet in her hands with a joyful expression, said, "As for the divine rice, it has a very high appraisal value." The man and the woman heard this and said in surprise in one voice, "What?" Then they came closer to get a better look at the price, and when they saw it, they froze in place in shock because they did not expect it to be so expensive. When they came to their senses, they asked why they had to pay so much for a bag of rice. Even if they tithed 90%, how much would they have left over? The biggest problem was Leon's place of residence. When they came to look at one of the apartments, the man folded his arms across his chest and asked why they were on the brawny field. How dare they put him in a place without a single piece of art? He began to furiously demand a luxurious bed, servants who would always be there for him, and a painting he could admire at any time. The huntress was confused by this reaction, so after listening to everything, she called the bureau and first apologized for calling so late. That night, Hara had to look for a room in a 5-star hotel until 2 in the morning. She was very tired, so she knelt down in front of the blonde man and crying bitterly addressed him as Your Majesty and asked him to finally go to bed. After that, they came to a compromise in the form of a painting or a vase in the room. And this brings us to the present moment, where the young lady came to the door of her ward, knocked on it several times, and quietly informed him that it was her. Upon hearing this, the man allowed her to enter his room. The red-haired woman cautiously went inside and decided to ask if Her Majesty was feeling well. The gentleman was sitting on a large, upholstered chair, looking out the panoramic window, and a bottle of red wine was on a small table next to him. He answered the question with a short and clear yes. After a little bit of self-control and her fatigue, the huntress came closer and pulled up a wheelchair and said that it was time for breakfast. Holding a glass, the gentleman asked her sadly if she had eaten yet. The lady replied that she had not. The blond man closed his eyes and said that you should eat while you can. You should not skip meals. Taking out a saucer of food, she said, "Ah, okay." Several plates were well filled with food that had been specially prepared for this already a bit impudent and fastidious man who did not care about anything at that moment. Carefully examining the contents, the woman said that everything looked very good, so she decided to eat a sandwich or something else a little later. After all, now she had to serve her ward. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a blond man who threw his legs up on the table and said without looking at her that she could start. The red-haired woman turned her face in his direction in surprise. She thought for a few seconds, and then began to stroke one strand of her hair, and with a smile she thought that he was really going to share his breakfast with her. So she quickly sat down at the table, where the utensils were already laid out. She closed her eyes and smiled broadly, thinking that the time had finally come for this demanding gentleman to become a little kinder. But again her thoughts were interrupted by the blond man who asked her what she was doing. When the woman opened her eyes, she asked in surprise, "Excuse me?" Finally she saw that he was looking back at her. She froze in place, not understanding what he wanted from her. And then he asked her another question about what she was doing instead of preparing the food for the party. The young lady replied in confusion that she thought he wanted to share. The survivor angrily began to say, "In what country does the king eat with Christians?" The red-haired woman was outraged by this, because in those few seconds there was a small hope that things would get better. A few hours later, a black-tinted car pulled up to this beautiful hotel. It parked next to the main entrance to the building. It is usually the one used by all visitors. The Hunters Association made a significant decision to provide additional funding and assistance in relocation. This is not a palace, of course, but they are ready to take care of his comfort. The blond man was looking at the window on the right side of the house and said with a strange expression that this was very thoughtful. However, he cannot ask for too much because he is just a guest, so he let them take care of it. In the front seat was a red-haired huntress who slowly turned her head back and addressed Her Majesty and asked him what he thought about the distribution of the loot. The man was a little angry at this question, so he rudely replied that they had already talked about it before and she should have taken care of it herself. And finally he added that he really liked the cloak, so she could keep it. Hearing this, the young lady began to smile sweetly, but answered rather briefly, "Yes, Your Majesty." A few minutes later, they arrived at the place they needed. The blond man and his assistant got out of the car and began to move toward the entrance. The woman said that this place was located next to the Hunting Association, and there is a helipad on the roof of the building, which is quite convenient. After all, it will be possible to quickly move between locations that need to be visited on the same day, so as not to spend a lot of time standing in traffic. Looking at the room with large windows, the young lady asked if this option was bad. "What does the gentleman think?" The blond man, who was standing a few meters behind her first, said mysteriously, The survivor carefully examined the white small Christmas tree with a serious expression and asked what it was. He had never seen such a plant on his way before. However, When they entered the room, it was quite spacious. The colors were calm, not overwhelming or irritating. Everything was quite harmonious and calm. There were many books on the shelves. At the entrance, they were met by the head of the shift, who turned to the manager of the Hunters Association, Khan Hari, who was walking first, followed by her ward, who was dressed in a classic suit. She froze in her tracks at what she saw because it was supposed to be a secret, and no one was supposed to know about it. After collecting herself a little, she asked in a serious tone who this gentleman was, and how did he know her name. The blond man put his hand over his heart and smiling sweetly said what a coincidence it was. After all, he was the director of the Food of the Future Dojin Company, and his name was Park Jong-chan. The red-haired woman began to smile and asked, Dojin Group. And thoughts flashed through my mind that this is one of the best bakery companies in their country, and it turns out that the director of such a company was waiting for them. When the woman took a closer look at his face, she noticed that he had quite beautiful features, namely, not thick black eyebrows, brown eyes, a small nose, and sponges as thin as threads that spread in a smile. Then the director turned to the blond man and said, "Are you the one who survived?" And this made it clear to the young lady that this man simply knew that they would come here. And somehow, smiling mysteriously, he said that he was very pleased to meet Mr. Leon Drahoni Leonhardt, and as a sign of the sincerity of his words, he stretched out his hand to shake. However, the blond man stood there for a few seconds and remained silent. But then he raised his head and shouted loudly, calling the other man a pathetic huckster who also wanted to shake his hand. This did not sit well with the king, so he decided not to hide his indignation. Then they moved to one of the rooms of the hotel, where the blond man was told that the association offered him this place for a year's stay. By the way, there were beautiful lamps on the ceiling, and the cantor will take care of the utilities and rent, so he has nothing to worry about. He is also introduced to room and maid service, so he can use all the services available. When the red-haired lady said this, you could see the fatigue on her face. I thought, phew, what a relief, because information about the survivors is kept in strict confidence. And in a situation where Park Jong-chan's intentions were not clear, Han Hari was glad that Leon ignored his offer. After all, if he had, it would have been considered that she had failed her mission. However, this situation did not give the huntress peace of mind, so she stopped in the middle of the room and asked why the gentleman wanted to meet the king. The man replied that the trader might need only one thing, and he was most likely trying to make a profit. The red-haired lady listened carefully and asked, "Profit?" because she still did not understand what her ward meant. And then the huntress realized that the man wanted rice, which grows in their valley and brings people many benefits and new strength with which they can work harder. Because of the urgency of the situation, information management was not going very well. Someone had recently tried to monitor all the actions of the cantor's staff to find some loophole for themselves. There was even a streamer who managed to record everything that was happening. However, the association asked him to delete the recording permanently because it contradicted their beliefs and the rules they had been following for several years. One day, the red-haired huntress was flipping through her social media feed and came across something familiar, so she said out loud, "Did he really upload it again?" Everyone hoped that the video had been deleted completely. In fact, it appeared overnight on the internet, where anyone can watch it at any time. It was posted by the owner of the channel called Farmer Pack. The video was titled Sacred Rice. This video was also found by a blond man who tried to make friends with the survivor a few days ago. It made him very angry, so he propped his face up with his right hand and angrily said, "That little insolent animal." At that very moment, a professor in a long white coat entered the office. The man in the classic suit asked if he was sure that rice had an effect. The gentleman leaned down a little and replied that he was sure. The boss added that the professor hadn't even used it on humans, so what guarantee was there that it would work if it worked on mice? The lab worker had gray hair and large teeth that peeked out from under his upper lip. He also wore semi-square glasses. The last phrase made the man think, so he raised his right hand and began scratching his cheek with his index finger. This conversation was interrupted by another employee who had black hair. She turned to the director with a serious expression and told him that they were meeting with the owner of the rice field to get more data about the rice. But suddenly, the dog that was dying was cured right in front of their eyes. It began to behave quite actively, as if it had received a new, slightly larger portion of strength, which it used to its fullest. And people with chronic illnesses and colds felt better after eating rice. All the diseases of the locals were cured after they ate this rice. The researchers saw all this with their own eyes. The young lady went on to emphasize that they had no data on human testing, but it was safe to say that there was an effect. These words made the blond gentleman very happy. He even began to smile happily. However, in 1 second, the gentleman's mood suddenly changed, and he gritted his teeth and raised his eyebrows and said angrily, If only it weren't for this psychotic freak. He had dared to call the director of the Dojong group a worthless huckster. The black-haired young lady, looking forward, turned to the director again and said that they definitely needed this trait because it gave them a great deal of strength. The man replied that he was aware of this, so he would have to meet with the blonde again. After that, he quickly got to his feet and banged his palm loudly on his desk, saying angrily that the survivor dared to look down on them, so it had to be fixed immediately. After all, he had already begun to think of himself as God knows what because of this trait. However, the blond man was sure that this impudent man had not messed with him, because he would not let him run away from their friendship so easily. Because he was just like the rest of the survivors, namely, an arrogant bastard who thinks his world was better. After saying that, the man began to smile sarcastically. He had a plan in his head. Then he got to his feet and said loudly that he would give him a culture shock, and it would be so that he would not even realize how they would have all the information they needed, and then he would not be able to do anything. It turns out that when Leon returned to Earth, he set himself 3 goals to fulfill during his stay here. The first was to spread faith and divinity. The Earth is full of gods and his followers, but what is really important is that God's power does not exist here. It is assumed that God should accept people's faith and bless the world. But instead, people get sick, and the Earth gets polluted. Therefore, in order to use the divine power, a new faith is needed, and so it is necessary that most people believe in the new God. The second task was to create an army of Knights of the Light. In this world, there is no organization of fighters who use divine power. If the keeper of the Holy Grail, King Leonhardt, is considered a half-god, then the Knights of the Shrines are saints. After all, they are Knights of the Gods. They use divine power. They were always dressed in metal bulky armor that protected every inch of their skin. These people also had a large set of weapons which they were quite good at, and they skillfully dealt with their opponents who tried to harm their lives and the area where they live. And finally, to destroy all the evil that flourished on this earth and restore the divine power and restore the Knights of the Shrines. The blond man wore a long red cloak to all his armor, which was constantly fluttering in the wind. Therefore, it is necessary to spread the faith, to maintain balance and order in the pantheon, in order to raise the Knights of the Shrine. Perhaps this is too much to ask for the Knights of the Shrine in such a place. However, for the survivor, it did not matter. After all, he simply had to fulfill his duties. He was thinking about all this while standing with a glass of red wine in front of the panoramic window. Suddenly, someone interrupted his thoughts by addressing him as Your Majesty. Without turning his head, the gentleman looked to his right to see who was disturbing him. He also raised his eyebrows because he did not like it very much. It was a red-haired lady holding a smartphone in her hands who said that someone had officially asked to meet with him. The employee did not really understand who it was and why she was doing it. The blond man thought for a moment and said, and then added that he saw no reason to refuse the meeting if they had gone through the necessary procedures, so he was ready to go and talk to the representatives. A few hours later, 3 men in classic suits were invited into the room. They were received by a blond man with his assistant. The man sat confidently in a soft chair waiting for an explanation of the purpose of the meeting. One of them addressed His Majesty and thanked him for agreeing to this meeting. The young lady turned her head toward the survivor to see his first reaction to these words. He was leaning on the back of a chair, one hand on the rail and the other propping up his chin. He had a serious expression on his face that told me about his intentions. For a moment, the blue color appeared in his eyes. Because he had already made a certain conclusion about these guests, he still decided to listen to why they had come and what they needed. The blond man tried to keep his face positive because it was necessary for the case. Therefore, he would have to bow down to this stupid savage. So he began to smile sweetly and said that he had also brought a modest gift with him. Then the 3 gentlemen dragged this surprise into the room. It was very large and for some reason was made of metal, and the blond man even stood up and leaned forward a little. Smiling sincerely, the guest stretched his hand forward and asked the gentleman to accept his gift. At the same time, the thought flashed through my mind that he would be very surprised when he saw what it was. It was just a first-class item that a savage could not even dream of. Once he tastes it, he won't be able to resist them, and then the blonde will force him to persuade him to become your manager. The blonde agreed to accept him, because since so much effort had already been made, he simply had no right not to take him for himself. After all, it would not look good at all. He said all this with a very serious expression. He wanted to avoid losing all his pride and falling face first into the mud. He had to show himself as a knight should. The guest was a little surprised that everything went so quickly, and he didn't like it very much because what was wrong with him? As if he was doing him a favor when he was about to accept the gift. But he said out loud, "Doesn't the blonde want to check it out?" After all, he was just sure he would like it. The survivor turned to Hanhari and said that he did not have the strength to explain etiquette to these men. Therefore, she should open the gift. The red-haired lady had to do it. And she began to walk quickly to the object, which was located in the middle of the room. The woman came closer and reached for the handle with her right hand to open it and see what was inside. However, she did not do it quickly because something was alarming her. She wasn't entirely sure if everything would be okay after opening it and if there were any weapons inside that could harm them. When she touched the box lightly, it exploded slightly. A little smoke went up, and the door opened. The huntress was frightened and took a few steps back. With her mouth open in shock, the young lady turned her head to the guest and said, "C is for..." And the blond man, squinting his eyes, replied, "Huh." Everyone in the room was quiet for a few minutes. Then the silence was broken by the main one among the three. He quickly walked over to the gift and put his hands up and said that it was the most elite weapon their company was proud of. That's why he wanted the blonde to choose what he liked. The huntress looked around and said in surprise that these were all unique items created by a Dojin group craftsman. The man replied that they were indeed unique and the best. Then he turned his head to the survivor and said that he had heard that he would be a hunter now. Therefore, he would need a weapon for that. The red-haired woman began to wonder if he was going to give away the unique Dodge grip weapon. After all, this is a first-class weapon that can't even be bought for money. She had only seen it in YouTube videos when she was a student. That's why she was quite surprised. The blond man asked the next question. Where should he use this low-ranking weapon? Because he did not know that this weapon is highly valued on Earth and everyone wants to own it. This made the guest very angry, and he shouted loudly, "Low rank!" The huntress turned her head to her ward and addressed His Majesty to clarify what low rank. The survivor said in a calm tone, "How can you make a sword without the aura of the stars or a holy blessing?" And asked the next question, "Do they only use weapons to hunt animals?" The blond man's face began to sweat with excitement. His mind was racing with thoughts that he did not really understand what this gentleman was talking about. Does he really want him to dry his swords like peppers in the sun and pray on top of that? The survivor rubbed his chin, raised his eyebrows, and said menacingly that this merchant was wrong. The guest began to wave his hands in front of him, saying that it was just a misunderstanding. The blonde continued that merchants are obliged to display their goods wherever they go. But the knight didn't like that very much because in his world there was no such thing and no one did that. He went on to emphasize that this sword was only good for killing chickens and cows, but he would try it anyway. And after saying these words, he began to reach for the beautiful hilt with his right hand. Everyone present froze in their seats because they were surprised that he was pulling a sword out of the air, and it looked like an old sword. It was not typical for the earth. The blond man began to smile slyly, thinking that this was all this man had. Did he really underestimate his weapon that much? This fucking savage. And he said out loud that he wanted to see what the blonde sword was capable of. Then the blond man turned his head to the woman and addressed her, named Han Hari. She quickly said, "Yes," when she heard this, and she stood there waiting for the next phrase to understand what exactly they wanted from her. The man asked her if she wanted to try one of these weapons. The red-haired girl opened her mouth wide in shock because she could not even dream of such a thing, because unfortunately, it is not available to everyone. So she happily turned her head to her ward and smiled sweetly, waiting for at least some confirmation that she could try it, because she can't come to this decision on her own. The blonde lowered his head and looked down, because he did not know what he should do in this case. For a few seconds he sat and thought about his decision, because it had to be the right one for everyone. When the huntress received the approval, she quickly went to the box and began to look at everything carefully, deciding which one she should choose to use, because she might not get another chance like this. She chose a sword with a very beautiful carved handle. It was very large in size, so she tried to hold it tightly so as not to drop it on the ground and damage it. It turned out that it was a sword that she had admired for 4 years. After all, it was the weapon of the master Park Jin-chul, which was called Dawn. Many people on Earth admired his deeds. When a woman held it, she could feel the power it possessed. It really was as if he had been absorbing the full solar energy of the special gate for 10 days. After a second, the lady asked the blond man again, asking if she could use this weapon. The gentleman asked why she needed permission to wave a toy. The blonde guest was very angry at this reaction. The red-haired girl then decided that she would definitely take advantage of this offer because she had been dreaming of doing this for a long time, but had never had the chance. And there was not enough time. There were many other more important things to do. And she quickly swung her sword toward the blond man so that she could fight him. She was very excited about what was happening in her life right now. When she went to work, she could not have imagined that this would happen today. And the survivor deflected the first blow with his head down. He managed to do this without even getting to his feet or turning his head to his opponent. He He did this very professionally. Then the woman decided not to stop, but to continue the fight she had started. So she raised her sword high up to strike her blonde opponent. However, the man did not just sit back and immediately respond to the blow. He did not want to lose to some earthly huntress. He was a very brave knight who boasted of his strength. When their weapons touched, something happened that no one expected. Suddenly, the sword held by the young lady broke in half. The first thing the owner did when he saw this was cough in shock. For several seconds, the red-haired woman stood in her place and did not move, because she was quite shocked by what had just happened. The blond man continued to sit in his chair. Then he threw his sword back, and after that he looked up and said that it was worse than he thought, and it was just a waste of time, as he had thought from the beginning. And finally, the gentleman raised his eyebrows and added that he was tired of this, so he would shorten the meeting. The men have only 3 minutes, because he just won't listen to this nonsense anymore. The blonde gentleman, still shocked, stood there and couldn't believe that the dawn was broken. It was the strongest weapon of the Dojin group, and his comrades also froze in their places. It took the man about 15 minutes to come to his senses. Sweat began to appear on his face again, as he began to worry about the rest of his weapons. Then he turned his gaze and head to the watch hanging on his right side, and he was finally able to say at least one word out loud, and it was "I." Then the blond man and his workers bowed down, and he said that since this had happened, he wanted to get the patent rights to the rice fields. After all, it was a very important weapon for their office. The blond man looked angrily at his guest and sat silently waiting to hear what the impudent man had to say. The man said that they would certainly pay any price for it. The guest said that according to their calculations, they were worth 180 billion won. In my mind, I was thinking that of course it was much more. But there is no way that rice grains that cure cancer cost so little. But this savage has no way of knowing the value of 181. Therefore, he will go crazy from such prices. The survivor asked if the gentleman really wanted to buy rice for money. The blond man began to smile sarcastically with his arms folded, reasoning that he had been caught. And a second later he added that the blond man would have to sign a contract stating that the Dojin group would have the rights to these fields. Not seeing any reaction, the man said that if they wanted to, they could raise the price even more. However, he did not have time to finish, because he was interrupted by a knight who said, "Low merchant." Then the survivor changed his face. He became very angry and said menacingly, how dare he humiliate his creature, and inside it was as if a lion was tearing out because the situation was already getting out of control. The blond man's eyes glowed blue. He clenched his teeth and drew his light eyebrows together, showing that he didn't like it and that they had to get out of here as soon as possible. After a second, the gentleman made his expression a little simpler and rested his chin on his right hand and began to stare at his guests, who were still standing in front of him. The main man, who stood in the middle and slightly ahead of everyone else, lowered his hands and watched the survivor's reaction carefully because they had never seen such a case in their extensive experience. Suddenly, he cringed with fright because what he saw in front of him scared him. He had never seen anything like it before, and he froze in place as if dug in. It turned out that he saw a giant red lion, which opened its jaw wide and roared loudly, showing off its sharp teeth. The gentleman thought he was going to die right then and there. The blond man continued to sit in the same position and said that this man was very stupid because he had just confessed his sins. However, this was to be expected from a person like him. After that, the blond man knelt down and bowed his head. Sweat quickly dripped down to the floor, for he was very nervous. He asked in a trembling voice what he was guilty of. The survivor, looking down, slowly raised his left hand a little and answered the question with a question that how ignorant and uncivilized could he be? Because the crops he was talking about were grown on the land that was blessed by the goddess Demeter herself, and this blessing was given as a reward to the farmers who sweated and toiled in the fields. Then the blond man began to explain that this is not something that money can buy. A noble heart and faith is what is needed as payment, because it is not valued in a certain amount of money. Then he looked up at the blond man and looked him straight in the eye and called him a child and a worthless creature who only pursues profit and deceives others in the process. Therefore, a logical question arises. The guest at this time simply did not know how to behave because he was simultaneously bursting with anger and despair because everything did not go according to his plan. His whole face was already wet with sweat, which kept appearing no matter how much he wiped it. The survivor asked why the man wanted to possess the divine resources of a goddess he did not believe in. The interlocutor was still on his knees looking at something on the floor. The rest of the story unfolds in the evening. The blond man was looking at the city through a large window in his living room, and the huntress approached him, asking if it was okay to let that gentleman go just like that. After all, she knows that from his point of view, He is just a small-time merchant, but he is a man of great influence. The man replied that he did not need to worry about that, because he was not the kind of person who could be influenced by someone as insignificant as him. After that, the gentleman folded his arms across his chest and asked if what he asked for was ready. The woman, holding something wrapped tightly in her hands, said that the association had called, and I came a little closer behind him and happily asked him if he was going to take the verification test, because it would make things much easier for them in the future. The blond man listened attentively without turning his head. And suddenly he turned his head in her direction and asked with an irritated tone in his voice what kind of nonsense she was talking about. Does the lady want to test his king? The man did not like this very much. The woman was confused because she thought she had guessed right. So, with her mouth wide open in surprise, she stood in one place and did not even move, and asked him why he wanted to go. The gentleman folded his arms over his chest again and stood in a very confident pose. He said that he was going to look for useful soldiers. That's what he needs now. The young lady hugging the object added that it would be quite difficult to do. The blond man said that she should make it possible. Hearing this sentence, the woman began to cry because she was already tired of his constant strange orders, and now this new one. The next day, two people met in a large, beautiful building, and one of them asked the other a question to clarify that he would be working here this year as well. After all, this was the first time that it had happened. The black-haired gentleman smiled broadly and told the other person that he hadn't seen Kim Do-han, the team manager, for a long time. He was a D-rank hunter in his own right, whose name was Gu Dae-sung. The gray-haired man raised his right hand and asked if the gentleman had come here for a retest. After all, they have to take it all the time as long as they live on this earth. The young man looked around carefully and noticed that on the right side there was a reception desk where people were constantly coming up to clarify the information they needed, and most of all, he needed to do the same. The old man looked at his interlocutor and emphasized that he certainly worked hard. The gentleman, hearing this statement, laughed out loud throughout the large room they were in. The older man, holding a cup of coffee in his right hand, asked how things were going this year, and whether the young man thought his rating would be higher this year. The black-haired man replied that he would do his best. The gray-haired man asked again why he didn't want to join his team. The young man began to think that even those without talent reached C rank, but he had been D rank for 10 years. Smiling sweetly, the grandfather added that he understood that the young man was dedicated to his work. That's why he's just sure that he will become an ace. After all, people say that being in a team of miners is not so bad. The other man smiled in response and said it was true, because he had been doing it for 10 years. The black-haired guy said in a serious tone that he wanted to try to achieve more, because even paying the interest can be difficult if it wasn't for the money he gets for dungeon raids, and considering his family, he can't give up. Therefore, he needs to rise to at least C rank to stop being a burden. Suddenly, looking ahead, the old man said, "Is there a foreigner there?" It was strange to see him here, because they don't usually come here. The young man looked at the man carefully and asked if he was a European. The man suggested that it might be a foreign worker. However, they were surprised that he was too white. However, the newcomer looked like a king. The blond man slowly began to turn his head back because he felt that someone was watching him very closely, so he wanted to see who it was. A few steps away, there was a respectable gentleman who greeted the survivor with a friendly greeting and called him a young man. The man listened attentively without saying anything. The gray-haired man put both his hands in his pockets and asked him how he was doing. The gentleman continued to look at him in surprise, because it was not common in their land for a stranger to come up and talk to him so nicely. Suddenly he became very serious and asked the old man in a threatening tone if he knew who he was talking to, and at that time a blue light began to shine around him. My grandfather just froze in place, because he did not expect such a reaction to such innocent question, and the black-haired man who was standing at the end of the room called his interlocutor and asked him to come back to him. When they were back together again, the older gentleman turned his head to the young man and smilingly said that he hoped the newcomer hadn't learned Korean well, and the black-haired man replied, "Aha!" The survivor turned his head back after walking a few meters because his attention had already been drawn to the young man standing next to the gray-haired gentleman who had just tried to start a conversation with him. However, he was unsuccessful. The black-haired young man was a little surprised to see the piercing gaze because he had never felt such a thing before. Sweat began to appear on his face from excitement. The hair on his arms stood up. A blue light appeared in the blond man's eyes. It symbolized that the gentleman felt something, so he froze for a few minutes, analyzing the situation that had developed with him in this office. The black-haired young man suddenly began to tremble. This frightened the gray-haired gentleman, and he turned his head to the other man and asked him in surprise what had happened. The young man continued to shake without answering. The older gentleman, observing this strange state of his colleague, began to ask him if he was hurt or what was going on. The young man himself did not understand what was happening to him, but he could not take his eyes off the blond man. The man realized that for some reason he could not breathe, as if something very big was pressing on him. The survivor also continued to look directly at the young man, and with his eyes he tried to study him in more detail. Suddenly, a dark-haired young lady came out of one of the offices, holding a folder and loudly calling out number 57, namely Mr. Gu de Sun, because it was his turn to take the test. She then told him to come to the interview room. The black-haired young man finally came to his senses and replied, Yes, I'm coming." The gray-haired man put his hands in his pockets and was shocked by what had just happened. The blonde turned in the opposite direction and began to walk slowly. However, he could not help but think that this young man was very special and should not be ignored. A dark woman also noticed the strange state of the black-haired boy and decided to ask him if he was feeling okay. The young man replied that he was just a little nervous. The survivor began to think that he had not come here to find people, but there was no one worthy of being his soldier. After all, the only people who come to take this test in the first place are hunters of low rank. They are low-ranking hunters or people who have recently awakened. Then a message appeared on the screen in the lobby, saying that number 777 was Leon Dragonia Lionheartnim. He had to go to room 9 to be interviewed. Therefore, he resigned himself to the fact that he could not expect great things from the start. Then, the blond man began to move toward the office, and when he opened the door, a group of men was already waiting for him inside, and they immediately turned their heads to the newcomer. One of them, holding a tablet in his hands, asked with wide eyes whether it was the number 777, whose name was Leon Dragonia Lionheart. The survivor said in a serious tone that he might just be called Your Majesty. The gentleman was very confused by this answer, because they had never had such a person before. Therefore, he repeated in surprise, H is for Your Majesty. Everyone present did not yet understand how to behave. However, after a few seconds, everyone got a grip on their emotions, and the man turned to the blond man and asked him to put his hand on this measuring device for the test. They were waiting for at least some movement from the subject. The survivor walked a few steps closer to the device and began to examine it carefully, because it did not inspire much confidence in him, because he had never seen anything like it before, and did not understand how it worked. For a few seconds he stood still. He raised his eyebrows and frowned a little. He was trying to think it over carefully, to do it right and to make it work for him. And yet, he was hanging there like that. They were looking at all the information about him that was in their database. They looked at his photo carefully to see if he was exactly the gentleman they needed. Finally, the blond man's face changed a little and he said only one word loudly, "Fool!" The man holding the folder opened his eyes and mouth wide again and said, "What?" The survivor folded his arms across his chest and said with an angry expression, "How does a Christian have the right to try to test a knight's conscience?" One of the office workers replied that it was not they who were conducting the test, but this device. The blond man again said angrily that, how dare a simple machine measure the strength of a knight? After all, only a noble knight and the gods can measure the strength of knights. The men present in the room were stunned by this answer, and a logical question arose in their minds. Why did this gentleman come here? The survivor turned his head to the left and said that he had come here in search of useful soldiers. But even judges are useless here. The gentleman began to think about the following, searching for people so openly? The knight folded his arms across his chest and said that there was no one here he liked, so he asked what the next task would be. The third employee of the office said that it would be a test at the gate. The blond man said that this was a good thing, because real skills are developed through consistent training and real-life situations, so he would go and watch. The man who was conducting the study adjusted a bit, meaning that the gentleman would participate. When they finally got to the scene, so the man asked the question, "Does anyone feel dizzy?" Because there are people who get dizzy when they go through the gates. Everyone went through the gates of Seoul. Usually the entrances that are already cleared are closed. However, some are left open for situations like this. A black-haired young man who was also here emphasized for himself that this year's force measurement is not much different from last year. He concluded that in order to keep his best result, he needed to do better here. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a thin female voice which surprisingly said, "So this is what it looks like inside." Looking at her smartphone further, she asked the question, "That isn't this a very popular place?" A young man standing next to her turned to the young lady named Jin Mi and asked her to turn off her phone. The black-haired young man looked in the direction of the dialogue and realized that there were 2 new students this year, so he needed to use all his strength to show that he was the best candidate. The gray-haired gentleman put his hands behind his back and was very happy to be here, and slowly walking, he emphasized that the air was very pleasant. The young man turned his head to him and thought that this old man, who was about 60 years old, was in the D or even C rank. Then, The young man cautiously began to turn his head back because someone was also moving after them. It was probably a participant in today's test because there was no other reason for coming here. It turned out that it was a blonde man, and for the young man, it was the foreign employee he had seen in the lobby earlier. He was wearing a classic dark suit and black round glasses that protected his eyes from the sun. And given his age, he was here for testing, so he's probably also new here. Except for one old man, everyone else is new. The black-haired man had only 3 minutes to think about it. When he was looking at the blonde, he put his right hand to his face and took off his glasses a little to see his colleagues better. The young man saw this and asked himself if he was going to be okay. The man conducting the test, holding his folder, asked everyone to sit in a circle and said that in this case they should introduce themselves before checking their position. The black-haired young man decided to do it first. He said his name was Gude Sung. He has been a hunter for 10 years and his class is warrior. Therefore, his main position is mediator. Then another young man spoke, saying that his name was Shin Tai-hoon and that he had awakened this year, so he fights with a spear and shield. And the dark-haired girl said that she was his sister and her name was Shin Na-un. She mainly uses a dagger and has just started to learn to use a bow and arrow. The young man listened carefully and began to think that they were all beginners who had not even chosen their main weapon. So he asked them the following question: had these two ever been to a training center before? The relatives started laughing out loud, saying that they had actually been in one for 3 months. Chornyavi was surprised by this reaction. He concluded that they were complete ignoramuses. It remained to find out from the old man what he was here for and what he liked to fight. The young man turned his face to him and calmly said, "And you must be..." The older gentleman realized that he was about to be asked. So he immediately began to answer that he had been working for 5 years, and his name is O Kang Tae. He fights with gloves. He had been awake for a while, but had only recently registered. The black-haired man began to think that he had very little experience compared to the age of the gentleman. In addition, his weapon is gloved. It will be difficult for him to fight at a distance that can be kept with a sword or spear. And finally, the young man began to rub his head, looking at the blonde man, addressing him as a foreign mercenary, asking if he spoke Korean. If not, it would be very difficult for them to understand him. There was silence for a minute, because everyone was waiting for the last gentleman to say at least one word, and he in turn began to slowly raise his right hand to his chin, thus keeping the intrigue alive. And then he said in a serious tone that he was not fighting. Everyone was surprised by this answer. The blonde continued to say that you can't use a sword that can cut off a dragon's head to hunt a chicken. The black-haired guy was already bursting with excitement, and then this impudent man allowed himself to behave like this, and he could not understand where the man had learned Korean. The employee of the office who supervised the execution reminded him that people had to kill 50 kobolds for the test, so everyone began to move through the forest in search of the ones they needed. The supervisor continued to tell them that sometimes gnolls could appear on the battlefield. If, in his opinion, they are very dangerous, he will intervene and help, so they don't have to worry. They just have to focus to demonstrate their abilities. Everyone listened attentively to these instructions. The first to walk along the forest path was a black-haired young man who was already quite familiar with the situation. But the guy who was here for the first time still did not fully understand what was happening. He realized that this was a test, but it was unclear whether everything would be okay. Therefore, he had to turn his head back to look at his current colleagues. After all, a few hours ago, when they were all still in the clearing, he had angrily asked if everyone had brought their weapons, because without them, they simply could not go on a mission. The pleased girl approached the blonde man and, demonstrating something in her hands, asked him if he wanted to take and try a bow and arrow, and clarified whether he even knew how to use them. The man took the bow in his hands and asked in surprise if she really wanted the king to use it. The young lady smilingly confirmed his guess and added that he should return it when he finished the task. The knight didn't like this very much, so he immediately changed his face and became very serious and angry. And in his hand he began to clutch the weapon he had just been offered. Then he threw it on the ground, saying that a knight should not use long-range weapons. After all, he is not a coward. The girl was very frightened that he could harm her bow, so she began to scream loudly. Everyone was shocked by this behavior, to put it mildly. The office worker said that they had to leave because they still had a lot of work to do today. Walking along the path, the black-haired man looked carefully ahead of him and concluded that in this case they could not simply escape from failure. Therefore, he could not rely on these people. So, he decided to take matters into his own hands, and pointing to the right, he addressed his partners, telling them that he knew a location, and he suggested they go hunting there. The young rookie smilingly emphasized that this gentleman had more experience than him, so he didn't mind. The rest of the team also agreed. Only the blonde man remained silent. All he did was fold his arms across his chest. Suddenly, The newcomer ran up to the black-haired man and pointed in the opposite direction, saying that there was a settlement not far away, so he thought that the animals they needed would be there as well. The boy said that it was not a good idea to go to the settlement with their small group. After all, it would be almost impossible to get out if they were surrounded. Therefore, we need to think carefully before going there. That's why he suggested hunting for kobolds that live in the caves right across the street from them. To do this, you first need to set fire to the grass or leaves nearby and smoke them out of the caves. And when they come to the clearing, they can easily deal with them. The girl began to clap her hands joyfully, and her brother emphasized that this was exactly what was expected from a person with such great experience. The black-haired man was also amused by this reaction and support, so he smiled slightly and said, "It's nothing." But the thought flashed through his mind that such tactics were not a reason to be proud. After all, for so many years he had studied all kinds of guides and attack techniques in the hope that someday he would be able to enter a high-ranking gate. But so far, the only gate he has visited is this one. So this is the time he needs to get promoted, because he just can't stay in D rank for so many years. He wants some change that will turn his life in a different direction. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by his partner's frightened voice. The black-haired man turned his head and saw that the young man was frozen in place, but he managed to say, "A is for ahead." When the young man looked ahead, he noticed several kobolds standing a few meters away. The young man asked the girl's brother not to rush, because he had to act reasonably. A second later, the animals began to move directly toward them, so there was no time to hesitate. The black-haired man told the newcomer to block their attacks with the shield he had brought with him. When the animals saw the prey, they began to move quickly to overcome it and get a good meal. As soon as they noticed the people, their saliva began to appear, so their minds simply turned off, and instincts took over. However, so far, all the people present had accepted the fight and were doing very well. They stood in a circle and repelled every attack of these animals without showing any fear or confusion. Everyone was enthusiastic about the battle, so they did not relax for a minute. After all, if they did, these animals would win. The dark newcomer was pleased that they were doing so well. He was even smiling, and while doing so, he was able to emphasize that these animals were just plain stupid because they didn't even try to protect each other. And their attack is not that difficult to block, as long as they are all running in front of each other. Don't they have a plan of action that everyone should follow, so that there is no such chaos? Suddenly the sister began to shout loudly that the young man was about to be attacked right in front of her, so she quickly raised her bow and began to aim at the victim. Instead of trying to defend himself, the young man turned his head back to look at his relative, who was screaming loudly as if in a voice not her own and saying something to him. And just a split second later, the animal landed right on top of the young man, knocking him back to the ground. The black-haired man was not far away at the time, so he could see what happened. At first, the newcomer did not understand why he had fallen, but when he finally opened his eyes, he saw the snout of the animal he had to fight right in front of his face. The dark-haired man approached the victim, stopped for a second, and shouted to everyone, telling them not to relax but to keep an eye on themselves, because they might be weak, but they were quite agile. After these words, the girl managed to overcome two animals that were moving toward her at the same time. She took good aim and shot 2 arrows at them, which hit the target. Next, they neutralized another animal that was almost reaching them. However, before it could take a few more steps, another blow hit it right in the face and was so strong that it simply knocked it out. Another one was defeated by an old man who came right up to him and began to beat him hard with his fighting gloves. The rest of the team watched this closely because the gray-haired man might need help. The gray-haired man saw that they were doing quite well, so he turned his head to everyone and said that there was only a little bit left, so they needed to push harder to win. And just a few minutes later, they finished the task. After that, they all gathered in a clearing in the middle of the forest, where the office worker emphasized that it was a very good job. The newcomer approached the black-haired young man and began to apologize for his mistake. The young man replied that it was okay, because it was just his first time in combat. They went on to summarize that Na-Un had killed 2 people and no one was injured. Therefore, in his opinion, the job was done flawlessly. When they had managed to defeat this group of beasts, the black-haired man came up to everyone and smiling sweetly emphasized that they had done a good job. This made me think that he would succeed. Then he began to recall that he was a little nervous at first, but they were a pretty good team. But there was something that upset him a little and did not allow him to work calmly. This excitement was caused by a blond man who was standing opposite him. He hid one hand in his pants pocket and raised the other to his face and rubbed his chin mysteriously, saying quietly, The new guy turned to the survivor, calling him a foreigner and asking why he was standing as a pillar when they were fighting. The sister confirmed, saying, "That's right." The black-haired man added that he was just watching from the sidelines. Was that the right thing to do? The man in charge of the task said that he would take that into account when he summarized the results, so they didn't have to worry. Three of the team turned their heads to the inspector and listened carefully to everything he said and decided that since he said so, then they would go on, because they would soon reach the cave, and there was no time to waste. Everyone began to raise their weapons to prepare them just in case, because it was getting dangerous to go any further. After walking for several kilometers, they finally reached the right place. The brother and sister were carrying some dry grass in their hands so that they could easily make a fire near the cave. They stood there for a couple of minutes looking at the entrance, but the black-haired man said that they had to start the fire because there was not much time left, and they had to complete the task. Everyone began to demolish and lay dry grass to cover the exit from the cave, and also to allow the smoke to get inside and reach the animals that were there and force them to come to the surface. When everything was completed, the black-haired boy began to carefully climb to the very top, while the dark-haired boy and his sister stood nearby at the bottom. But then the brother sat down to perform the next step, namely to set fire to the pile from below, while the black-haired man would set fire to it from the top. To do this, he began to take out a lighter from his shirt pocket, which he had not used for a long time. At the same moment, a blond man came up behind him and asked him if that was all he could do. The young man apologized, and then added why he had spoken so suddenly since he had been standing aside. The survivor folded his arms across his chest and said in a serious tone that he had asked the young man a question, so he really wanted to hear the answer. Everyone on the lawn waited to see what would happen next. The black-haired man said that he had already used this technique 3 times and that they had all been successful. The blond man said that indeed the strategy was based on experience, which was good, but how can he trust his experience if he doesn't have much of it? Saying this phrase, the survivor had a blue light in his eyes for a second, and it could symbolize something. The guy was already angry, so he set fire to the grass and angrily told him to shut his mouth because he was younger than him, so he could go to the forest with his experience. The pile began to burn quickly. Because of this, the young man ordered everyone to come closer because the kobolds inside would soon come out. One of the team said, "Oh, good." In just a minute, everyone was lined up at the entrance to the cave, and everyone had their weapons ready so that they could use them quickly and not miss anyone and not let them escape. Then the new dark boy tensed up, raised his eyebrows and gritted his teeth. He saw something up ahead, so he shouted to everyone that the animals were coming and they had to get ready. The animals quickly ran out of the cave, heading straight for the group of people. They were very angry because their peace was disturbed in broad daylight, so they had to deal with the culprits immediately. Not only were these beasts very large in size, but each of them was holding a weapon, which they were also very skilled at. Therefore, they were very worthy opponents for a duel. The young lady pulled on the lacing that held the arrow. She was very focused on one of the opponents, so she kept him in her field of vision so as not to lose him. Suddenly, a stone hit the animal right in the face from the right side, which caught its attention and made it stop and cough a little because saliva got into its airways. The men were lined up in a single row, a few meters from the cave entrance, launching their weapons and stones at the animals, who were simply out of their minds from the rage that had overcome them. The black-haired young man was watching everything that was happening and was simply pleased, because he had assumed that it would happen. It turned out that his method was effective and that he could win. So he suggested that his colleagues immediately get rid of these fierce creatures, and they should do it without letting them get too close, because then it will be a little difficult to work. If they deal with a couple of kobolds here and defeat a few gnolls in the fields, it turns out that it was the newcomer who was working with the stones he was throwing in the opposite direction. However, after a few minutes of such a fierce battle, a very, very loud roar began to sound in the clearing, which they had never heard before. The black-haired young man froze in place, analyzing what it could be. And then it occurred to him that it was Gnoll, the captain. This is the most important creature of all. He had a body several times larger than his subordinates, and it is clear that he will also have a lot of strength. This Gnoll captain is the boss of the Soul Station Gate, and his rank is higher than the sea-level monsters. Therefore, it will be very difficult for them to defeat him in this lineup, because they have 2 newcomers who have not fought properly yet. The beast began to walk slowly toward them. Its eyes were glowing with red light, and in his hands he was holding his weapon, which he was going to use to kill all these little people. The dark newcomer turned his head back, and in his eyes you could see a great deal of fear from what he saw before him. So he asked why this creature was here. When his sister saw her brother in this state, she began to scream loudly, calling him by the name of Gude Sung. However, he did not pay any attention to her, and continued to look forward. Then the young lady said that she would marry Tae-hyun to Gnoll, the captain, and En and his grandfather were left with the kobolds from the cave, which were still coming out of it. Every team needs an experienced hunter, and not an experienced D rank against a Gnoll. You can consider it just plain suicide. After all, here you need to be good with your weapon and be very agile. Of course, he may be new, but he must believe that Shin Tae-hoon will hold out, They may not get another chance like this, so they have to do their best. For a few seconds, however, the brother did freeze in place as he raised his head and gazed upward and looked the animal in the eyes, where a bright red light symbolizing rage was glowing. The beast also turned its gaze to its opponent, who was standing very close. He tried to understand the motives and read the movements of this man, what experience in fighting he had. After these miraculous glances, the animal began to move quickly towards the newcomer, who froze in place, holding a shield in front of him to defend himself somehow. A very loud growl could be heard throughout the meadow. The young man was quite frightened. Even tears began to appear in his eyes from the realization that there was nothing he could do to save himself, let alone the others. Suddenly, through the roaring, he heard the voice of the black-haired man, who was also shouting loudly, ordering the young man to pull himself together, and the thought flashed through my mind that he really looked very scared. The creature approached and began to raise his right hand up, and in it he held a large sword. And then the experienced hunter realized that in this state his partner would not be able to block the blow. He was too scared to do anything about it, and at that very second, the beast struck the newcomer's head with a strong blow. He fell to the ground and began to cough loudly because saliva got into his airways. When the black-haired man saw this, he was afraid for Taehong, so he began to call him by name. He was very upset that this was the case because he wanted none of them to get hurt today. My brother continued to lie on the ground with his head up. He was conscious, and in front of him he saw a large animal that could crush him in a second and not even notice it. And here it is not clear why the representative from the association was just standing there watching. After all, he assured me that he would intervene if it became life-threatening, but he didn't bother to fix anything. But now Tae-hyun is in... The thought was interrupted because there was no time to stand there and do nothing. The black-haired man realized that he was the one who had to help if the office wasn't going to. So he raised his eyebrows, gritted his teeth, scrunched up his face, and after thinking it over, realized what he had to do first to turn this giant beast away from the man. And then the newcomer pushed his metal shield toward the man. The gentleman quickly grabbed it, put it on his left arm, and shouted to his partner to move back a little bit if he could. After this sentence, the creature turned its attention to the experienced young man. It began to growl loudly to scare him. At the same time, it had a bright red light in both eyes. It turned its head back for a few seconds, probably to pick up its weapon, because it had dropped it when it struck the first blow, and without it, he would not get into a fight. And when he managed to do that, he immediately turned to the person he had been attacking from the very beginning and started swinging at him again, because he would not leave him without fully understanding him. However, he failed to do so, because the black-haired man had already run to the newcomer, and holding his shield above his head, protected both his partner and himself at the same time. The blow fell right on the shield. However, the creatures did not give up so easily, and they continued to press their swords on the shield to pinch the thought, which was a little difficult for him to fight. This made him scream loudly. And after a few such intense minutes, he threw the shield aside because he could no longer withstand such pressure. Seeing this, the beast stopped and looked directly into the eyes with its piercing gaze and began to growl, as if this was what it wanted to say. However, not everyone is able to understand this. So he realized that he had to act here and now, while this man was standing next to him, so defenseless, and he could just strike him a fatal first blow and not bother with him anymore. However, it was not as simple as the animal had imagined. The black-haired man managed to pick up his shield from the ground and use it again to protect his body and his colleague. The next blow was also very strong. And then a question arose in the young man's mind. Will he be able to block the next blow? Perhaps he could if Tae-hyun pulled himself together and helped him deal with this wickedness. If they didn't, then everyone on this clearing would simply die. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a voice that he had heard only once today. He said, "It could be worse." It turned out that it was a blond man who was able to stop the sword blade by holding it between the fingers of a chicken, and standing very close to the young man, he invited him to try again. The black-haired man did not immediately realize what was happening. After a second, he came to his senses and turned to the survivor with his mouth wide open and asked what he had said. He still couldn't understand that he had managed to stop the attack with just 2 fingers. The blond man decided to be more detailed, so he told him to raise his shield and fight the knoll again. After all, he had already fought him, and there was nothing to stop him from doing it again. The black-haired man still could not come to his senses. He raised his eyebrows and began to clarify. What? The survivor advised to first block the blow, and then attack immediately so that the opponent would not have the opportunity to come to his senses and take measures that would help him win the fight. However, the black-haired man asked him menacingly if he didn't see what was happening. All of them are in danger now, so you can't just repeat the same attack several times. The blond man was very angry and shouted furiously, "You ungrateful Christian! How dare he contradict the will of a king with a lion's heart?" As he was shouting, the gentleman's eyes grew yellow. After all, it is an honor for a Christian to be instructed by a knight like him. He added that he would pass this on to his grandchildren. Finally, he emphasized that the young man did not even express his gratitude for this favor. So the blond man repeated again that the young man should take the shield, block the blow, and attack. The black-haired man, holding his weapon carefully, began to think, "What? What did I do wrong?" It took him a few minutes to regain his composure, to the fact that he needed to act as quickly as possible in order to survive, because the creature would not bother with him, but would just kill him with one blow without even blinking, because for him it was a simple routine. However, for some reason, the animal suddenly turned its muzzle to the right side and began to growl in a completely different way, but the red light in its eyes did not disappear. A large amount of saliva could be seen between the large, sharp teeth. It turned out that he was looking at the blond man, who for some reason disturbed him with his presence here, and the man was staring at the creature without looking away, and he took only one sip. He began to wonder if this dog had a dying wish. For just a few minutes, he stood there with his head up, looking at his opponent. You could see from his pose that he was not afraid of him at all, and the animal was only getting angrier and angrier from such a close look. Saliva began to drip from its jaw, which had already accumulated and had nowhere to go. A red light flashed in his eyes. The black-haired man stood silently, frightened, watching this picture from the side. He didn't try to give himself away, because he would have to fight another fight for which he was not ready. However, there was no turning back, so when the creature turned its muzzle toward him, he raised a shield over his body to be able to deflect the blow that was to follow. And the animal did not hesitate, but quickly swung its big sword. The young man managed to deflect it, although it was very difficult, because he had to put a lot of his strength into it. Sweat began to appear on the hunter's face because he was very nervous, and secondly, he was spending all his strength because the opponent was very strong and he almost dropped his shield. Suddenly, the blond man's voice was heard again, first calling the young man stupid, and then asking him what he needed the shield for, and advised that he could use it for his own purposes. The survivor then folded his arms across his chest and began to say that it was better not to attack an opponent stronger than yourself first, but rather to deflect his blow and wait for the right moment. Then he asked how he could hope to win when he was only defending himself. After all, his opponent is not a log, but a living being who is constantly learning something new. So the blond man suggested using his head for the purpose. The black-haired man's head was boiling over, and he nervously shouted that he was offering him. The survivor kicked the young man in the back, saying that his opponent was now right in front of him, so he should not be distracted because he could lose this fight. The young man was very scared, because every next punch he managed to deflect could have been deadly for him. The blond man continued to give out various instructions. First, he told the young man to focus his attention on the creature. Then he advised him not to bury his potential, but to use it here and now, because he might not get another chance like this, and he really wants to change his rank, and for this, he needs to try hard. Finally, he said in a serious tone that the young man could do better. After all, he had been doing similar work for 10 years, so this should not be a new thing for him, and fear and confusion should disappear by themselves. After listening carefully, the black-haired young man began to think that he had potential. He was just a talentless D rank who had no unique habits, and he could not believe that this could not be so. But before he could finish speaking, he saw the big face of the creature in front of him again, preparing to attack him again. But despite this, the boy continued to think that it was impossible for a potential to appear so suddenly just because he said so, and the animal still looked at him with a piercing gaze. But there was some sense that this time he would be able to win, and it gave him the strength to get himself together and take action to get that long-awaited victory. And before he could think about it, the creature stopped in one place and began to raise its paw up in the air, holding its weapon as it did every time it was about to strike. When he saw this, the young man was a little scared, but then he began to convince himself that he could do it, that he would be able to do everything to win. After all, he had not come here in vain. But when the sword touched the shield, it began to slide slowly along it, and so the young man managed to deflect the blow, and he did it very skillfully, so that even the animal took a few steps back. And then the black-haired man realized that he had succeeded, so he could continue to fight for his victory, no matter what it took, because this case is very, very important to him. Even for a couple of minutes, he allowed himself to be happy, because in the 10 years of his work, he had never been able to do that. So this was a turning point in his life. However, While he was rejoicing at what had happened, he received a fist bump on his right cheek from the creature, which reminded him that it was too early to relax, because the fight was not over yet. The blow sent him flying a few meters away. The blond man stood nearby and silently watched everything that was happening to see if he should take this young man into his army or not. Then he approached the dark-haired man and took something out of his inner cloak pocket and said that one should see the whole picture and then prioritize and set aside time for joy. And finally he added that the young man still has room to grow. That's why his result this year is D rank. The beaten boy continued to lie on the ground because it was very painful, and also because he was unable to get a new rank again. Then the events unfolded in the Association of Hunters, where one man asked the blonde that he had really figured him out, and how did he manage to do it, because no one had ever done it before. The survivor said in a calm tone that he had managed to do it from the very beginning, and to be more precise, as soon as he entered the office, he immediately noticed something strange. But a second later, he added that a warrior like him would not have become a mere mercenary. The blond man said all this calmly and moderately, without any excess or arrogance as he usually does. The man who hid his face behind the enchanted body-changing mask was the president of the East Korean Hunting Associations, and his name was Oh Kang-hyun. He looked like an old man. The gray-haired gentleman then smiled sweetly and said that the blond man had taken part in the test, so he asked if it was useful to them. He was curious about the answer this strange man would give. The survivor closed his eyes after listening to the question and replied that it was only a little bit, but it allowed them to find one candidate who could become the first soldier of his future army. A second later, he added that there was no need to worry because he had no intention of flying abroad. The older gentleman was sitting at his desk with his hands folded on it. The director looked down and said that the other man seemed to know what he was thinking, but he emphasized that he was a little nervous because he had seen the strength that Your Majesty had demonstrated. The blonde added that he was also surprised earlier because the dungeon was supposed to have monsters of only D rank, but suddenly there was a boss of at least C rank, which the group had to fight hard. Then he remembered that he had called this creature a dirty bastard who hadn't even managed to identify the person, and pointing his index finger at him, he asked how long he was going to stare at his face. And without receiving any answer, he used only one finger to hit the animal, which began to spin in a circle and finally fell to the ground without moving or showing any signs of life. Recalling this, the gray-haired man began to smile loudly, saying that the survivor had treated the creature like a toy. This pleased the director, who had the opportunity to observe everything with his own eyes. The knight sat down on the chair opposite and folded his arms across his chest, saying with a serious expression that something like him was not even worthy of being a toy. Then he fell silent, waiting to hear what the other man would say next. The director said that in any case, if His Majesty wanted to create his own guild, he could count on their support. He added that he was sure the king already knew about it. He also said that reputation is very important when creating an organization. That's why not many people can become famous in their day. The blond man was a little skeptical because he had already understood everything for a long time. Then the gray-haired gentleman picked up a pen and began to turn it over, saying that there was a gate in Jeju that turned red because of an unsuccessful attempt to raid it, and this worried everyone on this planet a little bit. After all, no one has been able to clear it for a year now because there are many beasts of different ranks that require a very large army that will be skillful and proficient with their weapons. You need to get or receive the Stone of Wisdom, which you also need to know how to use, because improper use can be fatal for its owner. It turns out that this stone and the gate are guarded by the boss of the Red Gate, Spinner the Psycho. It was quite large in size, and in order to deal with it, you need to have a lot of strength, which can be skillfully used. This gate was located in the Jeju Sports Complex, raid of the first squad of the KRR Guild. Every day it grew in size and color. It was becoming more and more intense. Groups of hunters patrolled there around the clock, so as not to miss the moment when various creatures would come out of them. Everyone was carrying a weapon just in case. And when one of the groups entered the middle, the two friends froze in one place, because what they saw in front of them surprised them. They clearly did not expect to see this. It was just a developed civilization in front of them. Perhaps this planet was even more developed than the Earth where they live at the moment. There were many tall buildings. A girl with blonde hair put her bow on her right shoulder and smilingly said that this was the gateway to the future. A dark-haired young man with a wide-open mouth said, "There are already worlds of fantasy and Murima. Why not futurism?" For several minutes they walked around and looked at everything carefully, and at one point, the hunter stopped and turned to the guildmaster and said that it looked like cyberpunk. The guildmaster gathered everyone around and told them that they needed to reconsider their actions, so they would start by regrouping. His deputy added that they had to consider the possibility that they would have to fight strong opponents. For a few minutes, the black-haired man with the ponytail looked away and began to think carefully about everything, because here you need to plan every step to ensure that everything goes well." And just a second later, he pointed to a building and suggested using it instead of the headquarters, because it was very tall and we could see a large area from it. In the end, his deputy came up to the chief and got down on one knee in front of him. The gentleman asked him if he had any news. The man replied that he could not see anything at all. After all, there is no Anisi and no monsters. The gentleman with the ponytail folded his arms across his chest and asked a clarifying question, but that maybe there is a spineless psycho here, because he might be the boss of this dungeon. The young man replied that he hadn't been seen either. The loud one started to turn his head around because it was strange that there were no people or monsters in such a big city. This began to alarm them a little. After all, such silence cannot symbolize something good. But on the one hand, it can be good because they don't have to confront the army or anyone else for that matter. Therefore, they can calmly clean up the area around them. That's why the next morning the chief gathered all the hunters in a big room to discuss the plan of action for the next few days. They could not stay here for long. And the man was also worried that they had entered the gate, but they still had no information about the psycho spinner. The blonde woman, holding her bow tightly in her hands, listened attentively to everything that was said here. So he ordered to continue to observe the area around the headquarters, and they need to choose a team for reconnaissance. He said this in a serious tone, which everyone understood, the seriousness of it. And while saying the last word territory, he was hit by some unknown blue light. It came out of nowhere and hit the chief right on the head. The hunter, who was standing very close, fell to one knee and frightenedly said the name of his boss, Ha Su-yeon. After all, the worst thoughts had already run through his mind, because they were not prepared for such a development. Everyone present reacted differently. The woman with blonde hair just froze in place, and behind her stood a man who began to scream at what he saw. And literally in a few seconds they realized that they were under attack, so they should all move to the shelter right now and wait it out, because it's safer there. Then they noticed that a large metal hammer flew into the room, which could have killed someone, but it was good that it landed exactly where no one was. Then something fell to the ground and exploded on the ground. It was very loud, and the fire began to spread quickly. All the hunters began to run in different directions to save themselves. They had to run very, very fast, because various parts of the buildings were also flying around and could harm people who were in the midst of such terrible circumstances. At that time, the deputy chief continued to kneel down and loudly call his boss's name, because he had hoped that the man had managed to escape, despite the fact that the hit was accurate. However, after half an hour, he realized that he was doing it in vain. So he began to think that even the A-rank tank Han Soo-hyun did not have time to react in time, so what kind of monster was this? Then he approached the blonde and said that this raid might be their last, and then he asked if she had found out where the enemy was. The girl replied that she was 3 hours away, but the distance was difficult to determine because of the dust. A few minutes later, however, she turned to the deputy and told him that the building would not hold and that the collapse could happen right now. Because of this, he loudly shouted to the others that they needed to make a tactical retreat. The group of people began to move quickly toward the exit as the building began to collapse. Therefore, in order to escape, they needed to get outside as soon as possible and run to a safer place. As they were running, the girl turned to the deputy who was moving alongside her and asked him about the guildmaster's body. The gentleman replied that something was wrong and that they would come back for him later. So he ordered her to run forward and check the exit. The blonde quickly began to fulfill her task and told them not to lag behind but to catch up. Having reached the door through which she could get out, the young lady turned her head back and shouted that she did not see any monsters here, so she thought the exit was safe. And without waiting for the others, she quickly slipped outside to assess the situation and see if the creatures were hiding somewhere, waiting for someone to get out of the building. The girl landed on the ground and began to look around, but suddenly something made her freeze in place because she felt a rather unusual sensation all over her body. And then a strange red stripe appeared on her neck, and she noticed that suddenly that place was very itchy. At first, she could not understand what was happening around her. When the deputy and the rest of the hunters finally reached the exit, they noticed something else that made the lady from their team stop in one place and not make any unnecessary movements. For a split second, the black-haired gentleman froze in his tracks, and with his head slightly forward, quietly and surprisingly said, "Hari." He was trying to find out if she was okay. And then he realized that these red things that are located everywhere on the surface are spruce branches, and there was a lot of it, so it was simply impossible to move around the city safely. However, There was only one question. Where did it come from? Because it hadn't been there a few hours ago, and who could have done it in such a short time and with so much of it? The deputy did not hesitate for long, but drew his sword and ordered the other hunters to get rid of this obstacle, because they needed to leave as soon as possible. He also advised that people filled their weapons with mana to make it easier to cut the line, and it would also be easier to cut a common dip. At the same time, my mind was full of thoughts about what the hell was going on and whether there was one enemy here or not. The next question that arose was how long they had been followed. The man was thinking about this as he cautiously moved forward, cutting through the obstacles in front of him. At this time, someone was watching them closely from the mountain. It was quite modern equipment, which provided a lot of useful information about the people who were under the gun. It turned out that it was a camera that could be remotely controlled. It was mounted on one of the buildings opposite the one from which the group of hunters ran out. Suddenly, the black-haired deputy looked up in that direction, as if he sensed something. And of course he noticed this curious thing, which he had never seen before in his experience of working in the canton. However, as soon as he noticed it, the device let go and began to fly down directly at the people, and when it landed nearby, it exploded, causing the fire to spread quickly around. After a few minutes, the black-haired man began to cough loudly because a lot of smoke got into his lungs, and it was very difficult to breathe. He carefully started to get up on his ass looking at the place where the camera was. The man became very angry at what had happened, so he started shouting loudly at the whole street for the creature to show up, and then called it a piece of shit. And then he noticed something that looked like a metal spider, and then the deputy realized that it was just a robot. But with that came the realization that someone had to control it. But a second later, he realized that it could also be the spinner psycho they had been looking for so long, and it turned out to be so close all along. It was a little scary, because they hadn't encountered anything like this before. It was a rather sophisticated device with a lot of sensors that glowed bright red. There were also many links that were located around the perimeter. How do you look at it? An image of a woman with long, fluffy hair sitting on a chair appeared in my head, saying that if this was always with him, he could fight without ammunition. The hunter was out of his mind from the rage that gripped his mind and body. He twisted his face in despair and began to scream loudly, calling his opponent a bastard who had killed his comrades. The device continued to stand in the same place where it was. So far, it did not react in any way to the words that were said in its direction. However, a black figure of a man appeared who had medium-length hair, and there were many lines of blue light around him. Unfortunately, the face could not be seen because a shadow was falling on it. Purpose: to protect the city, Jeju Gate. The first raid, the Checkpoint Guild team consists of 58 men, among whom there are no survivors. Therefore, they are forced to launch a second raid to find out what happened. Third raid. Due to the Psycho Spinner, the gate boss, the dungeon's difficulty has increased to red. Because of this, raids to Jeju Gate temporarily stopped. However, one group of hunters expressed a desire to go on their own. A young man wearing dreadlocks folded his arms across his chest and said that the weather was really bad here, just like in that video. A young lady with an indifferent expression asked them not to go too far. After all, the deeper they go, the more likely they are to run into Spinner the Psycho. And the blonde man and his team decided that they would be the ones to take the Stone of Wisdom, and another 60 billion would be the payment for the work of their guild. Everyone wanted to be the first to get it. And a group of people entered the gates of the Jeju Sports Complex, and it consisted of a large number of participants, because no one knew for sure what was waiting for them there and how many hunters would be needed. The Golden Lion Guild, one of the top 10 guilds in Korea, is led by Guildmaster Hwang Gum-chel, S rank, Deputy Hwang Un-ha, A rank, and 47 guild members. Magic Tower, branch, Guild Tae-sung, almost S rank, and 48 mercenaries, as well as the Korean Hunters Association, Han-ha-ri, a rank. A red-haired young lady with a long braided braid poured a drink into a glass, addressing His Majesty and offering him a taste. The blonde gently took the black cup with his right hand and took one sip, after which he said that it was quite good. So he asked what the name of this drink was that he was so fond of. The young lady smiled and said that it was barley tea. The man was sitting on a large stone wearing a classic gray suit, which was not suitable for a fight. When they got to the city, they saw many destroyed buildings, but among them were those that could be used for temporary shelter, namely to hold their meetings. The headquarters of the fourth raid was the Jeju Gate group. One of the hunters approached his worried colleague and asked him what was wrong. After all, he had been in this state for several days in a row. At this time, a red-haired lady standing next to the survivor, who was sitting on a chair with his leg propped up, said that she was worried that everything might not go as smoothly as she would like. Then the lady made very big eyes and opened her mouth wide because something strange came to her mind, so she could only say out loud, to be honest. The best option would be if His Majesty does not interfere with what is going to happen. But there is one disadvantage. He will not be able to get the fame he may be dreaming of. The man listened carefully and said that this was not a bad option. After all, if the king with the heart of a lion does not interfere, then everything is not so bad. This decision amused the man a little. Then he turned to face his colleague and asked her what she thought the king's duties were. This question took her by surprise, so she said with uncertainty, "To rule?" The gentleman added that it goes without saying and anyone can take on this role, only if he has pride, and assumed that all high-ranking people can use it. The huntress listened attentively and tried not to miss a single word, because it could be very important and would be useful in the future in communicating with the knight. And then it occurred to her that when she began to think carefully about everything, the gentleman intervened in the fight only when the attack could not be blocked, and the black-haired gentleman was in danger even though he had demonstrated great skill and experience in these matters before. However, even he needed help. Therefore, the red-haired woman realized that she needed to add something, so she began to say quietly that then the responsibilities of the king with the heart of a lion included. But she did not have time to finish her thought, because she was interrupted by the blond man. He decided that he himself would complete the sentence with the last words, so he said exactly those words, "To be a reliable shield." After saying that, he looked in front of him for a few minutes. After all, if a king with the heart of a lion goes into battle, it will be considered a disgrace to the knights, and this is unacceptable because it undermines his pride. Then the blond man got to his feet and wore a large, long cloak with white fur. He concluded that such an act could be an indicator that everything was very serious. The huntress stood in one place and listened attentively to the speech of the survivor, who was sitting on the right side of the chair. One could tell that she was mildly surprised by such thoughts. However, turning his head in the opposite direction, the man calmly said that it looked like he would have to intervene again, instead of these pathetic weaklings. After all, he misses his knights. The red-haired woman decided to remind him that the raiding party had Huang Gyum-cheol of S rank and a strong mage, so she thought they could handle it. The blonde said that she had recently said that they were called hunters, so he would agree that they were stronger than the rest of the ordinary people. The huntress did not expect him to say that. She had hoped that she had convinced this man not to do anything stupid and not to interfere in everything. After all, in times like these, you have to be reasonable. But the knight got to his feet and looked into the distance and said that these insignificant people do not know about real war, and at that time a blue light appeared in his eyes. So when they arrived on this land, the blond man asked if it was safe on the outskirts of the city. After all, they had faced the enemy only 3 times, and were already so confident of victory. He paused for a second, and then continued that these hunters call themselves a raiding party. He asked again whether they had analyzed the behavior of the monsters and taken appropriate measures. The red-haired lady stood a few meters to the right and silently listened to everything her ward said, because there was no point in contradicting him, because it would take a lot of time to get evidence. The survivor continued to say that any general would know what to do in such a situation, but they didn't even have a plan. The robot stood on top of the building and listened intently. It turned out that the blond man had noticed him there a long time ago, so he sharply raised his head and looked at him and stared at him and said that it must be Spinner, a psycho. And after these words, everything happened. Just like with the previous group, the device jumped on a group of people and there was a loud explosion. Whoever was still conscious shouted loudly, asking what had happened. But the knight calmly said that he was a very talented strategist. Then in the silence, a man's voice was heard saying Yuppie's name and apologizing because he thought it was the end. Spinner the Psycho, whose serial number was 10.253, received the last orders to neutralize all unidentified creatures that would arrive in the city. After the explosion, he returned to the building where he had been conducting his surveillance and listened to people screaming and coughing loudly because the smoke had gotten into their respiratory tract and made it difficult to breathe. The chief among the hunters quickly got to his feet and looked at the robot and emphasized that this was the Spinner, a psycho, so everyone who could move should go for cover. After a few seconds, the robot decided that it needed to use one auxiliary function to help it make some decisions about its future work. It turned on the thermal scanner, which showed inanimate objects with a blue light and animate people, in our case, with red dots. That way, he could see the crowds of people. So he decided that he didn't need to sit around and act right now, and he began to prepare to fly to his opponent to deal with them a little bit. The blonde was still sitting on the ground, shouting loudly with his mouth wide open, because even he was not ready for this development. It took him a while to come to his senses. A black-haired man in metal armor stood not far from one wall of one of the buildings and looked around with a focused look to assess the situation and draw up a further plan of action. At this time, a large vortex of gray and blue color formed in the sky. It was moving at breakneck speed through the streets of the city. When all the surviving hunters gathered in one place, the chief was upset and, seeing what was happening on the street, said only one single word, shit, because he could not describe everything that happened to them in any other way. After such bad weather, a hand began to appear from the ground, trying to get out. The bald gentleman who was watching was surprised to ask what kind of animal it was. The robot received a message that unidentified living creatures were attacking, and that 23% of them had already been destroyed. Therefore, it was necessary to immediately change the tactics and open fire. After all, there is only 48% of the charge left. Suddenly, one of those who got out of the ground grabbed a large hammer that was lying right next to him and jumped up, swinging it high. A hunter with dreadlocks began to move toward this stranger, holding his sword. The man was very determined to kill his opponent, no matter what it took. As it turned out, he was moving towards the robot, which was also very large in size, and the gentleman managed to deliver his first blow to the animal's front leg to deprive it of the ability to move. And this really put the device out of commission a bit. It was forced to stop and stand in its place. After all, damage was found in the case, and this is why the system malfunctioned. Therefore, the primary target will be adjusted, and it was a hunter with dreadlocks standing in front of him. A message popped up in the robot system that it was necessary to destroy this unidentified object. However, the gentleman was not afraid of this, but on the contrary began to smile sarcastically, saying that it was too late to fuss, and called his opponent a rusty trough, which he would simply break today. A woman with black hair that was pulled up looked down at the orange light, and with a twisted expression reminded me that she had said this earlier. It turned out that she was also looking at a robot that was sitting on top of the building she was standing under. The young lady tried to see everything carefully so as not to miss any detail. However, she was quite angry that the man with the dreadlocks called her Gyum's son. She didn't like that name at all. She thought it did not suit her. At this point, there was a new explosion. Someone in the audience was very amused by this, because he said out loud that it was a pretty good blow, but the robot continued to throw an error as a reminder that it was not all right. The next punch was right on the device, and it lit up with a bright white light that did not disappear for several minutes, but continued to spread in the sides. A blond man with small black glasses on his face stretched his arms forward, around which the same white light glowed. With a serious expression on his face, he announced that it was his turn. And the robot tried to start a system reboot in order to properly analyze the damage to know the true picture of its resources. As it turned out, the radar was damaged. Because of this, it was allowed to use external resources, and the radar warning receiver in the middle of the city was turned on, so that we could quickly find the creatures that needed to be destroyed. After that, the target was adjusted with the help of all the cameras in the city, which were located on almost every building for emergencies like this, so that you could stay informed of all the events. A blond man was found, from whom the threat level was 3rd. The man was still standing and did not suspect anything, because he had just made a very successful attack on his opponent. Suddenly, on one of the streets of the city, a frightened voice was heard asking him to look at the place where he was pointing and saying that he was running right behind him. After that, an order was given to stop him, and so everyone opened fire with their weapons. After all, the more attempts you make, the more likely it is that at least one will be successful and hit the target. The blond man took a small device out of his inside jacket pocket and shouted that he was about to activate the distortion area. Therefore, everyone should quickly run to him, because it could be dangerous for them as well. There was a big and loud explosion. First, a bright orange light shone from it, and then for a few minutes there was a gray, thick cloud of dust. It made it impossible to breathe normally. A black-haired young man looking forward nervously addressed the man named Sun Ming and said that the trajectory of the shells was changing. The man calmly replied that these were magical tools for the battle against Spinner the Psycho. It's a pity that we have to use them so early. The robot displayed a message about risk factors and noticed unregistered actions. Therefore, it was necessary to start a cleanup operation. Next, an analysis was conducted, after which the coordinates of 3 points of concentration were found. And immediately after that, the fire was launched, and the blonde turned his head back because he heard a strange cough from his partner. He was hit by one of the bullets. He could not believe his eyes because, in his opinion, it was impossible. Was the robot able to calculate the angle at which the shells would pass the barrier so quickly? It took him a few seconds to come to his senses. The blond man could not understand where this robot came from, because he thought that he had long been finished with it and would not bother them anymore. However, it attacked them again. The main man began to ask Mac Gill and Ty's son to quickly take away the warp zone, because it was becoming very difficult to guess the trajectory of the projectiles and difficult to defend. The hunter quickly responded and said that he would disable it now, and the others should attack as soon as the warp area disappeared. The woman had already prepared her weapon to fight back. The black-haired man began to count so that his colleagues could prepare well, because if they did not, they could get many casualties among them, and they didn't want that, because they needed to win. However, when the gentleman said, 1, he noticed something in front of him that made him stop and think about whether he should do it or whether it would be better to wait a little longer. And yet he decided to stop his actions. The man with blonde hair and the woman with dark hair looked at their leader in surprise because they did not understand why he had decided to do so. And when all the hunters turned around, they noticed that something white had appeared, and there were a lot of them. So they began to examine it in detail to understand what it was. And in a minute, people realized that it was a fishing line, and the robot was not going to run away, but simply lured them to the right place and used its tactics. The hunters did not expect such a development. Next, they asked themselves how the device managed to place all this here, because they saw it alone without any help. It looked strange to them, because they had never practiced this before. The creature lifted one of its paws up to begin the next stage of its plan. It turned out that the robot was charging the fishing line there to give them a force that would not stop its opponents and prevent them from moving further and using their power against it. The hunters watched all this standing in one place with their mouths and eyes wide open, unable to believe that this was even possible, because in their experience, this had never happened before. And then they finally realized that it was a mistake to gather in the warp zone. Now they could not escape, and the hunters were trapped, and they came here on their own. There was silence at the scene for a few minutes as everyone tried to figure out what to do next. At that time, the robot finished charging. However, a group of people heard a strange sound coming from the distance, but approaching. It turned out that a large white horse was running fast towards them. This again made people wonder because it was not clear where it could have come from. Not only was the animal very large, but it was also furious. The horse clenched its big teeth and a blue light shone in its eyes. For a second, the animal stopped to look at the people. But one man approached him, put his hand gently on the horse's neck, and said affectionately that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he had already missed them, adding that he missed their communication. After all, this was his comrade in arms. It turned out that this gentleman was a blond man. He smiled sweetly at the animal and continued to gently stroke its mane. The horse stood calmly because it felt completely safe. After a few minutes of such a pleasant encounter, the man began to climb into the saddle that was intended for him. Everyone around him was surprised by this development, to put it mildly. When he sat down, he said in a serious tone that the soldiers should listen to him. After all, he was about to say very important things that would be useful to them in the future. It is courage to enter a sea of enemies alone on a horse, but he is a king who has the heart of a lion and blesses them for the further trials that they will face. He also gives them the opportunity to prove themselves in the upcoming battle, for it would be an honor for them to fight alongside him. So from now on, they have the royal consent to fight for him. He called this group of hunters warriors. However, they did not immediately decide to respond to this, because they did not really understand whether it was real or whether this blond man was just crazy and was playing a joke on them. However, several of them were angry at this behavior because they considered themselves to be in charge and did not want to obey anyone. So they gritted their teeth to keep their anger in check. They also began to think that this gentleman might just be stoned and not understand what he was saying to the masses. However, he said the words again, and the hunters began to repeat everything after him as if by magic. The people lined up in several rows, each holding his weapon, to immediately engage in battle. At this time, the robot's railgun acceleration time was set, and the strength generation was running at only 13%. But at this point, there was a 0 threat level. However, there was still the task of destroying unidentified objects. And the blond man did not wait long and quickly moved on his opponent, calling to his horse comrade in arms to carry them forward as quickly as possible because they had no time. The animal listened attentively, as if it understood the language of people, and began to quickly fulfill the task set before it, and a light yellow light appeared in its eyes again, but before that the animal still laughed loudly. The creature, which had risen high up, received a message that it was necessary to open fire as soon as possible, because the opponent before it was very worthy. Therefore, it launched its blue fire. This angered the blond man, and he began to shout loudly that it was not proper for a knight to fight with long-range weapons. In a burst of emotion, the man's eyes glowed orange. So he began to ride his horse quickly toward the opponent, despite the fact that he was already using his weapon against him. However, he also took out his big sword, which was glowing with a bright orange light. The blond man was very focused on striking. And again, there was an explosion that blinded everyone around him, but not the knight, because his eyes were adapted to such brightness. It was a rather large burst of fire around, even larger than the previous one. After it, All the particles of buildings and objects that were in the epicenter began to fly around. This allowed the survivor on horseback to get to the robot unnoticed and point his sword directly at it. He was even able to touch one of its sides with the tip. At that moment, the robot's main button lit up red, and this made him stop in his tracks to see if he could continue or not, because the system had failed. The blond man began to think that it was impossible to forgive the logic of the phenomenon that appeared right in front of him. Therefore, looking at him closely, the man said that he was quite strong. After a few minutes, the machine was able to assess the situation and gave a message that it was an outdated form of jousting. It was fast, but attacks have a limit because it depends on the total mass. And it turned out that the threat level was 0, and it couldn't affect anything at all because it would be completely hit by the railgun. It turned out to be a machine analysis. For 3 seconds, the body builds a thin barrier around itself, an action plan that distracts from the already recorded fights with known risk. At this time, the blonde opened his mouth wide. After all, there are 2 seconds left before a direct collision with a railgun shot, the approximate size of the robot. The blow would be critical for the opponent even with a successful block. However, at the last second, the bullets that were supposed to hit the knight flew under each other and went in opposite directions, although they were sent with precise coordinates. It turns out that the psycho spinner missed and the rider continued to move confidently toward him to deliver his blow, which he believed would change the course of events. The stroke was not blocked, nor was there a collision with it. The robot just missed. The horse didn't stop for a second, but quickly rushed to its target. The skill used by knights is as natural as breathing. That is why only the strongest warrior among people has it, and the blonde falls into this percentage. A way to fulfill the laws of the world view. God's law that shines at the end of the spear. The survivor has finally struck his blow, to which he was rushing so hard on his white horse. After all, he is able to repel any long-range attack only once without any damage. So after that, the knight stopped for a second in one place. Then he launched another yellow arrow, which hit the building opposite and destroyed 1/4 of it. Various building materials began to fall to the ground. The rider stopped nearby and began to carefully examine the extent of the destruction, because it was all happening quite loudly, and someone could have been injured among his new comrades. In the ruins, he also noticed a robot whose system reported that it was impossible to analyze the situation and understand any actions. After all, it had suffered considerable injuries. But then a new notification came up saying that the threat level had increased significantly. This could only mean that the attacker had gotten too close. Therefore, he could strike at any second. That's why we had to leave the battlefield. That's what the device tried to do, slowly moving into the room through the large hole that formed after the explosion. This was noticed by a blond man who was sitting on a horse and could see everything clearly, and he began to think about something in detail, saying aloud, And when he finished his 10 minutes of thinking, he noticed that the robot had managed to get away from him, and there were only a few small parts left in the place where he had been a few minutes ago. Then the events unfolded in a dark room where a large purple stone was lying on a shelf, and someone turned to Yuppie and asked him to protect this place and ordered him not to let anyone even approach. After such a severe breakdown, the robot's one light continued to glow red because it was warned that not everything was as smooth as it might seem. A second later, one of the limbs simply fell off and a message from the system appeared saying that it was impossible to use the heavy arms, 5 regular shells, 36 special shells, partial retreat. Heavy 60mm weapons are available for use. There are 657 pieces of ammunition left. It is necessary to make homemade ammunition. Reusing the pieces for the fuselage, the connection to the fulcrum is damaged so the balance is off. Finally, the creature began to receive information about its condition. However, the 5th level of threat remains, because a new type of weapon from the enemy has appeared. Therefore, you need to model the appropriate one for yourself so that the forces on the battlefield are equal. Then everything in the room began to move quickly, illuminated by a bright blue light. The mysterious figure of a woman with long, wavy hair appeared again. She addressed Yap and thanked him for protecting this city as best he could. A few hours later, the robot finished modeling the strategy, so it could try to resume the mission. Suddenly, the remaining light bulbs on its body turned pale red. Jeju Sports Complex, which is located in the city center, Block B. By the way, this area looked quite eerie, because there were no people or animals on the streets. Therefore, a small group of hunters moved cautiously through the empty streets, holding their weapons tightly in their hands and looking around, because in such a place you can expect anything. Suddenly, the leader sharply ordered them to stop and said that they were right on course. 250 meters. Across the street, around the corner of the building, he sees a part of an armed robot. So the man turned to the experienced mediators and asked them to carefully take up positions near the building opposite Spinner, the psycho. The rest of them should wait here. After all, if they are spotted, they will have to retreat. However, Then everything happened in a way that no one could have even thought of. One of the hunters could only say, "Huh," in shock. When the leader heard these strange exclamations, he slowly turned his head back to see what had happened. After all, everything was fine ahead, and when he turned back, he noticed a very horrible picture where his colleagues were simply torn to pieces by the fishing line. He froze in his tracks with his mouth agape at what he saw. He had never seen anything like this before, so he asked what was going on here, because everything clearly looked very unaesthetic. However, he didn't have to stand there for long because he heard a rustling behind him, which scared the black-haired boy, so he started to turn his head very slowly again. And then he quickly grabbed his sword and swung it loudly, asking if he was there. After all, his nerves were already on edge after what he saw in front of him. The young man stood there waving his sword in the void, swinging it left and right. In his other hand, he held a shield for additional protection from the attacker. In despair, the black-haired man called the robot an ugly nado, a spider. The young man stopped for a second and tried to convince himself that the creature was definitely there. Suddenly, however, a red streak appeared on his face, and then a large number of them spread around him. After that, there was a small explosion of the remaining body of the thought. All his parts were scattered in different directions, and the blood spilled out in a circle, forming a large puddle. The robot received a new message from the system saying that the destruction of the 5 unidentified creatures was complete. So for some time, you can relax a little. However, the robot managed to start working, and with the help of a large button on his body, he tried to scan everything around him to see how things were going. And then another creature was spotted on the ground. It turned out to be a black-haired young man who was trying to escape from the robot, which was chasing him and shouting loudly that he did not want to die. However, upon closer analysis, the system showed that the threat level was 0. After that, the creature stopped in one place. After all, in such cases, you should act differently. At this time, the young man had already managed to run to the local cemetery, but he was still screaming loudly because he was afraid of what might happen to him after such an encounter, so he tried to run even faster. Suddenly, he stumbled over a small stone and fell face first onto the ground where thick green grass was growing. It was so unexpected that he didn't even have time to regroup properly. When the young man got to his knees, he turned his head back and saw the robot moving toward him, and he began to beg for mercy and fear because he did not want to die. However, this did not stop the creature, and it continued to move forward in spite of everything. And on its body, red lights were glowing to scan the area. But it passed the young man and began to move cautiously towards the graves with its tentacles. So far, it is not very clear what it is doing. After all, his relatives were obviously not there. For a few seconds, he continued to move, looking for the one he needed. And as soon as he lifted his paw over one of the graves, in his imagination it became a small, fragile hand of a woman who turned to Yuppie and asked if he knew. She went on to say that very soon she would be buried here like the others. She would be a part of this city forever. The lady had long, thick, wavy hair. Then the lady slowly turned her head back and smiled sweetly, and asked the robot if it would then defend the city in which it had spent so much time. After that, the robot switched to a young man standing a few meters away, and the system began to give out logical decisions. The first was to finish destroying the invaders. The second was of the same content. However, then an independent analysis took place through the hacking of logic and decision-making arguments. The logical reason was suppressed, and the priority was changed. The young man froze in place because he did not know what would happen next. However, the creature turned around and began to move in the opposite direction. And then the young man realized that he was probably pardoned, so he quickly hid behind a tombstone. A few seconds later, the robot lifted up and flew away, and the guy on his knees gave it a surprised look. After all, he could not even think of such a development. As he stood there, someone behind him quietly approached him and asked if he was okay. This made the black-haired man even more surprised, because he thought there was no one else here. But when he got a good look at everyone, he saw his colleagues. So he turned to Sunmi, assuming that, in his opinion, the robot was tired. The blond man asked in a serious tone what he was talking about. The young man replied that he was not killed, but simply escaped. The young man then got to his feet and, with his arms outstretched, suggested that when the robot saw the hunters, it decided it would not defeat them and simply ran away. One of the gang said that even he had his limits. However, the leader said that this was a cemetery, and it was much cleaner than the rest of the city. The deputy also emphasized that he hadn't noticed it before, but this place was really clean. At this time, the robot continued to fly over the city, moving towards its permanent location. It could be called its home. And at the same time, the system was checking the growth of the opponent's forces. The possibility of winning was 92%. However, the final decision was to retreat. Then the leader of the hunters turned toward the city center and said that this was not a pleasant place, so they needed to get out of here as soon as possible. After all, even after their death, everything here remains creepy. And if you look at the scale of the cemetery, you can see that there were many inhabitants. Finally, the robot arrived at its recovery site after an hour-long flight. And the system began to work again, reporting that about 49 rivals had been destroyed. Therefore, the fifth level of life threat remains. Because of this, the battle had to be resumed. However, the preparations were interrupted by a male voice that quietly entered the room. Of course, the creature heard it and turned its head to the front door to see who it was. And the creature concluded that this was where the impudent man was hiding. It knew that it would have to deal with him sooner or later, so it had a pretty good opportunity right now. The man peered over the wall a little bit, looking at his opponent, but when he saw that he had been spotted, he said, "So." This was his way of demonstrating his confidence. The device concluded that he was going to have a lot of fun with these commoners, and the blond man hid his hands in his pants pockets and came out so that he could be seen clearly. Then the events unfolded in a room where the survivor stood in front of a large painting with a lion. He was wearing a large, long red cloak, and it became clear long ago that Leon revered chivalry. Another expressive element on the cloak was embroidery with gold threads. It also depicted a lion, with which the man symbolized himself. He thought that this faith gave him even more strength. Therefore, it is no exaggeration to say that he is the very embodiment of chivalry. The blond man took all the rules and laws of his faith very seriously. The knight also believes that only cowards set up ambushes, which is why he always fights fair. Looking intently at his opponent, he asked if he was ready. After that, the robot's one light bulb glowed brighter, and it released a small laser, which caused a new explosion, so there is no guarantee that the opponent will fight fair. However, this is a reason to abandon the knightly code, and the gentleman took out his weapon despite the fact that everything around him was on fire, and this did not stop him from continuing to fight. After all, the oil transformation will not allow anything to break his will. Because of this, he even held his sword in the fire for a few seconds to warm it up a bit before the upcoming fight. It is this kind of self-confidence that makes him stronger and chosen. The blond man began to move forward confidently, and the people in front of him spread out in different directions. His cloak flew up in the wind. When the gentleman looked at his opponent, who was sitting on the wall at that time, he concluded that he should not expect a fair fight from the robot. It was not clear what plan of action he had in place for such cases. And it turned out to be true, because the device was already checking the equipment. The muzzle of a 60 caliber machine gun with 480 shells and 4 pieces of fishing line remained. As soon as the preparations were complete, the gun was fired. The blond man stood in his place as if dug in. He didn't even try to dodge the bullets that were flying straight at him. After all, the law of creation blessed the shield with arrows that protected the space around the knight. Because of this, he could feel completely safe. Therefore, he could carefully examine the robot. After several rounds of bullets, the creature began to identify objects, and in a few seconds, an unregistered action was found that caused a certain failure. And the system began to calculate the angle of the next attack again, while the survivor continued to look at what was happening in front of him to assess the situation. And just a minute later, it gave out the coordinates of 3 objects that would need to be destroyed because they pose a certain threat to the robot. Therefore, they cannot be left. Again, 3 bullets were launched, which were already moving rapidly towards the blond man, who was standing in the center of the street, and turned his head in the direction where the whistling was coming from. However, this did not frighten the gentleman. He only began to smile mysteriously, because he had already thought out a plan of action that he would follow no matter what. So he lifted his foot up and kicked the ground hard, and it began to crack and fall apart quickly. Because of this, the bullets hit the pieces of soil, not the man. The creature did not give up immediately after the defeat, so the red laser reappeared and began to move in a circle to search for unidentified objects. However, the system made a sound that symbolized some kind of malfunction. The creature did not immediately react to this, because it had a bigger problem that required attention at the time. A very large metal sword landed a few meters away. The robot was very frightened, because it could easily get into it, and after that, it would not be able to recover. And the device realized that it had to act right away, so it fired the laser from the big light bulb because, in its opinion, it was the only right thing to do. However, what happened next surprised the robot because right in front of it stood a blond man on a big white horse who was moving forward quickly right at his opponent. The man's face was hidden in the shadows, and only a bright orange gaze could be seen, and he drew his sword back a little to make a good swing for a stronger blow. So the device decided that he needed to get up as quickly as possible to avoid the deadly blow. However, it wasn't going to escape so easily. As soon as it reached a normal height, it began to shoot small lights at the knight who was standing below. Because of this development, the blonde man had to develop a new plan of action, because, in his opinion, the device was not conducting the duel fairly. After all, he was not used to this. Then the man smiled and turned to his horse, whose name was Stallion, and suggested that it looked like they were being played hide and seek, and they certainly had no right to refuse. Then, some incomprehensible actions began to take place on the part of the robot, as it began to run away quickly, pushing away from the buildings with the fire that flew at it from the turbine. The blonde man had no choice but to catch up with this coward, but on the ground because unfortunately his horse could not fly, but it could run fast. Wherever the creature touched, there was an explosion, and all the particles of the buildings fell down. By doing so, he wanted to stop his pursuer at least for a little while. This did not stop the man from continuing his pursuit. The robot stopped for a second and began to think about how the body could have such a speed, especially since there were many obstacles on the way. Suddenly, a metal, tall streetlight pole came into the device's field of vision, which gave it a great idea that it could implement right now. So, as soon as he approached it, he grabbed hold of one limb and spun around, thus directing his movement in the direction he was trying to escape from. This allowed him to gain a high speed of movement, and during this he launched an attack at high speed for which he had a certain type of weapon prepared. When the blonde man saw and realized what the robot was going to do, he pulled the laces that controlled the horse and at the same time shouted his name, Stallion, loudly. It turned out that the opponent was moving at breakneck speed right at the survivor and his animal. The gentleman wanted to quickly get off the path they were traveling on. So he began to order the horse to stop saying purr, and to some extent it helped. They were able to stop a few meters away from their opponent. The first seconds the man was shocked, so all he could say was, However, he did not stay in this state for long because he had seen many things in his life. However, in his opinion, it was a pretty good development, being controlled by a robot. It could already be called an equal match. The animal continued to walk, either to the right or to the left. The creature also froze for a second because first it had to gain strength to continue to fight with dignity. He simply could not lose. All he had to do was to climb high up again and try to move in the air, because then he had a better chance of being saved. As soon as the blonde saw this, he ordered his horse to follow his opponent. However, this did not stop the rider from continuing to move forward. The creature did not give up hope of dealing with the survivor, so it began to fire the bullets it still had in its stockpile, at least to wound the opponent, and thus escape to safety. There was another explosion near the nearest building to the blonde man, who raised his head and looked up to understand the extent of the destruction and see the robot that must be somewhere there. After that, large pieces of concrete slabs began flying to the ground right where he and his horse were. It scared the man quite a bit, so he shouted the name of his animal loudly, Stalin! And the horse understood everything and began to push off the ground, and then its hooves touched the flying plates, so they were able to climb up the mountain to the gatehouse that was floating in the sky. The robot did not expect this because, in his opinion, this animal can only move on the ground. Therefore, he did not think that it could pose a threat to him here. The man on the horse was moving quite fast in the air, so he put his sword with the sharp part forward so that it could be used at any time. The device saw this and began to count its ammunition, and the system reported that there were only 68 left. Therefore, it was necessary to start firing with all available ones. And just a second later, bullets began to fly out of the small muzzle one after another to hit the target and cause damage. Of course, the animal tried to dodge them, but it was not always successful. The attacker continued to sit in the same position as before. Another peculiarity of the blonde man was that the bullets simply did not hit him. They just bounced off and flew away because his defense was completely metal. The robot was quite surprised by this, because it turned out that he was wasting his shells. As the man approached him, he shouted loudly that whatever he did would be in honor of the lion's heart. And he quickly pointed his sword at his opponent to deal him a crushing blow, because he had no more patience with him for almost a whole day. And there was very little time left. The weapon hit exactly where it was needed. It caused a burst of bright yellow light, and then a large cloud of dust immediately appeared, through which nothing could be seen. And when the dust began to settle a few seconds later, the survivor noticed a robot in the sky that was missing a body part, and the system began to display messages saying that a critical level of uranium had been obtained and the task limit had been exceeded. Suddenly, I remembered that a woman had warned me earlier that what had been imprisoned should never see the light of day again. She said this while looking closely at the purple gemstone. It was because of this that the device started the process of self-destruction, and all the light bulbs lit up with a very bright red light, signaling the start of work. And in a few seconds, the objects on the entire territory were blown up. The man froze on the spot with his mouth wide open, carefully watching everything that was happening around him. After all, there was a very large explosion in the very center of the city, during which a large stream of fire and smoke rose into the sky, and everything around glowed red. When JS-10.253 woke up, he was in a shelter that smelled like oil. However, at the same moment, a male voice addressed him, named Spinner the Psycho. It was a gentleman in a dark blue hat. He opened one part of the door and ordered the robot to quickly go to the defense of the city. After all, he had to fulfill his task. At this time, a large creature began to make its way through the streets, clinging to the walls of the buildings that had survived the explosion with its large and long tentacles. This creature had one large eye that glowed with red light, and with the help of this eye, it could see everything around it to the smallest detail so as not to miss important elements. However, she could not move freely for long because the robot had already taken aim and launched 3 of its largest projectiles at her, which passed through her, leaving only large holes behind. Of course, she could not hold on any longer, so she let go and flew to the ground. When she landed, her blood flew around, contaminating everything in the vicinity. Next, another monster came out of the ground which had a human-like body structure, but its face had large, sharp teeth, red eyes, and horns in the center of its forehead. When it turned its head to the right, it noticed that several dozen robots were moving towards it, with the task of defending the city using any methods and means. At that time, the Spinners, the Psychos, went to the city and destroyed all the enemies and became heroes. Their image was shown on the central square on a big screen. The story of the super robots who saved the city from a desperate situation was just a good fairy tale for the locals, who unfortunately lost all faith. And from that moment on, the Psycho Spinners became symbols of hope and Iron Knights for them. That is why people will be grateful to them for such a feat that saved the lives of thousands of residents. However, on the battlefield, they had a very hard time. After all, they had to fight for victory while standing in the fire that surrounded them on all sides. There was no time to develop another plan of action. But even in such conditions, they managed to launch their shells, which often hit the enemy and even killed some of them immediately. And this was a very important step towards victory. Spinner, Psychos were rebuilt, includes JS-10, 253, and from now on they defended the city under the leadership of the commander-in-chief, who constantly made decisions for them and developed an attack plan on his own. Therefore, they had to defend their area to the last, because they could not be allowed to lose, because after such work, they could not return their territories. But despite this, there were enough of them to conduct an uninterrupted battle, which exhausted the enemy a little bit, and this allowed them to deal with them faster. However, they defended it until what they had to defend disappeared. The city was just in flames, and from above it looked very scary for a viewer who was not used to seeing this. Then there is a picture of a young lady with long, wavy hair and a split lip addressing Yuppie and making her last request to protect the city. After all, this thing can't even exist, and the last combat robot received his last order, which he was able to fulfill to the letter, just at the highest level. So no one could even come close to this thing. As it turned out, it was about that beautiful and large purple stone in a securely locked room. While he lived on this territory, he was constantly conducting certain preparations to be ready for defensive actions at any unexpected moment. And when the time came, he defended himself. He fought with opponents several times his size, and victory was always on his side. After all, he used his large store of weapons against them. After one battle was over, he began to prepare for the next, because unrecognized creatures were constantly entering this land and had to be eliminated. And when they came back, the robot had everything ready. All that remained was to use it correctly so that losses were maximized and weapons were used up as little as possible. However, one day during another battle, he was wounded. Namely, a quarter of his body simply fell off from the blow, and he was forced to stop. A blond man came up to him and said, "So this is where he landed, but the blessing of the arrow shield still works." Having said that, he began to carefully examine his opponent. Suddenly, something on his right side caught his attention, because when he slowly turned his head there, he noticed that it must be... He saw exactly what the robot was trying so hard to protect. Namely, on the shelf was a beautiful, large purple, round stone. A bright light was spreading from it. And then the knight realized that it was a stone of wisdom, which everyone wants to master. Therefore, he threw his sword into the blue portal that opened, so that he would not lose it anywhere. After that, he began to move confidently toward the shelf, saying in a serious tone that this was not a thing that should continue to exist. The robot was very frightened by this wording. The blonde stopped for a second and turned his head back because something quickly began to move there, blowing a strange sound throughout the room they were in. And there he saw that the broken robot was still rushing into battle to protect the treasure he had been entrusted with, so he would do it to the last no matter what. Then the man asked how long he had been protecting this place, and how long he had to fight like this alone. The creature froze for a second to listen carefully. A night of devotion and selflessness. All living beings who lived in this city owe the robot a debt of gratitude for his friendship. During this speech, the man's eyes glowed orange. Sir Spinner the Psycho was very touched by these words because for a long period of time no one had pitied him because he had always lived here alone, without neighbors or friends. Then the blond man raised his right hand high up and said loudly that he was solemnly announcing that from this moment on, the creature's task was successfully completed and he could be free. After that, he lowered his hand down and began to point his sword directly in front of him, and there suddenly appeared a bright orange light that could blind an unprepared creature. And then the earth began to crack into small particles through which a similar light also penetrated. At first, the robot did not understand what was happening. A few seconds later, a large stream broke through, causing the stones to fly around, and the light was very long, even connecting the earth to the sky. The blond man stood still in one place and carefully and thoroughly examined the wall, which was a few meters away and had a burgundy color. It turned out that the wall had been split in half by the explosion in the very place where the precious purple stone was located. It was also shattered, along with several other parts. Unfortunately, the robot was unable to withstand such a surge, so it stopped working. The survivor realized this and calmly said that the robot could finally rest in peace. So the creature stayed where it had been for the last few hours. He had stayed working for so long with the injury he had, namely, half of his body was simply gone. After that, the blond man returned to Earth, put on a clean, classic suit, and went to the Hunters Association, where he met with the director to discuss his next steps. It was a great surprise that the survivor managed to destroy the stone. It seemed very strange to the knight, so he stopped and asked in a surprised tone if the gentleman was complaining. The mustachioed man smiled sweetly and replied that from the moment His Majesty destroyed Spinner the Psycho, he had the right to do whatever he wanted with the stone. However, the blond man was not convinced, so he got angry, raised his eyebrows, and said angrily that the man should not be so disappointed because it was poison. The director asked again, "Poison?" The knight began to explain that this stone was created by the evil of wisdom and poison to tempt people. He said this in simple words so that the principal could understand everything correctly. And a second later, he added that it was the work of the demon himself. The mustached gentleman was quite surprised by what he heard. After all, they had never heard of such a thing in the office. And the blond man continued to tell them the facts that at first they fulfill one wish, but later they will definitely demand payment among tamed animals and food. And then, the demon can control people's thoughts for a long period of time. He used their capabilities for his own purposes to ensure comfortable living conditions. Therefore, it did not take much time to lose humanity in such conditions, and everyone could become a demon and join the army mainly to fight imaginary enemies. After this conversation, the survivor asked if they had found anything similar anywhere else. After all, these stones need to be destroyed immediately. The director said that they should immediately inform the authorities of their city. When they finished their conversation, they came to a large metal door that they could not pass through on their own, so they stopped in front of it and waited for it to open. And at that moment, the knight emphasized that they could have already fallen under the influence of demons, and the gaze at that moment was very focused on what was ahead. And a second later, the door began to slowly open, and inside was a secret laboratory where 3 scientists were working. They were dressed in long white coats. Then they began to slowly enter the room and were quickly approached by a gentleman who asked the blonde if the thing they needed was stored here. However, the main man answered, confirming that it was safe and sound. It turned out that the survivor was talking about the remains of a robot that he had brought to the ground with him to be carefully examined and evaluated by the office staff. When the director came closer, he put his left hand to the side and asked his interlocutor what he wanted to do. The blond man thought for a moment. However, he didn't do so for long, so he said that since he was a noble knight, therefore a funeral should be held, and he will pray that he will pass safely into the hall of the banquet of the gods. But before that, he had to be blessed. And when he stretched his hand forward, a blue light appeared above it, and a second later, there was a beautiful golden bowl. A few seconds later, a little smoke began to appear from the bowl. At the same time, an orange light shone near the gentleman. The blond man turned one hand, palm up, and said that the creature should rest in peace. After all, he was a faithful knight. After that, the survivor slowly began to turn the vessel over, and a golden-colored liquid poured out of it, spreading all over the robot. And when everything was covered in this liquid, the people quickly left the room and closed the door, because there was a big explosion, the light from which blinded them anyway. The survivor then returned to his seat to pour the remains out of the bowl. Suddenly, the principal, who came up behind him, said in surprise that Spinner, the psycho, had started to move. Then the blond man stopped his actions and looked down with a sweet smile, where the robot began to make sounds like peel, peel. This symbolized something for the night, but the rest of us could not understand it. The man noticed that a small door opened in the creature's body, through which a tiny leg came out, moving quite briskly for someone who was almost dead. And then the gentleman realized that all this was due to energy, or to be more precise, due to the divine power that he had given him during the blessing. Then the blond man concluded that the device had no source of energy, but it looked like the divine power had created a miracle. This made the guy feel very happy. Meanwhile, the robot was trying to troubleshoot itself, throwing away the parts that did not work and replacing them with new ones, those that were lying next to him. Everyone present watched this process closely, and when he thought the robot was done, he tried to start the new system by pressing the largest button on it. It immediately lit up red and made the sound pelik. The blond man began to carefully take out his majestic sword, saying that everything had become clear to him, because if it was him, the goddess would have chosen him. The gentleman lowered the sword with its sharp end into the ground, and it began to glow with orange light. The cantor's employees stood behind him, and the robot continued to make the sound, pilik, pilik. The survivor then stabbed his sword directly in front of him, and a strong air current was generated, causing his jacket to fly backwards. However, he did not notice this because he managed to close his eyes. The men who were in the room at the time opened their mouths wide in surprise, for they had clearly not expected such a development. The knight raised the handle to his face. Then he abruptly drew the weapon back. It was so unexpected that one of the scientists barely managed to duck to avoid being hit, because it could have been a fatal blow. However, at that moment, a fuzzy image of a young blonde lady appeared in front of them, who looked very tired and upset. However, she had beautiful blue eyes. The blond man stood there and looked at her intently. This was not a surprise to him at all, because this was exactly what he had expected when he started the whole thing. The mustachioed man opened his mouth wide and said, "Wow," because they had never seen anything like this before, and they didn't even think it was possible in their world. And a second later, the director and his subordinates slowly knelt down and stared as if spellbound. They also clenched their hands into fists and put them on the ground. Then it became clear that everyone present felt that the girl from the bright light was not human. Sweat began to appear in small droplets on the leader's face. She was also small and very fragile. Ever since she appeared, she had been floating in the air. From the outside, it looked very beautiful on the one hand and magical on the other. Then the blond man bowed his head down and said in a gentle tone, "Honorable Goddess Ariana." The woman folded her hands in prayer and turned to Leonhardt as to her first night and asked him to tell her what it was. However, he did not know how to explain it properly so that the lady could understand it the first time, because she does not like it when someone tries to give her an answer. So he said that the device's name was Spinner, a psycho, and he was a noble knight and a role model. Because of his exploits, he is worthy of her patronage. The young lady thought for a few seconds and then said that the robot had not actually fulfilled her request. After saying this, the creature began to tremble with fear. Despite this, the woman continued to say that he had not proven his nobility and had not dedicated his glory to her. The survivor raised his head up and said that as her first knight, he guaranteed that if he had not been there, the robot would have become a notable king with the heart of a lion. So it turns out that he is a great knight. The blonde lady began to smile sweetly, saying that if he says so. At this time, the man had a very focused look on his face because now a very important matter was being decided, and he could not fail because his life was at stake. Even the woman's look became more cheerful, and she said that she did not need further consideration, and she turned her gaze to the robot on her right side. Then she began to slowly stretch her hand forward, saying that there was only one thing she had to be sure of, just 100%, because it could not be otherwise. So she closed her eyes tightly and addressed the robot, calling it a metal knight from another world. She asked him if he would follow the light and uphold justice by joining her knight's army. The creature was very happy with these words, and all he could answer was Pilik, which symbolized his consent. After all, even in his dreams, he could not have counted on such a thing. The blonde lady, looking directly at him and smiling sweetly, continued to say that the robot was filled with nobility and knowledge, but its heart was as pure as a child's. And finally, the lady asked him to help her knight stop the evil in this world, and then he would be able to become a knight as well. The blonde man listened attentively with his head down. A second after he finished speaking, the gentleman turned his gaze to the robot, which was standing a few meters away and made a pilik sound, symbolizing his agreement. The survivor was very pleased with this development, because he had been in need of a partner for a long time, but he could not find someone suitable for this role. The robot began to slowly move its legs towards its new boss. His reaction also showed joy, because he was rather sad about the several years he had spent alone. But first he decided that he needed to finish his conversation with the goddess, and only then could he turn his back on her without showing his disrespect. And when he approached the lady, the system started hacking the signal of the language system, and then the language module was installed. And when everything was ready, the system was tested. It reported that it was a demon. Therefore, it was necessary to attack it immediately. This was a pretty good plan for the robot, because it often happened that bad people hid behind the masks of good people. At that moment, the blonde woman had no idea about anything. She closed her eyes and smiled sweetly, enjoying the free moment, which she did not have as much as she wanted. However, a second later, she suddenly began to rise up, arms wide apart, and addressed Spinner, the psycho. The device could only watch from the sideline. Then the woman added that since he was so loyal and served as her first knight, she would now give him her honor. And after saying that, he began to look through something in his hands. The lady put her hands down and a stream of bright light pierced the robot. It was a blessing. The blond man was still kneeling with his head bent down and his eyes closed, because this was also a very important moment for him, because his future work depended on it. Therefore, this Knight of the Grail was presented before the light and justice. In fact, it took less than a minute, but it felt like a day. Time seemed to stand still. From that moment on, Spinner the Psycho became Grail Knight 10,253. The robot stood still for a few seconds and did not move, because after the procedure, it had to come to its senses. At that time, a meeting between two people was taking place in the Great Tower of the United States, where one of them addressed Her Majesty and asked for forgiveness. This encounter took place in the late evening, when the moon and stars were already clearly visible in the sky. It turns out that the office of the head of the Magic Tower, Reynold Sherman, was located there. The front door was very massive and had additional protection against uninvited guests. The man who came to report knelt down, bowed his head very low, and said that he was unable to fulfill the order. The chief angrily called him an idiot who could not cope with such an easy task. After all, he had been taught wisdom and truth for a long time, and he still disappointed him. The subordinate said that it was his own fault. Then the employee looked up and added that there was nothing he could do, because the survivor Leon had come as a great surprise to them, and they had to work differently than they had planned. The director was very angry about this and began to say loudly that the gentleman was humiliating his hearing with his excuses, and it turned out that the voice was coming from a red, round stone. However, the boss suddenly fell silent, and when he began to speak, he asked his subordinate what he had just said. The man was surprised, so he apologized again. And then the voice from the stone ordered him to quickly turn on the news that was on TV. The gentleman began to move quickly to the right side to accomplish at least this task. Finally, the worker found the remote control and pressed the red button that was responsible for turning on the TV. After that, he sat down on the floor and began to watch what they were talking about. It was a live broadcast of a blond man standing behind a podium with his arms folded across his chest, saying that he was a king with the heart of a lion, and a red-haired huntress was standing on his right side. Then the survivor said that his name was Leon Dragonia Leonhardt. These words almost made the stone explode, because it was just the beginning of the conference, and he was already very angry. And he began to say nervously, "Why is this bastard here?" And then the man with long hair suggested that maybe his master was afraid, because he had never seen him in such a state. Finally, the master said that he was washing his hands of the situation, and that he would not do anything. Suddenly, the red color disappeared, and the stone turned gray. The subordinate froze in his tracks from what he had just seen. So the man quickly ran to the rack where it was located, grabbed the round stone in his hands, and began to call out pitifully to the master, hoping that he would return. However, the man began to realize that he was alone here, and it scared him. He did not understand what to do next without instructions from his boss. So he quickly ran outside with the bullet in his hands, and with a disappointed face began to shout loudly and call out, "Mater!" And at that moment a bright light appeared behind him. But this stone would not make a sound again. The next morning, a group of people gathered at the Korean Hunters Association to discuss the situation. The director of the cantonment folded both arms across his chest and asked if they could register Sir Spinner Psycho as a member of the Blonde Guild. He then closed his eyes and added that it would most likely be difficult to do so at this very moment. The survivor replied in a calm tone that it was not really that important. After that, the knight and the robot began to move slowly toward a large metal door through which they would leave the room and go to the city. And while they were waiting for the door to open, The device raised its front legs and made the familiar pillock sound. This made the gentleman stop and pay attention to it. Suddenly, the blond man began to cough loudly and blood appeared on his hands. The robot friend was very scared when he saw this, but the goddess immediately appeared and turned to her knight and asked him if he was okay. The man, wiping himself with a handkerchief, calmly replied that everything was fine, but he guessed that the Grail Knight's journey in the lands devoid of divine powers had taken a lot of strength from him. The robot continued to worry about his new friend, so he began to poke with his little paw to see for himself if everything was really okay. The blonde closed his eyes and slowly answered that it was not the fault of the device, but he was still very weak. However, the goddess did not leave it at that, and said again that she, as a creature, could be to blame. It was because she could not be present with him. The man put his hand on his chest and said that it was not fatigue. No one can blame the deity. So he asked her not to say such things anymore. The woman understood and said affectionately, "My knight." But at this time, a small drop of tears could be seen in the gentleman's eyes. He was very tired, and he missed his home and his family very much. The goddess, who was quietly watching from the sidelines, was also saddened to see the state of her employee, so she thanked him for his loyalty. But even if the earth was deprived of divinity, she and the other gods were also to blame for not coming there sooner. The gentleman stopped and began to think. Finally, the lady asked him to have a good rest to regain his strength. He should also believe in the gods and wait for their help. The blond man listened attentively and put his hand over his heart in agreement. Then he turned to Ariana. The young lady closed her eyes in order to be transferred to her world, because she could not spend a long time here either. After all, at this moment her strength is also spent. When she returned, she turned to her brothers and sisters. They had already gathered in the room for a discussion. Among them were 2 men and 1 girl. The young lady put her hands down and said that they had to help their heir. Everyone present lined up and listened attentively. On the day when the king with the heart of a lion turned 121 years old, the world came to an end and only 1 knight remained. But despite this, he managed to free all the divinity in the worlds around him and direct it into his heart. Sometimes the battles took place in the desert where he was surrounded by many demons, but he did not give up, but continued to fight them. Therefore the gods had no other option but to move into the heart of the saint who tried so hard to save them. And it was after this that an orange light appeared in his eyes. So they stayed with him constantly and watched the king kill monsters for the next 180 years. During this period, they could see both small and large animals. However, the gods allowed 1 person to carry the weight of the whole world. Although this was not in his plans, he had to do it because he had no other option. Therefore, all the divine creatures of the pantheon owe Leon an irreparable debt. When the elders gathered at a round table, one of them asked, "What was the condition of this gentleman?" The blonde lady replied that he was not doing well. A second later, the lady added that her knight was very tired and had little strength left. The employee opened her mouth wide and asked what they should do. Suddenly, a man's hand banged on the table, and he said that the appointment of 1 single Grail Knight had taken such a toll on his body. They had not counted on it happening so quickly. This gentleman was a young man with long black hair. He continued to ask what had happened to the king with the heart of a lion, who shone in the majesty of the gods. The blonde woman looked down and said that the gentleman should have respect, because the man had fought for them for more than 200 years, and won. The man quickly replied that he knew that, and that was why he was angry with himself. When the man said his last words, he got to his feet and sweat began to appear on his face, because the moment was very tense and decisive. For a few seconds, the room fell silent as everyone in the room looked down to think carefully and make the right decision. The red-haired girl even started to cry because she realized what they had pushed the man into and what trials he was facing. The blonde girl broke the silence and began to say, 180 years. So it was time for them to act. For quite a long time, they had been standing on the sidelines and did not act even in emergency situations. The lady emphasized that this could not go on. After all, she could not continue to watch her knight suffer from pain. The rest of the people present listened to their colleague's speech in silence, because she was the one who had gathered them here. Suddenly, she was interrupted by a team member who raised his hand as if he were in school and said he had an idea. Rusiava looked at him and told him not to stall, but to speak. Then the gentleman folded his arms across his chest, and with a serious expression began to say that just like life is like the fields, they need to bless something related to them to bring faith to that community. The black man with long hair put his head on his hand and asked if he was suggesting that he should do missionary work. The gentleman replied, yes, and they will be able to show divinity to people. After all, they saw, watching the followers of life, that the other world communicates with a thing called the internet. The red-haired woman was very happy when she heard this. A man with a thick black beard raised his right index finger up in a serious tone and suggested that they use this internet for their own purposes. However, the long-haired man angrily asked why the king with the heart of a lion had not thought of this, since he was a resident of that world. The bearded man quickly replied that the gentleman had lived at a time when the internet was not yet so widespread. Rusieva asked what they would do about the trial and the mistakes, because they know that it took Leon 20 years to realize the reason for what was happening. The bearded man, folding his arms across his chest, began to smile sarcastically, saying that this is where their new Grail Knight will step in, because that's what they appointed him for. Then the events unfold in the laboratory at the Hunters Association. One of the employees sitting at the computer turned to the manager and showed him something on the screen. When they began to watch it, the bald man said that he had found it on YouTube, so he asked if it was even allowed to be posted. The main man put his hand to the side and asked in surprise, "On YouTube?" For several minutes he stood there with his mouth wide open and his eyes wide with surprise, because no matter how hard he tried, he could not understand what it was and why it was uploaded here. It turned out that a channel called Naju Fields had been created there, and it would be run by an as-yet unknown blogger. The main image showed a lion on a black background. However, after a few minutes, the manager began to get very worried, which was noticeable by the way his face began to appear under small droplets, and the phrase "this is" ran through his head. The first video was already posted on the channel, titled "Pray Before and After Meals" in honor of the goddess Demary. In the video, an old man said, "Why go to hospitals? Office workers are used to looking down on farmers." It was this phrase that turned the situation upside down. The video then showed rice and said that once everyone tasted it, their lives would change. The office staff was shocked by the activity on the page. The manager asked the bald man who could have been behind it. The man replied that it could be Leon, because he had come to them with Pantheano. The manager asked if he thought that this man could have gone to YouTube himself. Then the programmer suggested that it could have been Han's assistant, but the manager denied it, saying that she was not tech-savvy at all, as she had asked him for help before. The black-haired man put his hand on the whiteboard and said that the main question remained whether the video was clickbait or the truth. The bald man was looking at the computer screen. The manager asked his colleagues what they should do in this case, but he had a completely different idea about what this man was up to. It was still unclear. To collect his thoughts, the man turned to the door and said that he would be leaving for a while. The bald man asked in surprise where he was going. The manager stopped, turned his head back and said that in a few hours he would meet with Leon to find out why this YouTube channel was created, because it was undermining the peace in their country. All this was happening late in the evening. That's why it was quiet and peaceful in the blonde's penthouse. The man had been resting and recuperating for several days as he had been instructed, and the robot was sitting at the computer and typing something with its small metal legs, and he was able to do this quite quickly, given that he had no experience with this before. When he finished the first stage of his task, he stopped and said that he had already created a description. A single red light on the case lit up. Then he pressed enter and said that he would start uploading new content, because more and more subscribers were appearing every minute, and they would demand updates. Suddenly, the door to the room began to open slowly, and through the small crack, the red-haired woman poked her head in and called out to Sir Yap to see if he needed her laptop anymore. Receiving no response, she cautiously began to move around the room, and when she found the creature, she asked him what he was doing. All he could answer was Pilik. But then he did say, "Come up with a name, cheeky advertising. Phase 1 is complete." The robot began to walk happily from side to side, because it was doing its job quite well. But then a bright red light came on around him, and the device itself announced that the second phase had started, and in it he had to break the connection and use it for his own purposes. The red-haired woman watched this action and froze in place with wide eyes, because she could not even think that this creature was capable of creating such a thing. But she did not immediately realize what was really happening, so she began to smile and rejoice, because for some reason she assumed that Sir Yuppie was playing a game. And all because the young lady does not know how a computer works. And when she saw a beautiful picture on the screen, she concluded that it was some kind of famous game. However, it was an image of the Pantheon Guild branch in the fields of Naju, temporarily. It was a large building surrounded by a high brick fence, so that it was not noticeable what was happening inside. However, a manager burst into the room and angrily addressed His Majesty, and said in a commanding tone that the video should be destroyed because it could bring harm to society. The blonde man was sitting on the couch drinking tea, and the red-haired woman was just getting ready to go out. Neither of them understood what the employee of the hunting association was talking about. So first, the lady approached him and gave him some barley tea and a thermos to calm him down. The black-haired man thanked her for her kindness, because he hadn't slept all night. The man went into the room, and the woman gave him a glass, into which he poured the tea and began to drink quickly, because he had run here so fast that he was thirsty. But suddenly he remembered why he came here. That's why he stopped and started wiping the water around his mouth. He looked at his colleagues and said, "Video." And he asked the blonde man who was uploading the videos on the channel he had created. The survivor calmly listened and answered that it was Sir Spinner. The manager was surprised to hear Sir Spinner. At the same time, the thought flashed through my mind, is this killing machine making those videos? After all, he would never have guessed that. At this time, the robot was sitting at his desk, typing up a new text for another video description, and he was so focused that he didn't even notice the guest. However, the knight asked what the manager meant by saying that the video should be destroyed. The guy said in surprise, "His Majesty already knows that the rice grown in the fields of Naju is completely different from the one usually grown in the world. And to get rid of diseases and become completely healthy, you just need to eat it." And it sounds like a fairy tale. An employee of the association said that as soon as people learn about the properties of rice, everyone will follow it and chaos will ensue. Also, the Naju fields will be overrun with thieves and it will be impossible to control because they don't have the number of guards to guard the area well. As soon as the Food Industry Control allows sowing, the association will do everything possible to help them, so they have to wait until then. The blond man listened attentively and, raising his cup of tea to his face, agreed to this proposal and added that he was sure they had their own rules and algorithms. And after taking one sip, the survivor said that there was no need to worry at all. The manager excitedly apologized, and his expression showed a lack of understanding of the meaning of the last phrase. The knight looked down and said in a quiet tone that the divine crops could not be stolen by anyone. He looked very calm, as if he was not worried about this development. So the manager opened his mouth wide and began to think about how this gentleman could be so sure of what he was saying. It didn't look very plausible, to put it mildly. At that time, there was already ripe wheat in the field, waiting for people to start harvesting it, and after several hundred views of the video, no one has yet tried to steal anything here. However, a week later, 4 black cars arrived at this place, and several people got out and started fussing around. By the way, they came here in the middle of the night to attract less attention. One of the women pulled out her smartphone and said that these rice grains must be real, and on her phone she read a task from an anonymous number that asked her to save a few samples and then burn the entire field. Then the man who arrived took off his mask and looked around and said that he thought that security was at the highest level, but there was nothing here. So he began to tell his colleagues that all they had to do was to harvest some of the crops and burn the rest. The plan sounded simple enough. All that was left was to do it right. The dark-haired gentleman said that they had already been paid for the work, so they needed to fulfill the order quickly, and he ordered the younger guys in the team to bring gasoline cans. It turned out that it was a snake squad, an association of demonic people from the Korean branch of the Hitman Group. And after that, the workers spread out around the entire perimeter of the field so that nothing would be left, because then the customers would be very angry that they couldn't do everything right. Now they were just lined up against each other, waiting for the order from the boss to start the task and finally go home to rest. However, when they began to look closely at the area around them, something caught the attention of one of the workers, and he informed his neighbor about it. He also turned his head in that direction. It turned out that a few meters away they noticed the figure of a man wearing a long black coat and a black hat, so the thief began to draw his sword. But when they got closer, they realized that it was just a scarecrow made of straw and dressed in old torn clothes, and their excitement ended there. After all, what could this toy do to them? It is there to scare away birds and other animals that could harm the crops, so we can safely continue what we started. The neighbor began to grumble that it was a scarecrow, and they were distracted from their work. The culprit bowed his head and apologized for the false alarm, because from a distance it was impossible to tell that it was not a person. But when they turned in the opposite direction, the guy added that he thought he saw it moving. His friend called him an idiot and reminded him of the wind, which could have done that. After these words, the first one began to look closely at the toy's face and emphasized that it was quite scary, like a devil's face. For a few seconds, he stood and watched. However, when they were finally about to go to their seats, something caught the boy's attention again, and he called to Hen, who was walking ahead of him, and asked him to look back. And when the friend turned his head back, he saw not just one scarecrow, but about 10 of them. So the young man asked if there were too many of them for such a small area. One of them even had its body pierced with a pitchfork and its head tilted to the side. It looked as if someone had killed him. The leader of the group continued to walk to his seat, saying how could this young man be a demonic person when he was shaking from several scarecrows? And finally he added that he had to stop being distracted because he needed to check the wind direction, because he needed to set fire to as many as possible in a short period of time. And from that moment on, everyone who came to the task began to pour gasoline on their own area to cover more territory. And when they were done, they dumped all the red cans into one pile to destroy them as evidence, because they could tell who did it all. Then the leader folded his arms across his chest and said that he needed to collect some grains for himself before setting fire to it. So it fell on the shoulders of two men named Man-Su and Jin-Tae. But for some reason, no one in the audience responded to these names, and the gentleman was surprised because he did not understand why. Did they not hear? So he spoke again, but a little louder. However, there was silence again. So the man went to their neighbor and asked where the two could have gone. The worker replied that he did not know, but they were behind him the whole time. And realizing that they were wandering around, everyone began to call out loudly for them to come back and continue working with. Suddenly, the leader noticed something that alerted him, so he froze in his tracks and turned his head to his employees. However, he didn't have time to say a word because the blond man said in a surprised, quiet voice, "This scarecrow." It turned out that they had seen them too, and it was not a ghost or mirage at all. One of them asked if these scarecrows had always been so close or if he had just never noticed them before. Suddenly, behind the main man, who stood confidently with his arms folded across his chest, appeared the largest scarecrow, from which a bright blue light was reflected. So, to see what was happening behind him, the man began to turn his head back carefully and slowly with his eyes wide open and his eyebrows raised high. And when he looked at the toy's face, there was nothing there, just straw, and that was it. So he realized that he had imagined something in vain. Suddenly, however, a smiling expression appeared on the face, with eyes as round as buttons. For some reason, the toy was sticking out its tongue as if it was teasing. This scared the main man, so he stood still for a few seconds, shocked by the shock he was experiencing. He clearly hadn't counted on this. Then the man decided to just swing and destroy the creature, because how dare it scare him? His friend heard the strange sounds and turned his head to the right and began to call out to the young man named Hen. The latter turned his head for a split second and confirmed the previous one's guess that they were actually moving and therefore not just stuffed animals they had seen in movies. And when the guy said the last words, "They are monsters," he saw his opponents slowly walking toward them, each with his own weapon and a green light behind them. One of them even began to smile sarcastically, as if he already knew how this fight could end. He was holding a small scythe in his right hand, but it was quite sharp. The two men standing next to each other could not figure out what to do. It was too many monsters for the two of them, and they obviously could not cope with them. However, one of them managed to quickly look around and then emphasized that there was no way out of the dungeon, so it was not clear where these creatures could have come from. The younger one crouched low to the ground and asked the older one what they were. After all, he had never seen anything like them before at the gates he had to enter. And then the older of the two realized that they had come here so quickly that they hadn't even taken anyone with them. And after saying that, he began to look in the direction they came from. Then the man pulled out his smartphone, opened the message, and after reading it again, he said that he knew the task looked rather strange, but when they return, he will show them what happens to those who try to leave them. However, these thoughts were interrupted by his partner, who called him by name and pointed his index finger to the right and asked him to look there. It turned out that there were several brick buildings a kilometer away, so the younger man suggested that these might be sinkholes. When the older man saw this, he began to smile happily, because if the story was true, they would be able to get rich that very evening and finally live a normal life. He turned his head to his workers and ordered them to move as much rice as possible to the cars because the monsters only attack in the field and the building should be safe. However, he also decided to take part in this, so he continued to smile happily and began to take slow steps along the path that led directly to the storage facility. However, as soon as he took the second step, there was a big explosion that created a big fire that quickly went out. After that, the main man began to cough loudly because he was inhaling smoke, and he flew several meters up and hit the ground, so he got hurt with internal organs. The gentleman was lying with his head on the ground with his legs and arms straight. His subordinate called him by name and asked him why there were mines here. However, they did not hear an answer, so they began to carefully examine the site of the explosion and noticed that many explosives were buried around the storage facility. And the young man wondered who could have thought of such a thing. And suddenly, after the last word, he heard a strange pilik sound from below. And there he saw a rather strange creature, which said out loud that the recording of people's authorization was completed. The man froze in his tracks. With his eyes wide open, he could not understand why it was there. At the same time, the phrase, "Jeju Gate Boss," flashed through his mind. It turned out that it was just a spinner psycho with a big red light on its body, symbolizing that the device was ready for a fight in which it would try to destroy the opponents. Further events unfold the next day, which turned out to be very warm and sunny. Outside the building of the gods, there were several criminals lying there, tightly bound with ropes from neck to toe. They were all very upset that they had been caught and brought here so easily. Some even cried because they thought they were doomed to die. By the way, the main one managed to survive. He already had several fractures. And next to them was a sign that taught them the rules and fertility. The first rule was to create a doll in the form of a goddess from the first harvest and sacrifice it. The second rule is that you can't fulfill your needs in the field. The third rule is to make an effigy in hats and set them up. The fourth is to sing during the harvest. Fifth, even if you are busy, do not skip meals. And in the corner, there was a note in red, but it said that thieves die. So far, the Snake Squad has been successfully arrested. They were all safe and sound, but very upset about what happened. After the arrest, the association of demon people and the value of the pantheon and blessed rice soared to unprecedented heights. Spinner the Psycho was overjoyed that he was able to achieve this. Since then, Leon began to promote the pantheon for the sake of sowing a new crop. Therefore, he had to hold many meetings with influential people, sometimes under the sights of cameras. There was one incident, but it was quickly forgotten. However, an article with the headline that the survivor insulted the reporter by saying, "How can a Christian even try to ask to have dinner with the king?" was preserved in electronic media. But in the end, the whole internet was talking about the pantheon. New people were constantly being added to their YouTube channel, actively liking and commenting on the video. But the blonde man did not stop reading newspapers, because there is a certain percentage of people who do not use modern opportunities at all, but continue to read printed publications. One evening, when the knight sat down on his couch to rest, he said, "Is this really what the gods have invented?" Because now it seems to him that they are even more accustomed to the modern world than he is. However, he was not able to sit in silence for long because someone entered the room and addressed His Majesty, so he was forced to open his eyes. It was a red-haired woman holding a white sheet and saying in surprise that the results of the rice evaluation had not yet been published, but each packet was worth almost 230 million won. The survivor listened attentively and said that the price should be reduced. The woman asked if it was bad that it was so expensive. The gentleman bowed his head down and replied that demand makes the price of a product known, but such a high price for grain? In short, how can Christians afford this? After all, God's mercy should be available to everyone. The young lady said in surprise, "Oh, how?" The survivor went on to say that he had previously met with the president to tell him about their need to preach as a farmer with God's grace. However, he said he had to be neutral on the issue of religion. The red-haired woman assumed that the man in charge was right-wing. However, the blonde man added that, despite this, he managed to gather more faith, and this should be enough to accumulate the strength of the Lionheart and the army. The lady asked if everything would be okay. The man was surprised by this question, so he said to himself, "What?" But the huntress said that the yellow gate, she was able to reserve it, just as he had wished. But to take the gate with his chosen men, almost impossible. The blonde man listened attentively and began to smile mysteriously, and all he said was, "Good," but only with time they would see the result. Next, the events unfold in the Hunters Association, where at the meeting someone addressed a black-haired gentleman named Gu. It turns out that it was the team manager, Kim. The man had poppy gray hair, so it was clear that he was already quite old. The young man began to scratch his head, saying, "Have they met again?" The older man asked if the boy had also come because of the message. The president of the Hunters Association is already gathering all the helpless hunters like them, so it becomes very interesting what this is about. The young man did not understand what was going on, but decided to come so as not to miss a good opportunity. However, the thought flashed through his mind that all hunters were of D rank, and the highest was C. Suddenly, the two friends noticed Manhwa, who is an A-ranked swordsman, on their right side. It looks like she had the highest score last year. She was walking very confidently, and two guards were moving on both sides of her. The black-haired guy was looking at everything that was happening around him in surprise, because this had never happened here before. But then he saw that His Majesty Leon Dragonia Lionheart had arrived. And then the young man realized that he had met this gentleman before. He was also a survivor. When the man entered the office, the employees smiled sweetly and tried to help him with everything. And the young man realized that this blonde man was not a simple man, but he was from a completely different world, which did not have some of the things they were used to. Next, everyone was called to the conference room, where everyone took their seats. The survivor went up on stage and stood at the podium to begin his speech. When the room fell silent, the man first greeted everyone, and then said that everyone was invited here because that he was looking for soldiers to join his Pantheon Guild. And immediately after these words, an image of his coat of arms with a lion on it appeared on the big screen behind him. Those who have the qualifications, and those who have managed to prove themselves, and also people who have survived the training. He gives them the honor of joining his army. The black-haired man froze in place, not even blinking, and began to think, "Army? Not a guild?" After that, the bald man continued to speak, saying that he would now tell them about the entrance exams. Everyone present was tense and had serious expressions on their faces. "The exam will consist of clearing the yellow gates at Samjong stations," a group of people repeated in one voice. "What? Yellow gates? How are they supposed to clear them? It's almost impossible, so we can assume that they are just sending them to their deaths." So people couldn't understand what kind of exam it was. The old gentleman just stood there silently and waited for the test to continue. This reaction of the hunters was expected. After all, it was the color that allowed them to understand the level and difficulty of the gate. There were several of them, namely black ones, red ones which had quite strong and fast monsters in the middle, which not everyone can defeat. Next were the orange ones, and below them were the yellow, green, and blue ones. Considering that the gate where Good Day Sung was tested at Seoul Station was blue for hunters of rank A, C, or D, so the yellow gate is definitely death. People got really angry. So there was a ruckus in the room where everyone was shouting, "Are they really suggesting that we clear the yellow gate? Or are they suggesting that they just die?" The bald man put his hands up and asked everyone to calm down, because if they were not satisfied with the conditions of the exam, they had a chance to just leave. The fair-haired young man turned to the exit and said, "Did they really think that the candidates would not leave? After all, this is just a waste of time." He added that he would go home and get some rest. Chornyavy stood there and wondered why no one was stopping these people. A few minutes later, there were only a few people left in the room who were ready to complete the task, despite the strange conditions. Carefully observing what was happening, the blond man proudly lifted his head up and said, This symbolized that he had something to think about. So, he quickly turned his gaze to one of the candidates who was standing under the stage and asked him if he was here. The young man answered quickly but a little confused. "Huh? Yes? Me?" The blonde emphasized that he was the one with the afro hairstyle. Then the survivor asked him the next question. Why did he stay? It sounded serious enough to show that he was not joking. The young man began to smile nervously, answering that he thought there must be some point to it. The knight tried to find out why they stayed. After all, it is important to understand the intentions of these people to make it easier to control them in the future. The last one was the black-haired young man they had met before, and the man pointed his index finger at him and asked why he didn't leave. The young man stood there silent for a few seconds, blinking rapidly, and sweat began to appear on his face from excitement and from the fact that he was about to speak. And at this time, he was thinking that the guild was created by someone who was clearly an S-rank hunter. Therefore, he simply could not miss this chance. Finally, he answered that he didn't think the knight was sending them to certain death, and that's why he stayed. The blond man began to smile happily, saying that the young man was in a good mood and looked very energetic. Then the man stepped away from the podium and began to say that, as mentioned earlier, he was here to recruit soldiers, and the soldiers will have to obey. The audience stood silently and listened attentively because there was no turning back, so they needed to know everything in detail. They also have to accept the knight's orders and not doubt them. They have to trust him all the time because otherwise the team will not be able to work properly. And that's all he will demand from them. The people present listened attentively because this was an important decision for them as well. Then the blond man turned his head to his colleagues and began to smile sweetly, saying that to be honest he just needed to obey and that was it. Then he gestured to the right and said that they would be coming in right away, so they should take some of their weapons and complete their preparations. After that, the events unfold at Samjong Station, where there is a yellow gate where the army is about to enter. People were dressed in metal protection and lined up in several rows to make it easier to check if everyone had reached their destination. A red-haired lady walked along them. A gray-haired man wearing a long rubber glove said that it was heavy, but the equipment looked pretty good, better than it was before. And then he asked a black-haired guy standing next to him, "Aren't these things of a rare rank?" After all, they cost at least 10 million won. C and D rank hunters would never be able to hold such items in their hands. However, the older gentleman looked to the side and said in surprise, but the king was not wearing any protection. He was talking calmly to the bald aide with his hands in his pants pockets. Then the black-haired young man turned to Mrs. Hanha-ri, who was passing by. When she heard this, she stopped and asked what was wrong. And the young man asked why His Majesty was not wearing protective armor. The red-haired woman began to smile because she thought the question was very funny. And when she finally pulled herself together, she answered that the skin of a survivor is more reliable than any armor. After that, the boy thought that given that he was really strong, nothing bad should happen. Next, a picture is shown of a big green monster running away from something that scared him. And at this time, various trinkets were flying around him. The three hunters standing next to each other with their eyes wide open could not understand what had just happened. It turns out that they saw a blond man kill one of the monsters with his sword, saying that he didn't want to hear from them anymore. And then, He shouted furiously that these people are not noble warriors, they are worms crawling on the ground and will meet their death here. And this is unwavering justice. And when the gentleman was saying the last words, an orange light shone in his eyes and he raised his sword. So, the army began to move, in which everyone was lined up in several councils, and they marched one after the other, and on both sides they were accompanied by more experienced hunters. The dark-haired man stopped for a second, looked up and assumed that it looked like they would be fighting outdoors. But then, a message from the system appeared that said, "You are mercenaries from the outer lands. There is a war going on between two tribes on this great plain, so they need to choose a side and win." One of the newcomers turned to Mr. Gu and said, "Is this like a group quest?" And he quickly replied that above all, they need to choose a side and help them win. But the question is, which side is more profitable for them to join? So they need to think about it carefully before acting. Suddenly, another man pointed his index finger forward and said that everyone should stop because it seems there are monsters there. And when everyone looked in the right direction, they noticed something very large moving quickly toward them. Riding on one of the wild boars was a huge green giant with quite large teeth, including fangs that simply did not fit in his mouth. The army stopped and began to prepare for a fight that could happen in a few seconds. Ahead of them stood a red-haired woman who was supposed to be in charge of everything. However, after a few minutes, the monsters got down from their animals and lined up in several columns to block the hunters' passage. And the hesitant one turned to them, asking who they were, because this was the territory of the Battle Axe tribe, and they had invaded their land. The newcomers did not yet understand what was happening now and what would happen next. The huntress turned her head to her commander and addressed him saying, "Your Majesty," and he had a strange expression on his face. And the young lady smilingly asked if they needed to start the quest right now. The blond man folded his arms across his chest and replied that they could do whatever they wanted. The mouth that climbed onto the redhead's head happily thanked His Majesty, and she laughed out loud, which was very ticklish. However, a second later, she controlled her emotions and turned to the army with a serious expression. And she began to say loudly that they were mercenaries who had come here to receive a reward for helping the tribe. The leader of the monsters coughed and repeated, "Mercenaries? It seems that they are the strangers the tribal leader was talking about." And then he called them all to follow them. The robot said quietly to the huntress that he had a bad feeling, and the blond man was very unhappy with this development. However, they still had to go to the settlement, because they couldn't just give up and stay alive. Everyone got there when it was already quite dark outside, so they quickly set up torches on the main street to illuminate the square. A few minutes later, the leader came out and looked at his guests and said that they looked weaker than he expected, but that was okay. So he raised his two hands in the air and loudly invited them to join their tribe of the Battle Axe. It would be a great war. And finally, he added that the winner would get everything. The blond man was very angry when he heard this. You could see it in his expression. So he reasoned that he did not want to listen to this anymore. The chief of the tribe asked, "Who said this? And how dare he allow it?" The survivor began to walk slowly. An orange light moved around his feet. And in his mind, thoughts were moving rapidly. Nobility? Did you say nobility? But a beast like this dare to dream of things he doesn't deserve. At these words, the lady's eyes did not come out of her head with anger. And then the monster realized that he was being humiliated in front of his people, and he could not stand it. Therefore, he began to quickly run at his offender, but the blonde was ready for such a reaction, and had a large sword ready, with which he quickly beheaded his opponent. After the blow, the monster's blood flew around and splashed the warriors standing nearby. And that's what made Leon Dragonia Leonhardt furious and shouted that they were not noble warriors, that they were worms crawling on the ground and would meet their death here. And then it became clear that he really hated orcs. When the monster fell to the ground, the knight put his foot on it to show his disrespect. He had killed countless orcs before, because they cause a lot of harm to the environment and people living nearby. The rest of the green monsters realized that their leader was dead, and it made them think for a few seconds about what to do next. The boldest of them shouted that these people were their enemies, who just needed to be killed immediately to take revenge. The hunters, who understood everything clearly, quickly took out their weapons and fought back on equal terms with these monsters. The blond man in front turned his head back and ordered his men to raise their shields, stand in a circle, and repel the attack. The hunters listened attentively and began to fulfill the task set before them in order to win. But they realized that they were only D-rank hunters. Therefore, it was not yet clear how they were going to defeat all these orcs. And when the first one ran up to them, he raised his axe up to strike. However, as soon as he touched the shields, a bright, blinding red light began to glow. It blinded the attacker for a few seconds. When the black-haired man saw this, he did not understand at first whether they had been blocked or whether the giant had managed to pierce them. But right at that very second, the system displayed a message on a blue background about the lion's heart aura, where you could choose the effect you wanted to apply. The list was very long. And while they stood there trying to defend themselves, no one understood that it had appeared at all and how to use it. They were tired of being hit hard and doing nothing, so one of the new hunters began to think that it was too much. And the blonde man, who was also fighting hard, ordered his troops to raise their shields and push back the attackers. And for this, they had to find the right moment to attack. And just a few minutes later, the black-haired man pulled out his spear and pierced the orc who was standing in front of him. And after that, the rest of the hunters began to attack, because they saw that it was possible to do it even if they did not have much experience. One by one, the warriors killed these green monsters, who were a little confused because they did not expect to receive such resistance. Suddenly, the blonde man heard the orcs addressing the goddess of warriors and asking for her help. This made his eyes shine with orange light again. And then he threw his arms wide and shouted in anger, "How dare these animals call the gods!" A second later, he said that their tongues should be cut out. Then he said to take their filthy heads and humiliate their false god. And finally he asked Stalin to appear, and immediately there was a flash of white light. The orcs did not understand what had happened, so they all froze in their places to see what would happen next. But immediately after the light, round stones flew into their faces, which caused a lot of pain, because they definitely did not expect it. Then the blonde man sat on his white horse and used his hooves to strike the monsters that stood in their way. The last few rows of orcs understood the algorithm of actions, so they dispersed, and the horse was able to easily run to the end without hitting anyone. But the survivor suddenly bent his head to his chest and carefully picked something over in his hands. It turned out that these were small, sharp knives that he had prepared for the next attack to inflict even more deadly blows. However, when he started to move again towards the monsters, these small tools turned into 2 swords, which he was quite good at handling. The man was very angry, and his eyes continued to glow with orange light, and he said angrily that he would just kill them all. At this time, the main one among these creatures was still lying on the ground head down, and no one tried to help him in any way, or check if he was definitely dead. However, after a minute, the blonde man quickly began to move between the rivals, and they fell down one by one without signs of life. Only the newly arrived hunters remained standing. After that, the knight raised his golden sword high up, demonstrating his power and strength, and smiling joyfully, he shouted that it was a worthy victory, and the light that had been helping him all this time disappeared from his eyes. The soldiers in their metal armor barely raised their hands up and began to shout, "Hooray! Hooray!" However, they did not sound very happy. Then a red-haired woman came up to the blonde man and addressed him as His Majesty, and he turned his head to her and asked, "What happened?" The woman asked why he had done all this and pointed to the bodies of the orcs lying around them. Then he asked in surprise if he really needed a reason to kill orcs. The huntress was confused, so he said, But the task." The survivor got angry again and said through gritted teeth that he would never help the orcs. He would rather throw himself into the cauldron of hell than help these green monsters. After all, they do not deserve a bit of respect. Their very existence is evil. They are not worthy of living on this planet with honest people. These monsters may be brave, but how can their animal aggression be compared to knightly honor? You can't treat them like people because they are just disgusting animals. After this speech, the young lady suggested that he might be a racist. So she decided to say that perhaps there could be good orcs in the world who behave and act like people. The man just smiled sarcastically, and it came out somehow very unnaturally. And he told the red-haired woman to remember that a good orc is a killed orc. After all, these creatures looked quite terrifying, starting with their sparse black hair, which they gathered in high ponytails. Then there were large, sharp ears and teeth that made it impossible for the mouth to close completely. The survivor began to tell us that when the gates opened on the ground, countless numbers of these creatures came to live there. They were not afraid of anyone and felt at home. That is why people were very hospitable to them and greeted them with smiles and a sign saying, "Welcome," at the first opportunity. After all, they did not yet understand what would happen next. And everything became clear in a few days when the creature got really angry and showed its true face. The orcs simply attacked the man who accompanied him everywhere. And then it became clear that these creatures had not adapted to life on Earth and, on the contrary, had become some kind of demonic opposites who could not and did not know how to restrain their emotions. On that very day, a fatal incident occurred when a green monster killed a man, so a big question arose as to whether to continue keeping them among the civilian population. After all, they became a problem even on the ground because they scattered in the nearby forests, and to catch them, a lot of people and forces had to be involved in the search. Because of this, Spinner the Psycho was the first to take up this task, arriving at his destination, namely the bank of a river that flowed in the middle of the forest. It took him several hours to get there, because there was no normal road, so he had to make it on his own. After examining the bank, he said that if the task was performed here, complete destruction was possible, and it would be very effective if everything was done according to the plan. It turns out that the robot was not alone, but together with a blonde man and a red-haired woman who wore headscarves because of their hair color. The man folded his arms across his chest and said that he would leave everything to the device. So, he did not delay for a long time and, having found the most convenient place for himself, began to start rebooting the kernel, which had long been needed, but there was no suitable place. And after a few seconds, Spinner Psycho said that the generated power was working at 99%, and the container for it was filled with a blue solution. Then orange light began to emanate from all sides of the robot, and he continued to stand still so as not to knock anything down or break anything, because he would have to start all over again. But the system began to display a message that the reboot was complete. Violation of a closed system. The fuel rod was worn out, which caused the cores to combine. When everything was over, the device stood in the same place for a few seconds, and the red-haired woman was already worried about it because everything could have gone wrong. However, the robot moved and quickly took a container of blue solution from the hole and threw it into the river on the bank of which it was located. The young lady began to laugh out loud because this vessel looked like a poop to her. The blonde closed his eyes from the words he heard because it was not polite, so he asked not to talk about such things out loud anymore. Then the woman took control of her emotions and asked Her Majesty with a surprised expression if what was happening now was normal. When the Lord turned his head to her, he clarified what she meant. Then the huntress explained that dropping radioactive substances into the river to kill orcs, isn't that against the code of knights? Having said this, the lady looked at the interlocutor carefully and waited for him to answer. However, this question caught him by surprise, because he did not think that the lady would think of such a thing, because, in his opinion, he had planned everything quite well, so such a mishap was unpredictable. However, he began to smile, because there was no point in being sad and showing his dissatisfaction in any way. So he folded his arms across his chest and told Hanhari and Sir Spinner to listen carefully. The comrades had already taken a position to listen, and then the blond man said that the battle with these green monsters was not a war, but rather the destruction of an animal, and what hunter would care about honor while chasing an animal? And finally, he smiled sarcastically and emphasized that a good orc is a dead orc, because he does not do much harm to the people around him. Next, we see a picture where one of the green monsters was fighting with another and managed to hit him hard on the head. After that, the latter fell down holding the place of the blow. Two of the victor's comrades raised their hands and rejoiced that Grokthar had crushed Haldan's skull, which shows excellent axe skills, which is very important for their tribe. Looking at the dead man, Grokthar said that he had died fighting desperately, so the god of warriors would send him to the field of eternal battle. He said this with a serious expression on his face. Then he turned in the opposite direction and began to walk slowly toward a bucket that was standing nearby. He said to his comrades that they needed to drink to the victory. The green monster picked up the wooden vessel and walked to the river, which was 5 steps away from their settlement, which was quite convenient for their tribe. Dropping it directly into the river, the orc scooped up water, which was very clean and had a blue color. After that, he brought the vessel to his face and began to swallow the water quickly, because he wanted to quench his thirst that had arisen during the battle. He spent several minutes doing this. The mouths of these animals were quite large in size, and large white fangs protruded from them, which were designed to tear their prey apart. However, as soon as he finished his meal, he wiped himself off and said that the water tasted strange today, and for some reason his mouth was itching and scratching. This made the green man wonder what could have happened to change its composition and produce such symptoms after drinking it. So he squinted his eyes a little, and he assumed that it could be just blood. And he began to move towards the tower to see what was going on there because this had never happened before, so he needed to know what to do. However, he decided to go to his tent first to get some rest because the battle had exhausted him. A few hours later, he began to feel very ill. The orc fell to the ground and, crawling to the exit, he held his stomach because he was in pain, and he was coughing loudly in the hope that someone from the tribe would hear him and come to the rescue. His face began to show a pout because the pain was just hellish, so the monster began to shout to call a healer immediately because he helped him because he could not stand it anymore. For several minutes, the creature sat on his knees at the entrance to the tent with his head down and hoped that someone heard him and had already called the right person. However, without waiting, he began to move slowly to the main street, where he could definitely meet someone. But when he got there, he saw a strange picture. All the people of his village were crawling on the ground, coughing loudly just like him and calling for help from a healer who never appeared when they needed him. Suddenly they noticed a stick with a skull and red feathers tied to the end of it. The monsters could not understand what it was because they had never seen anything like it before. One orc lying on his back suggested that it was neither a spell nor a curse, so what could it be? The main one was leaning against the stone wall and silently looking around. However, right at that moment, his attention was drawn to something that happened to his right, because he had heard the words, "In the name of Leonhard." It turns out that a blond man was riding a big, beautiful white horse, and he had already killed several orcs on his way who tried to stop him and prevent him from getting into the middle of the settlement. The survivor was very angry, and you could see it in his expression, so he turned his head to his comrades and ordered them to kill the animals and not to let anyone through. The troops' resistance to bribery was activated, and they were very happy about this and also about the fact that they could gain experience right now. So the army was motivated to kill everyone, and at the first command, everyone began to move through the gate to the orcish settlement to finally start the battle, because that's what they had come here for. The green animals were holding their stomachs because they were in great pain, standing in their places and could not understand what was happening. And immediately after that, the system gave a message that the battle against the Battle Axe tribe ended in victory for the army that the blond man had brought with him. However, the system issued the following message stating that the remaining orcs had become their enemies, and they had become their common enemy. This surprised the red-haired lady. Therefore, their next task would be to get rid of all the orcs in the territory of the hidden task. After that, everyone began to look at the largest tent in the settlement, freezing in their seats for a few seconds. The huntress decided that she needed to check with the blond man about this, and addressed him as Her Majesty and informed him that their task had changed. The lady expected an explanation. However, this did not surprise him, but rather amused him. The man began to smile broadly, saying that finally they would be able to do something important, because he was tired of messing around with these green impudents. Therefore the survivor turned his head to the army, which began to listen to him attentively, and addressed them in a serious tone, saying that it was time to keep the lights on and just... But he didn't have time to finish his sentence, because the head of the green monsters came out of the largest tent and began to shout loudly, because his people had just been destroyed, and he had no choice but to start revenge now. Everyone turned their heads in his direction to see what was happening. After all, they thought they would be the first to attack, and now they had to change their plan of action. The monster was holding onto a wooden pole with one hand and a stick in the other. The creature angrily said that they were scum who cursed the water in the river. Then he made a face and angrily shouted that they were bastards and freaks, because it is not fair to fight when the opponent simply does not have the strength to resist. And he asked how these people dare to call themselves warriors after that. The blond man listened attentively, but an orange light appeared in his eyes again, symbolizing that he was starting to tense up. Then he said, "How stupid. After all, an animal has no right to talk about honor. Just looking at such dirty monsters makes you feel ashamed." The green one had already started to move forward slowly. The blond man put his right hand to his twisted face and said angrily that even if he poked out his eyes, it would be the worst sin that could exist. And finally, the survivor added that he would give the orc a chance to kill him. Green was very angry at these words, because he was annoyed by this young man's high strength and confidence. The monster spread his arms to the sides, and a bright green light appeared around him. And a second later, he shouted that Gokrak would never forgive them for what they had done to his tribe. The survivor raised his sword up in the air to defend himself, and then he noticed that it would be quite an interesting experience, because it was the first time he saw an animal with chain. However, he did not wait for the attack, but decided to do it first, so he came a little closer and began to lower his weapon directly at his opponent while shouting loudly. It turned out that a stream of orange air threw the green man back a few meters, and it happened so fast that he didn't even realize it. However, this did not upset the monster, because he had already thought of everything in advance, so it would not hurt him to fulfill his plan. So he began to smile slyly. He said quietly to himself that it was too late for this upstart to fight him, and after saying that, he threw the last ingredient into the cauldron of black liquid to help him, and around him there were still long chains that were illuminated with green light. A second later, the green man began to shout loudly that he was coming to them, and at that moment, his chains began to tie the bodies of his dead comrades who were still lying on the ground. And in the cauldron, which was located in the center of the square, some kind of incomprehensible black ball rose from which thin cobwebs were extending. It made the sky turn black. A red-haired woman with wide-open mouth and eyes turned to Her Majesty and said, "What is this? The man calmly replied that it was a sacrifice. He expected this from an animal, for they are not well-mannered at all. In the large vessel, the black water began to spin rapidly in a circle, as if someone were pounding it with a large shovel. However, there was no one nearby who could do this. However, after a few minutes of this movement, a large green hand with long, rounded claws suddenly came out of the middle, because it could hardly be called nails, and the blond man's warriors began to shout in one voice to him to look at what was happening as soon as possible. However, everything had already moved to the sky, in which there was a black hole in which one small eye was visible in the center, which was very carefully examining everyone on the ground. It turns out that these big eyes are the right hand of Gokrok, who stood proudly and confidently, because with such help he will definitely be able to deal with these hunters. And then the system gave a new message about a hidden task, which is that you need to destroy Gokrok, who is the god of orcs and a sorcerer at the same time. However, it will not be so easy to do. Just at one point, a giant hand began to raise its palm up to his eye. At this time, the blond man was sitting on his horse and watching closely. The large green limb folded the hand into a circle and peered through the opening as if looking through binoculars. It was a kind of conventional sign. And while he was doing this, he said that this blond man should not be here. The survivor raised his eyebrows as he tried to understand what this creature was up to. The monster realized that it had to be killed, because it could continue to cause them a lot of trouble, and they would have to deal with it every time. So he began to raise his hand to his eye, through which he would try to catch rays of green light, which he would then use as a laser that could pierce the ground. And just at that moment, a small voice addressed Her Majesty. The creature froze for a few seconds because he realized that a creature like him was protecting this impudent man. So he asked what kind of god was protecting the blonde, and the man, in turn, answered the question by saying, "A being like you." While the conversation was going on, the law of creation blessed the shield with arrows. The knight continued to sit confidently on his snow-white large horse. However, he could not contain his emotions any longer, so he began to shout loudly about how the green man could compare himself to God. He can't do that just because he is in charge of a bunch of people. So the blond man grabbed his sword tightly with his right hand and moved it forward so that he could strike his opponent better. Then he moved it back as if to swing it and commanded his horse to move forward to the target, which he had to destroy immediately. As he approached, he announced that he had been a king with the heart of a lion for many years. Therefore, he cannot and will not tolerate the existence of such monsters. However, the green hand was not far behind and raised high up in anger, saying that the blond man was a poor mortal who would die in agony today. The knight heard all this well, but did not stop for a second to think about what to do next. He continued to jump on his horse with purpose right at his opponent. The man was so focused that he didn't even look up, but kept looking down. This allowed him to think through everything to the smallest detail, and when he approached, you could see the anger in his eyes. The creature did not expect him to go all the way, because it expected him to get scared after such a speech and they would just go home, but it did not happen as expected. And while he was thinking about it, the blond man came close to him and with just one punch managed to cut off his palm from the rest of his limb. Zeleny quickly began to think that the survivor had not actually attacked his real body, but he still felt pain. And with a face contorted in pain, the monster said loudly, "Pan, Gokrok?" However, with the help of his auxiliary eye in the sky, the orc was able to see his opponent's sword, because he was quite familiar with it. And then the creature realized that it was this man. He is a fighter of orcs and a prisoner of demons. He is the only surviving knight from that terrible world. So the eye decided that it was the right time to disappear. The monster looking up the mountain did not realize at first that he had no more help, so he called out for his friend by name. But the creature said to him that he would pay for such impudence. Green could not understand what was happening and whether he could hope for help. At that moment, the blond man jumped down from his horse and began to walk towards the orc, who was on his knees, and suggested that this was the best thing that could be received from God. After all, in his opinion, this is not a creature, but a pile of shit that needs to be taken on a shovel and immediately thrown away so that it does not stink and interfere with normal life. The orc quickly got to his feet and picked up his weapon and asked the survivor what he had done, because he was going to avenge his comrades, no matter what it took. However, the blonde decided that there was no point in explaining anything at all if it would only be a waste of time, so he simply cut off the monster's head without saying a word. The orc fell to the ground, and blood was splattering from his neck. The survivor stood there for a few seconds and watched it calmly. After all, he had expected such a development of events right away, because there was no point in negotiating. And with an atypical expression on his face, the blond man said, "Phew, well, you tried, but they don't deserve to live on the land with civilians. The system then issued a message stating that all hidden tasks were completed and listed the titles that would be assigned to all members of the army. Chornyavyi was surprised that they all received resistance to physical attacks, because usually it is available only to tanks and not to everyone. One of the men in metal armor said that this was very good news, but it was depressing that it only applied to orcs. Another emphasized that they even resisted physical attacks. Suddenly, the viewing of the message was interrupted by a blond man who opened his mouth wide and loudly ordered to collect all the trophies. Then he hid his hands behind his back and said with a confident posture that the spoils of war were the victors, and the subordinates began to scatter in different directions. However, what made the man think further was that he heard a warrior saying to his comrades that they should focus on the items that belong to great and modern warriors, and they also need to collect all the equipment of that healer. Behind him, a red-haired woman approached the survivor and addressed him as Her Majesty. The gentleman slowly began to turn his head to the young lady, asking what had happened. The woman looked at the orcs' bodies and asked what they should do with them. The blond man stood silently for a few seconds, also looking at the dead. It turned out that the hand of the self-proclaimed god was still near them. The limb was very large, so they needed to think carefully about how to get rid of it. Next, a robot jumped on the woman's head and made its usual pilik sound, and the survivor turned his head to it and asked if it had any ideas. However, the device began to show a light from a projector and reported that a new message had arrived that needed to be viewed immediately. After that, the knight saw the silhouette of one of the gods with a beard and said that he could feel a large flow of mana radiating from the severed arm. He advised them to use the Holy Grail to get it, and only then they would be able to restore his strength. The survivor was a bit surprised by this development. Because of this, a golden chalice began to slowly appear in his hand. He held it in his right hand and approached a large green hand that was lying on the ground without moving. Then the man stretched out his hand and began to turn the vessel over. In order for its contents to spill out onto the limb, it was a yellow-colored liquid. It gently fell onto the hand in the form of small circles, and a bright yellow light began to glow at that spot. Then this light began to slowly rise upwards, and the limb disappeared at that place, as if it were dissolving into the air. The blond man continued to stand still and hold the inverted bowl, and the thought flashed through his mind that he was feeling a surge of power similar to divine power. But he said out loud that he assumed the person he was talking to really liked animal worship. However, he cannot accept creatures that cannot love others because they are evil and must be destroyed. At that moment, the goddess addressed the survivor, gently saying his name. The gentleman replied that she had allowed him to hear her voice when he had not yet finished the ritual. So he asked, what made her do that? The woman replied that everything was fine, because with the help of the mana of these animals, it was easier for her to do it.